Warrior Cats Text-to-Speech Audiobook Warriors, Power of Three, Long Shadows Prologue. When swept across bleak moorland, carrying with it flurries of rain, the tough grass was sodden and water had burst the banks of a stream, spreading out in a wide pool. Its surface bubbled as raindrops splashed into it. At the edge of the pool a badger crouched, apparently oblivious to the icy wind and rain. For a long time she gazed into the water as if she could see something there, beyond the broken reflection of gray cloud. Then she raised her head and looked around. "I have come," she announced. A black she-cat emerged from behind an outcrop of rocks. She was barely more than a shadow. Starlight flickered at her paws. She was followed by a silvery gray tom whose green eyes stretched wide as he approached the badger. The starlight that shone around him made him seem a cat formed out of rain. "Why are we here?" The silver tom voice was hoarse, as if he hadn't used it for a long time. "On a day like this we should be curled up in a warm den." "True, River," the black she-cat meowed. "Whose idea was it to drag us out here in weather not even fit for foxes?" "Mine." A third cat appeared from behind the gorse bush, a broad-shouldered ginger tom with white paws. Starlight gleamed in his amber eyes, yet he seemed as insubstantial as a flame. "As you know very well, Shadow, we have to meet." Shadow snorted. "I don't have to do anything you tell me, Thunder." Thunder dipped his head. "Of course not. But we have been summoned by the danger to our clans. They are on the brink of being lost forever and it's your fault." "Midnight." His voice sharpened. Before Midnight could reply, or Ivor spoke. "Where is Wind? We can discuss this without her." "I hear." The voice came from farther up the stream. The wiry brown she-cat was barely visible against the drenched moorland grass. Only the shimmer of silvery light around her revealed her outline. She sprang down the slope toward the pool, her paws scarcely touching the ground. "Why are you all huddling here like lost kits?" she asked, a hint of mockery in her tone. "It only a bit of rain and wind." Shadow opened her jaws, but Thunder interrupted her. "We not all used to living in the open, Wind. But that doesn't matter now. We need to know why Midnight has revealed the secrets of the clans." "But why us?" River complained, shivering. "There are younger cats than us in Star Clan. Why call us back from the very beginning?" Wind nodded. "Haven't we done enough? We formed the clans and guided them through their first seasons. They have owed us a debt in all the moons since we walked the forest. We must still watch over our clans," Thunder murmured. "This is a danger like none they have ever faced before." He turned to the badger. "Midnight, why did you tell our secrets?" "Yes, and tell them to that mange-ridden, crow-food-eating loner?" Shadow spat, tearing at the grass with her claws. "My clan have abandoned their warrior ancestors since he forced his way among them. On sandy cliffs I met Soul," Midnight began calmly. "First time of meeting, that was." "And do you give away secrets to every stranger who happens to pass by?" Wind growled. "Can you see that you gave him power over the clans when you told him so much about us?" Thunder pressed. "Knowledge not always power," Midnight replied. "Clans not need secrecy to protect themselves. Rogues and loners stay away. They know clan life is not for them." "This loner didn't stay away," River pointed out. "Clans not need to hide," Midnight insisted. "If did, not strong enough to meet challenges from outside." "My warriors can meet any challenge," Wind snapped. "Challenge is not always from teeth and sharpened claws," the badger commented. Wind let out a hiss. Her neck fur bristled as she unsheathed her claws. "Don't talk to me as if I stupid. You only trying to avoid admitting that you made a huge mistake. The warriors of Star Clan revealed their secrets to you, and you told them to a stranger. There wouldn't be any trouble in Shadow Clan right now if it wasn't for you." Midnight rose to her paws. "Sheathe your claws, small warrior." Her voice was a rumbling growl. "Stupid is to pick a fight with someone not your enemy." For a few heartbeats, Wind stood her ground, only stepping back and sheathing her claws when Thunder rested his tail on her shoulder. "Quarreling won't help," the first ever Thunder Clan leader meowed. "The secrets are out. We have to decide what we can do now to help our clans." River shook his head. "Well, I don't know." "Nor do I." Shadow lashed her tail in frustration. "I like to rip the throat out of this ungrateful badger, but it's too late to change anything." "We don't understand," Thunder meowed, meeting Midnight gaze. "We shared our secrets with you, and you have done so much for our clans. Why would you want to destroy them like this?" Before he had finished speaking, the wind picked up and the starry cats began to fade, blown away like mist. Midnight watched them with very bright eyes until their frail forms were gone and the glimmer of starlight had died away. A cat emerged from behind a wind-blown bush a few tail lengths away, a hairless cat with bulging, sightless eyes. "You heard, Rock?" Midnight asked. Rock nodded. "I knew the clan leaders would be unhappy that you confided in Soul," he rasped. "But you had no choice. The power of 3 is coming, and the clans must be ready." See Chapter. The moon was huge, a golden circle resting on a dark ridge of hills. Stars blazed above Hollyleaf Head, reminding her that the spirits of her ancestors were watching over her. Her fur prickled as something stirred on the ridge. A cat had appeared there, outlined against the moon. She recognized the broad head and tufted ears, and the tail with its bushy tip. Even though the shape was black against the light, she knew the colors of its pelt, white with brown, black, and ginger blotches. "Soul!" she hissed. The outlined shape arched its back, then reared up on its hind paws, its forepaws stretched out as if it was about to rake its claws across the sky. It leaped upward, and as it leaped it swelled until it was so huge that it blotted out the moon and the blazing stars. Hollyleaf crouched, shivering, in darkness thicker than the deepest places of the forest. Screeches of alarm rose up around her, a whole clan of hidden cats wailing their fear of the shadow cutting them off from the protective gaze of Star Clan. Above the noise, a single voice rang out, "Hollyleaf! Hollyleaf! Come out!" Hollyleaf threshed in terror and found her paws tangled in soft moss and bracken. Pale gray light was filtering through the branches of the warrior's den. A couple of fox lengths away, Hazeltail was scrambling out of her nest, shaking scraps of moss from her pelt. "Hollyleaf!" The call came again, and this time Hollyleaf recognized Birchfall's voice, meowing irritably outside the den. "Are you going to sleep all day? We supposed to be hunting." "Coming." Groggy with sleep, every hair on her pelt still quivering from her nightmare, Hollyleaf headed toward the nearest gap between the branches. Before she reached it, her paws stumbled over the haunches of a sleeping cat, half hidden under the bracken. Cloudtail had popped up. "Great Star Clan," he grumbled. "Can a cat get any sleep around here?" Sorry," Hollyleaf stammered, remembering that Cloudtail had been out on a late patrol the night before. She had seen him return to camp with Dustpelt and Sorreltail while she was keeping her warrior vigil. "Just my luck. My first day, and I managed to annoy one of the senior warriors." Cloudtail snorted and curled up again, his blue eyes closing as he buried his nose in his fur. "It okay," Hazeltail murmured, brushing her muzzle against Hollyleaf's shoulder. "Cloudtail mew is worse than his scratch. And don't let Birchfall ruffle your fur. He bossy with the new warriors, but you'll soon get used to it." Hollyleaf nodded gratefully, though she didn't tell Hazeltail the real reason she was thrown off balance. Birchfall didn't bother her. It was the memory of the dream that throbbed through her from ears to tail tip, making her paws clumsy and her thoughts troubled. Her gaze drifted to the nest where her brother Lion Blaze now had curled up at the end of his vigil. She wanted to talk to him more than anything, but the nest was empty. Lion Blaze must have gone out on the dawn patrol. Careful where she put her paws, Hollyleaf pushed her way out of the den behind Hazeltail. Outside, Birchfall was scraping the ground impatiently. "At last," he snapped. "What kept you?" "Take it easy, Birchfall." Brambleclaw, the Thunder Clan deputy and Hollyleaf father, was sitting a tail length away with his tail wrapped neatly around his paws. His amber eyes were calm. "The prey won't run away." "Not till they see us, anyway," Sandstorm added as she bounded across from the fresh kill pile. "If there's any prey." Birchfall lashed his tail. "Ever since the battle, fresh kill been much harder to find." Hollyleaf grumbling belly told her that Birchfall was right. Several sunrises ago all 4 clans had battled in Thunder Clan territory. Their screeching and trampling had frightened off all the prey, or driven them deep underground. "Maybe the prey will start to come back now," she suggested. "Maybe," Brambleclaw agreed. "We'll head toward the Shadow Clan border. There wasn't as much fighting over there." Hollyleaf stiffened at the mention of Shadow Clan. "Will I see Soul again?" she wondered. "I wonder if we'll see any Shadow Clan cats," Birchfall mewed, echoing her thought. "I like to know if they all going to turn their back on Star Clan, and follow that weirdo loner instead." Hollyleaf felt as if stones were dragging in her belly, weighing her down. Shadow Clan had not appeared at the last gathering, 2 nights before. Instead, their leader Black Star had come alone except for Soul, the loner who had recently arrived by the lake, and explained that his cats no longer believed in the power of their warrior ancestors. But that can be right. How can a clan survive without Star Clan, without the warrior code? Soul not such a weirdo, Hazeltail pointed out to Birchfall with a flick of her ears. He predicted that the sun would vanish, and it did. None of the medicine cats knew that was going to happen. Birchfall shrugged. The sun came back, didn't it? Not that big a deal. In any case, Brambleclaw interrupted, rising to his paws. This is a hunting patrol. We not going to pay a friendly visit to Shadow Clan. But they fought beside us, Birchfall objected. White Clan and River Clan would have turned us into crow food without the Shadow Clan warriors. We can be enemies again so soon, can we? Not enemies, Sandstorm corrected. But they is still a different clan. Besides, I'm not sure we can be friends with cats who reject Star Clan. What about our own cats? Then Hollyleaf didn't dare to ask the question out loud. Cloudtail has never believed in Star Clan, but she knew without question Cloudtail was a loyal warrior who would die for any of his clanmates. Brambleclaw said nothing, just gave his pelt a shake and kinked his tail to beckon the rest of the patrol. As they headed toward the thorn tunnel, they met Brackenfur pushing his way into the hollow with Sorreltail and Lionblaze behind him. The Dawn Patrol had returned. As all 3 cats headed for the fresh kill pile, Hollyleaf darted across and intercepted her brother. How did it go? Is there anything to report? Lionblaze's jaws parted in a huge yawn. He must be exhausted, Hollyleaf thought, after keeping his warrior vigil and then being chosen for the Dawn Patrol. Not a thing, he mewed, shaking his head. All quiet on the White Clan border. We going over toward Shadow Clan territory. Alone with her brother, Hollyleaf could confess how worried she was. I scared we'll meet Soul. What if he tells the other cats about the prophecy? Lionblaze pressed his muzzle into her shoulder. Come on. Is it likely that Soul will be doing border patrols? He'll be lying around the Shadow Clan camp, stuffing himself with fresh kill. Hollyleaf shook her head. I don't know. I just wish we never told him anything. Warriors, POWEROFTHREE. LONGSHADOWSO. Lionblaze's eyes narrowed and his tone was bitter as he went on. But it's not like Soul is bothered about us. He decided to stay with Black Star, didn't he? He promised to help us after we told him about the prophecy, but he soon changed his mind. We better off without him. Hollyleaf swiped her tongue over her brother's ear. Hollyleaf. She spun around to see Brambleclaw waiting beside the entrance to the thorn tunnel, the tip of his tail twitching impatiently. I got to go, she mewed to Lionblaze, and raced across the clearing to join Brambleclaw. Sorry, she gasped, and plunged into the tunnel. The morning had been raw and cold, but as Hollyleaf padded through the forest with her clanmates, the clouds began to clear away. Long claws of sunlight pierced the branches, tipping the leaves with fire where they had changed from green to red and gold. Leaffall was almost upon them. Brambleclaw led his patrol away from the lake toward the Shadow Clan border, keeping well clear of the old twilight path and the abandoned nest where the clans had fought their battle. Tasting the air in the hope of finding a squirrel or a plump mouse, Hollyleaf caught a stale trace of her own and her littermate's scents, lingering from their trek across the forest to find Soul. She hoped that none of the patrol would notice, especially not Brambleclaw or Sandstorm, because that would mean awkward questions she was sure she could answer. To her relief, the other cats seemed too intent on tracking prey to notice. Sandstorm raised her tail for silence, and Hollyleaf could hear the crisp sounds of a thrush knocking a snail shell against a stone. Peering over a clump of bracken, she spotted the bird, a fine fat one with its back turned to the group of cats, too intent on its own prey to realize that hunters were creeping up on it. Sandstorm dropped into the hunter crouch and glided over the forest floor, pausing to waggle her haunches before the final pounce. The movement alerted the thrush. Dropping the snail, it let out a loud alarm call and launched itself into the air. But Sandstorm was too fast for it. With an enormous leap she clawed it out of the air in a flurry of wings. It went limp as she bit down hard on its neck. Brilliant catch. Hazeltail mewed. Not bad, Sandstorm purred, scratching earth over her prey until she could collect it later. Hollyleaf picked up the scent of mouse and followed it along a bramble thicket until she spotted the little creature scuffling among the debris beneath the outer branches. A couple of heartbeats later she had her own prey to bury beside Sandstorm. Brambleclaw was clawing earth over Vole. He gave her an approving nod. "Well done, Hollyleaf. Carry on like this and the clan will soon be full fed." He stalked off into a hazel thicket, his jaws parted to pick up the faintest trace of prey. For a few heartbeats Hollyleaf stood looking after her father, his praise warming her. Casting about for more prey, she picked up the trail of a squirrel, but as she rounded the trunk of a huge oak she spotted Hazeltail ahead of her, following the same scent. There was no sign of the squirrel, but the trail led straight toward the Shadow Clan border. Hollyleaf could already make out the scent of the border markings, but Hazeltail seemed too preoccupied with her hunt to notice. "Hey, Hazeltail!" Don Hollyleaf broke off as 3 cats emerged from a clump of bracken on the other side of the border. Hazeltail was only a couple of tail lengths away. Startled, she halted, her ears flicking up in surprise. Relief surged through Hollyleaf as she recognized the newcomers, Ivatail, Snackatail, and his apprentice, Scorchpaw. All 3 of them had fought on ThunderClan's side in the battle. Hollyleaf could still see gashes along Ivatail's side, and Scorchpaw ear was torn. They surely would be angry with Hazeltail for coming right up to the border. "Hi," she mewed as she bounded up to stand beside Hazeltail. "How the prey running in Shadow Clan?" "Keep back." Ivatail spat. "You no right to come into Shadow Clan territory just because we helped you in the battle DOES and make us allies." "Typical ThunderClan," Snackatail added, his voice a low snarl. "Thinking every clan is their friend." "And what wrong with that?" Hollyleaf demanded, stung by their hostility. No cat answered her question. Instead, Ivatail stalked up to the border until she was nose to nose with Hazeltail. "What do you think you doing, this close to the border?" "I was tracking a squirrel." Hazeltail sounded bewildered. "But prey stealing," Snackatail interrupted, the fur on his shoulders fluffing up in anger and his striped tail lashing. "We were not." Hollyleaf mewed indignantly. "We still on ThunderClan territory, in case you hadn't noticed." Hazeltail has and crossed your border. "Only because we turned up in time to stop her," Snackatail growled. Rustling sounded from the undergrowth behind Hollyleaf. She whipped around to see Brambleclaw and Sandstorm approaching, with Birchfall just behind. "Thanks Star Clan," she murmured. Brambleclaw padded forward until he stood beside Hollyleaf and Hazeltail. "Greetings," he mewed, dipping his head to the 3 Shadow Clan cats. "What going on here?" "We had to stop these warriors of yours," the Shadow Clan cat explained. "Another couple of heartbeats and they would have crossed our border." "That not true?" Hollyleaf exclaimed hotly. "I was tracking a squirrel." Hazeltail faced the ThunderClan deputy with an apologetic look in her eyes. "I did forget where I was for a moment, but Hollyleaf warned me, and then the Shadow Clan patrol appeared. I promise, I never set paw over the border." Brambleclaw nodded. "You as close to the border on your side as we are on ours," he pointed out to the Shadow Clan cats. "But no cat is accusing you of trying to cross." "We a border patrol." Snackatail flashed back at him. "And it just as well we came along when we did." "No cat can trust ThunderClan," Scorchpaw added, padding up beside his mentor. Birchfall let out a hiss of fury. Thrusting his way through the long grass he halted beside the ThunderClan deputy. "Brambleclaw, are you going to stand there and let an apprentice insult our clan when we haven't even done anything?" Sandstorm flicked a shoulder with her tail. "That enough, Birchfall. Let Brambleclaw handle this." The younger warrior let out a snort of disgust. He said nothing more, but stood glaring at the Shadow Clan patrol. "Birchfall right," Hollyleaf protested. "These cats are just trying to make trouble. We haven't broken the warrior code." "Oh, the precious warrior code." Ivatail's voice was full of scorn. "You think it the answer to everything, but you wrong. The warrior code didn't stop the sun from vanishing, did it?" "Right." Snackatail supported his clanmate. "Maybe it's time the clans stopped being so obsessed with dead cats, and started looking for other answers instead." Hollyleaf stared at them in dismay. She knew that these thoughts came from Soul. Was this what the strange cat had wanted all along, to destroy the warrior code from inside the clans? He meant to start with us. Hollyleaf remembered how friendly and helpful Soul had seemed, but maybe Shadow Clan had been an easier prospect. Hollyleaf Could imagined Firestar abandoning his beliefs as easily as Blackstar. I have to save Shadow Clan. In her desperation, Hollyleaf was scarcely aware of the cats around her any longer. They can turn their backs on Star Clan and the Warrior Code. There have to be 4 clans. Hollyleaf, calm down, Brambleclaw murmured beside her. Hollyleaf realized that her pelt was fluffed out and her claws were digging into the damp earth. The 3 Shadow Clan cats were staring at her, fur bristling as if they expected her to leap on them. Taking a deep breath, she sheathed her claws and tried to make her fur lie flat again. Okay, she muttered to her father. This is Soul talking, isn't it? Birchfall jeered, taking a pace forward so that he stood right on the border. You all crazier than a fox in a fit. It mouse-brained to listen to a cat that no clan cat has ever met before. We listen because Soul talks sense, Snackatail retorted, stepping forward until he faced Birchfall. He knows what to do to give Shadow Clan a better life for the future. Maybe if Thunder Clan listened they would be able to fight their own battles. Maybe that's why the sun vanished, to tell us that the time of the clans is over, and cats have to work out how to live on their own. If Thunder Clan is too cowardly to face that, with a screech of fury, Birchfall leaped on Snackatail. The 2 cats rolled over in a spreading knot of fur. Scorchpaw jumped on top of them, clawing at Birchfall's shoulder. Hazeltail launched himself onto the apprentice, trying to thrust him away from Birchfall. Birchfall, Hazeltail, get back here now. Sandstorm took a pace forward, only to find her way blocked by Ivatail. Can your young warriors fight their own battles? The Shadow Clan warrior sneered. A battle they started? She unsheathed her claws and drew back her lips in a snarl. Brambleclaw bounded forward to stand at Sandstorm's side. No, this battle was provoked by Shadow Clan. Another yell split the air from the fighting cats. Hollyleaf cringed at the sound of ripping fur, as if the claws were raking her own pelt. Stop! She screeched. What are you doing? To her surprise, the battling cats fell apart, panting. At once Brambleclaw stepped forward and thrust Birchfall and Hazeltail back across the border onto their own territory. There'd been enough fighting, he mewed. Come on, Thunder Clan. As they started to leave, he paused and looked back over his shoulder at the Shadow Clan patrol. You can believe what you want, so long as you stay on your own side of the border. We weren't the ones who crossed it in the first place, Ivatail hissed. Brambleclaw turned his back on her and bounded ahead to lead the patrol away. Are you okay? Hollyleaf murmured to Hazeltail. Her clanmate was blundering through the woods, stumbling over branches and letting trailing brambles rake her pelt. A little dizzy, Hazeltail confessed. I hit my head on a branch when I was trying to pull Scorchpaw off Birchfall. Here, I'll guide you. Hollyleaf rested her tail on Hazeltail's shoulder. We'll let Leafpool take a look at you when we get back to camp. Birchfall was lucky that you did help him, she added. He would have gotten even worse clawing without you. The young Thunder Clan warrior was limping along with blood oozing from a gash on his shoulder. When the patrol paused by the bramble thicket to collect Sandstorm Thrush and their other prey, he sat down and began to wash the wound with vigorous strokes of his tongue. Birchfall, you asked for that. Brambleclaw paused in digging up his vole. Shadow Clan shouldn't have accused us of trying to cross the border, but you put us in the wrong when you started the fight. Warriors should know how to control themselves. Sorry, Birchfall mumbled. So you should be. When the patrol set off again, Brambleclaw and Sandstorm remained grimly silent. Birchfall padded after them with his head down. Hazeltail was beginning to recover. Thanks, Hollyleaf, she mewed, shaking off her friend Tail. I can manage now. Don, you think Brambleclaw was hard on Birchfall? She went on. Shadow Clan was asking for a fight. That does and mean we were right to give them one, Hollyleaf replied absently. She was finding it hard to pay attention to anything. Horror gripped her like an extra pelt, thick enough to choke her. Shadow Clan believed that Soul held the answers to a better future, but they were wrong. He'll destroy the clans, she thought, terror freezing her limbs until she could barely set one paw in front of another. Somehow, we have to find a way to stop him. See Hapter. J-Paw slid into the nursery with a bunch of catnip clamped in his jaws. The sharp scent of the herbs didn't disguise the warm, milky scent of the nursing queens. or the underlying sourness that made J-Paw fur prickle uneasily. Daisy's sleepy voice greeted him. "Hi, J-Paw." "Hi, Daisy," J-Paw mumbled around a mouthful of herbs. "Hey, Millie." Millie's only reply was a cough. J-Paw padded over to her, across the thick layer of moss and bracken that covered the nursery floor, and dropped the herbs beside her. "Leafpool sent you those." "Thanks, J-Paw." Millie's voice was hoarse. "Will you take a look at Briarkit? Her pelt feels really hot." J-Paw nuzzled among the kits, who were sleeping pressed up close to their mother belly, until he identified Briarkit by her scent. The little kit was restless, letting out faint mews in her sleep and shifting about in the moss as if she could and get comfortable. J-Paw sniffed her all over, catching a whiff of the same sour scent that came from Millie. Her pelt was hot, just as Millie said, and her nose was dry. Briarkit might have caught her mother cough. He thought worriedly. Aloud he said, "I'll get Leafpool to send her some borage leaves for the fever. I'm sure she'll be fine." "I hope I sound more confident than I feel," he added to himself. As he listened to Millie chewing up the catmint, J-Paw wondered whether it would be better to move her and Briarkit out of the nursery, so that the infection wouldn't spread any further. It would be easier to look after them in Leafpool Den, but then Millie wouldn't be able to feed Blossomkit and Bumblecit. He could sense sharp pangs of anxiety coming from Daisy, the fear that Rosykit and Toadkit would start coughing, too. There was nothing J-Paw could say to reassure her. His claws worked impatiently in the mossy bedding. "If I got the power of the stars in my paws, why can I cure a cough?" The nursery felt hot and stifling, cramped with all 5 kits and the 2 mothers in there. J-Paw was eager to be out in the open again, but he needed to wait and see if the catmint had helped Millie at all. He heard a scuffling from Daisy's direction, and Toadkit voice. "I a Wind Clan warrior, and I coming to get you. I'll get you first." Rosykit mewed back. The 2 kits started to wrestle. One flailing paw hit J-Paw on the shoulder. "That enough?" Daisy scolded. "If you want to play, go outside." The 2 kits bundled past J-Paw and he heard their excited mews dying away as they dashed out into the clearing. The long-furred she-cat sighed. "Sometimes I can wait for them to be apprenticed." "It won't be long now," J-Paw mewed. "They strong kits." Daisy sighed again. J-Paw could still sense that she was worrying, but she didn't try to put her fears into words. "My throat feels better now," Millie announced, swallowing the last of the herbs. "Thanks, J-Paw." Another loud bout of coughing interrupted her. J-Paw flinched as a ball of sticky spread caught him on the ear. "I'll go and talk to Leafpool," he mewed hurriedly, backing toward the entrance to the den. On his way out he clawed up a pawful of moss and rolled over on it to clean his ear. "I wonder what happens if a medicine cat gets sick. Who looks after the clan then?" Shrugging, he headed across the clearing toward the den he shared with Leafpool. As he brushed past the bramble screen, J-Paw picked up the scents of other cats as well as Leafpool. Sniffing, he distinguished Birchfall and Hazeltail. There was a tang of blood in the air. "Who hurt?" he demanded, his neck fur rising at the thought of another battle. "Birchfall has a wounded shoulder," Leafpool explained. "Picking a fight with Shadow Clan cats, by the sound of it." "They picked a fight with us," Birchfall protested. "And whose claws came out first?" "The Thunder Clan medicine cat retorted. "Brambleclaw told me all about it." "You lucky it no worse." "The cobweb should stop the bleeding," she went on, "but come back if it starts again. And I want to see you tomorrow in any case, to make sure the gash is healing well." "Okay." Birchfall sounded disgruntled, then added, "Thanks, Leafpool." "You too, Hazeltail," Leafpool continued. "If the dizziness comes back, I want you in here straight away. Now both of you take these poppy seeds and go and have a good sleep in the warrior's den. No more duties until tomorrow." Hazeltail and Birchfall brushed past J-Paw on their way out of the den. As their scents faded, Leafpool asked, "How Millie?" "She says her throat feels better," J-Paw replied, "but she's still coughing. And Briarkit is feverish. I think she might have caught the cough too." "Oh, no." J-Paw picked up Leafpool's sudden spurt of anxiety. "I'll go over there and take a look," she mewed. "And then I'll have to go into the forest. We low on borage leaves for fevers." "Can you check the elders?" J-Paw stifled a groan. "Sure." He would much rather go out into the forest. He could find Borge by scent just as well as Leafpool could by sight. I worried Mousifer might still be stiff after scrambling up to the high ledge during the battle, Leafpool went on. And they all both need checking for ticks. That an apprentice job, J-Paw thought resentfully as his mentor patted past him on her way to the nursery. He answered himself, so that what you are, an apprentice. Get on with it. He had been proud of his littermates when Firestar had made them warriors, but J-Paw had no idea when Leafpool would give him his name as a full medicine cat, and he would walk in her shadow until she died. He didn't want her to die, and yet can I have anything for myself? How long before the prophecy is fulfilled? Trying to banish the thoughts clawing at his belly, he found a twig and collected a ball of moss soaked in mouse bile from the cave where Leafpool kept her supplies. Wrinkling his nose against the acrid smell, he stalked across the clearing to the elder's den under the hazel bush. Hi, J-Paw, Longtail mewed drowsily as he approached. J-Paw was surprised that the blind elder could pick out his scent even with the tang of mouse bile in the air. "It's good to see you," Mousifer added. "I got a tick on my shoulder that feels as big as a blackberry." "Let me look," J-Paw mumbled around the twig. At least Mousifer sounded in a good mood today. If she was in a bad temper she could claw with her tongue almost as harshly as Yellowfang, the former ThunderClan medicine cat whom J-Paw met in his dreams. He soon found the tick not as big as Mousifer said, but swollen enough to make her uncomfortable and dabbed mouse bile on it until it dropped off. Mousifer flexed her shoulder. "Thanks, J-Paw. That a whole lot better." J-Paw set the twig aside and began searching the skinny elder fur to see if she had picked up any more ticks. "Leafpool wondered if you were stiff after climbing to the high ledge." Mousifer snorted. "Tell young Leafpool that I may be an elder but I'm not completely helpless. Why would I be stiff after a little climb like that?" "Good," J-Paw muttered. "Now, do you want your ticks fixed?" "As if you do, keep still." "Is that how you talk to an elder?" Mousifer's voice was tired, but J-Paw could feel her amusement. She settled herself comfortably and went on, "You were at the gathering, weren't you? What happened?" "I know there was trouble, but no cat tells us anything." "Was it Wind Clan again?" "No." J-Paw hesitated. He didn't want to discuss Soul with any cat. "Well?" Mousifer snapped. "Badger got your tongue?" "Shadow Clan didn't come," J-Paw began, choosing his words carefully. "Just Blackstar. He had Soul with him." "Soul? That tricky lump of fur who told us the sun would disappear?" "Yes." J-Paw was surprised that Mousifer seemed so hostile. "You didn't like Soul, then?" "I don't trust any cat who knows things that StarClan has and told our medicine cat," Mousifer replied. "There's something wrong there, or I a rabbit." "Blackstar spoke to the gathering," J-Paw went on, relieved that Mousifer didn't know Soul had almost become his mentor for fulfilling the secret prophecy. "He said that Soul had persuaded him and Shadow Clan not to listen to StarClan anymore." "What?" J-Paw felt Mousifer's pelt begin to bristle. "But every clan cat listens to StarClan. What else are they supposed to do?" J-Paw shrugged. "Blackstar thinks living cats can look after themselves." Mousifer snorted. "No more than I expect from that flea brain." "So what did StarClan have to say about it?" "Nothing," J-Paw admitted. The moon kept on shining, bright and clear. He felt Mousifer's muscles tense under his paws. "That does and makes sense," she muttered. Though J-Paw agreed, he didn't reply, just retrieved the ball of mouse bile to deal with another tick near the old cat tail. "There, you done," he mewed when the tick plopped onto the floor. Mousifer grunted her thanks, and J-Paw turned to Longtail. The blind elder had remained silent as J-Paw passed on the news of the gathering. J-Paw could pick up mingled feelings of guilt and confusion. He guessed that Longtail was still feeling bad that he hadn't been able to fight beside his clan in the battle. There wasn't much J-Paw could say to comfort him. He was blind, too, but at least he had been able to use his medicine cat skills to help. "Keep still," he mewed, parting Longtail fur gently and making sure his claws were sheathed. "I'll soon check you for ticks." "Thanks, J-Paw." Longtail relaxed a little. "Could you check my pad, too?" he added, holding out one forepaw. "I think it got scraped on the stones when I climbed up to the high ledge." "Sure." J-Paw didn't find any ticks, and set the mouse bile on one side to run his paws over Longtail pad. There was no sign of blood, but he could feel grit embedded in the roughened skin. Bending his head, J-Paw rasped his tongue over Longtail paw until it felt smooth again. "I don't think you need any yarrow," but I'll check it again tomorrow. Keep it clean, and give it a good lick now and again. I'll do that, Longtail meowed. It feels better already. Japaw picked up the twig and squeezed his way out of the Elder's den. I wish we could sort out Soul and Shadow Clan as easily as I can sort out a scraped pad. He picked up hollow leaf scent close by. A blast of anxiety hit him, like walking into the teeth of a gale. He could almost feel his fur flattened by it. I thought you never finish. His sister exclaimed. What the matter? Japaw asked her. We got to talk. Hollow-Leaf's voice was low and tense. There was a fight on the Shadow Clan border this morning. I know, Japaw replied. So what? There are border skirmishes all the time. This was and just a border skirmish. Hollow-Leaf asked it all about Soul. He telling the Shadow Clan cats to ignore the warrior code. We already knew that, Japaw pointed out. Hollow-Leaf anxiety crackled like lightning. Look. We can talk now. We need Lion Blazer. Sandstorm and Cloudtail are waiting for me to go on another hunting patrol, so we'll meet when I get back, okay? Okay. Japaw knew that Hollow-Leaf would and give up until he agreed. Hollow-Leaf. Cloudtail's voice came from the other side of the camp. Coming. Hollow-Leaf called back. I'll catch you later, she mewed to Japaw, and bounded off. Shaking his head, half irritated and half worried by his sister's distress, Japaw padded back to his own den. Japaw was tidying the supply of yarrow when Leafpool returned from the forest with a huge bunch of borage leaves. I was lucky to find these, she mewed, dropping the stems at Japaw's paws. It's time we started stocking up, getting ready for Leaf Bear. I can go out and start collecting stuff, Japaw suggested hopefully. Anything to get out of camp in a day or two, maybe. Leafpool replied. We should go through the stores first, and check on what we need. Meanwhile, you can shred some of these leaves and chew them into pulp for Briarkit. Boring. But Japaw knew better than to object. He pushed the yarrow to the back of the cleft where they stored herbs and began tearing the borage leaves apart with his claws. He gotten through less than half the pile when he heard paw steps outside the den and caught a whiff of fresh kill. He picked up Hollow-Leaf scent, too. The hunting patrol had returned. Sorry, he mewed to Leafpool, springing to his paws. There's something I got to do. He brushed past the bramble screen and tracked his sister by her scent. He bounded forward and felt her muzzle brush his shoulder as she ran to meet him. Come on, she urged breathlessly. Lion Blaze is waiting for us behind the warrior's den. Japaw followed her, squeezing into the space where they used to play when they were kids. It's a bit more squashed in here than I remember, he muttered as he edged between his two littermates. Because we bigger, Mouse Brain, Hollow-Leaf snapped. And they extended the warrior's den, Lion Blaze added. There's still not enough room in there, though. I kind of envy Foxpaw and Icepaw. Now they got the apprentice's den all to themselves. Not for long, Japaw replied. Rosecat and Toadcat will be in there pretty soon. He winced as Hollow-Leaf stuck her paw into his side. Hey, watch it. There are thorns stuck between my toes and I can reach it, Hollow-Leaf explained. Okay. Japaw felt around his sister's paw until he located the thorn, digging in deep between the beds of her claws. Hollow-Leaf, tell us what's on your mind, Lion Blaze suggested. Japaw could feel his impatience like a cloud of stinging flies. We can stay stuck behind here all day. I worried about what Soul is teaching the Shadow Clan cats, Hollow-Leaf began. Yveltal said he told them not to listen to Star Clan anymore. Japaw drew back from Hollow-Leaf's paw with a thorn gripped between his teeth. He spat it out. We heard that at the gathering, he pointed out. Is it such a bad thing? What? Hollow-Leaf sounded outraged. I don't mean about ignoring Star Clan, but it's good for cats to question things instead of just accepting them. There are some things you just don't question. Hollow-Leaf spoke with utter certainty. Soul does and think we should follow the warrior code. And without that, what are we? Just a band of rogues. This still isn't anything new, Lion Blaze mewed. Why are you getting so upset? What new is that now we know the whole of Shadow Clan is agreeing with Soul, not just Black Star? Honestly, are you both mouse-brained? Do you want a clan on our borders who does and follow the warrior code? What to stop them from crossing the border and stealing our prey? Or maybe even raiding our camp and stealing our kits? I like to see them try, Lion Blaze growled. Squashed up against him, J-Paw could feel his brother muscles flex as he extended his claws and dug them into the ground. The clans will be destroyed if we don't stick together and believe in the same things, Hollyleaf went on, her anger rising. We have to do something. I like to tear that mange-ridden rogue apart. Lionblaze's irritation was deepening into anger as fierce as his sister. J-Paw struggled not to feel overwhelmed by the force of their fury surging over him from both sides. Soul promised to help us with the prophecy, and then he left us and went to Shadow Clan. After a heartbeat pause, Lionblaze added, "Do you think there a prophecy about Shadow Clan, too?" "I sure there isn," J-Paw meowed. "We are the three." "I know we are." He hoped that neither of his littermates would ask him how he could be so sure. He could and imagined how he would tell them about his dreams in the mountains when he had visited the tribe of endless hunting. "I still think Soul knows more about the prophecy than he telling us," he went on. "And if he won't come to us, then we'll have to cross the border and find him." "Trespass in Shadow Clan territory?" Hollyleaf shock struck J-Paw like a blow. "We can do that. We'd be breaking the warrior code." "That's just what I was saying," J-Paw meowed. "Sure, we can do without the warrior code, but there are times when it's right to break it." "Great Star Clan," he went on, as he sensed that his sister was rejecting his idea. "When we were kids, didn't we hear stories about how Firestar sometimes broke the warrior code if he thought it was right? We can do anything about the prophecy until we know whatever Soul knows." Whether he right or not about Star Clan, he knew the sun was going to disappear, and Star Clan didn't. "And we not going to learn anything from him by staying here." "I up for it," Lionblaze snarled. "I'll make Soul tell us the answers." "Hollyleaf, you don't have to come if you don't want to." Hollyleaf's shock was fading into uncertainty. "No, we in this together." "Besides," she went on, more determined, "maybe the prophecy means that we the only cats who have the power to save Shadow Clan." J-Paw didn't say anything. If the only way Hollyleaf could bring herself to trespass was by thinking she was doing it for Shadow Clan's sake, he let her go on thinking that. But he and Lionblaze were doing this for the three of them, to find out what the prophecy really meant and how they could achieve the power they had been promised. "J-Paw, are you there?" J-Paw ears flicked at the sound of Lionblaze calling softly from the other side of the bramble screen. He listened a moment longer, until he picked up regular breathing that told him Leafpool was soundly asleep. Then he climbed out of his nest and slid out of his den into the clearing. The scents of Lionblaze and Hollyleaf wreathed around him. "Follow closely," Lionblaze whispered. "The moon is shining and we have to keep to the shadows. Cloudtail is on guard at the entrance." "We going to sneak out through the dirt place tunnel," Hollyleaf added. "Oh, great." J-Paw wrinkled his nose. "You can crawl out underneath the brambles if you rather," Lionblaze muttered. "Come on." J-Paw pale prickled as he crept after his brother around the edge of the stone hollow. But when he felt the tunnel walls closing around him, the thorns snagging his pelt, there had been no yowl from Cloudtail. He relaxed slightly when he emerged from the other end and picked his way across the dirt place. As they headed into the forest, he tried sniffing out clumps of herbs and brushing through them to get rid of the nasty smell. The forest was silent except for the gentle rustling of leaves and the occasional scuttling of prey in the undergrowth. "We need to keep together, and keep quiet," Lionblaze murmured. "There might be Thunder Clan cats out for some night hunting, and we don't want any cat asking questions." "Okay," Hollyleaf replied. J-Paw could tell she was scared, not by the thought of a fight with Shadow Clan warriors, but because she didn't want to be caught breaking the warrior code. "I wish she'd lighten up. If we got the power of the stars in our paws, we more powerful than the code, right?" Lionblaze led them to the stream that marked part of the border. "Keep right behind me," he instructed J-Paw. "It not deep." J-Paw bristled. "I fine, thanks," he muttered. He didn't want any cat to know how scared he was of water, even after teaching Cinderheart to swim. His belly churned when he felt the water lapping around his paws, then rising up his legs as he waded deeper. But before the water lapped his belly fur he felt it sink again, and soon he was scrambling out onto the bank in Shadow Clan territory, the reek of Shadow Clan scent all around him. "We should roll in their scent marks," Hollyleaf suggested. "That way we'll disguise our Thunder Clan scent." "Wonderful," J-Paw grumbled, even though his sister's idea was a good one. "The dirt place, and now Shadow Clan. I wouldn't be able to lick my fur for a moon." Thoroughly covered in Shadow Clan scent, the three cats headed deeper into the rival clan territory. J-Paw ears were pricked for the sound of approaching patrols, His jaws parted to pick up the stronger scent that would warn him of approaching warriors. But the forest was eerily silent. "Where are they all?" Hollow-Leaf whispered. It was unusual for no cats to be out at night, not even a few hunters, especially when there was a bright moon. No cat answered her. They went on until J-Paw felt the fallen leaves under his pads give way to sharp pine needles. "We must be getting close to the camp," he whispered. Lion Blaze took the lead again, guiding J-Paw in short dashes. J-Paw understood that they were flitting from shadow to shadow. At last he could taste an overwhelming surge of Shadow Clan scent from somewhere ahead. The ground under Paw began to rise, and became broken up, with rocks poking out of the pine needle covering. Soon J-Paw felt Lion Blaze's tail barring his way. "Keep down!" his brother hissed. "Then creep forward about a tail length." J-Paw did as he was told, feeling the prickle of thorns raking the fur on his back. Sniffing, he caught the scent of gorse, and realized they must be hiding under a bush. His littermates' pelts were pressed against his, one on either side. "What can you see?" he demanded. "We looking down into the camp." "Soul is there," Hollow-Leaf breathed into his ear. "Standing on top of a rock. The whole clan is listening to him, even the kits. I can see Black Star, and Rusetfer, and oh, their tawny pelt." "Shut up!" Lion Blaze growled. "I want to hear what Soul's saying." J-Paw flicked his ears forward. He could already make out Soul's voice rising from the hollow, and as the others fell silent he heard what the loner was saying. "No cat should just accept what has gone before," Soul meowed, his voice ringing above the faint sounds of the forest. "Star Clan time is over. These cats are dead, and their spirits have no power over you." J-Paw suppressed a shiver. No cat who had met with Star Clan at the Moonpool would agree that Star Clan had no power. "We will have more power," he thought. "But we the three in the prophecy. Ordinary cats should still look to Star Clan, i.e. shared tongues with Star Clan." J-Paw recognized the voice of Little Cloud, the Shadow Clan medicine cat. He sounded worried. "I can believe that our warrior ancestors are powerless. Or has everything I experienced been a lie?" "Star Clan is good at deceiving," Soul replied smoothly. "Ask yourselves, did they warn you that the sun would vanish? No. That means either they didn't know about it, or they don't care about you enough to warn you. Why should any cat go on trusting them?" Murmurs of agreement rose up to where the three Thunder Clan cats were hiding. Little Cloud didn't protest again. "When the sun vanished, everything you believe in changed," Soul continued. His voice was so powerful and persuasive that J-Paw could understand how ordinary cats would be influenced by him. "What you must ask yourselves is what should you do about it? Where will you find your answers now?" "In ourselves." Black Star spoke, a deeper, rougher voice than Soul. "What this cat says is true," he added, addressing his clan. "Star Clan led us to live beside this lake, and I always had my doubts that it was the right decision. There are too many Twilights, for a start. And too much has gone wrong," Cedarheart growled. "The two Katipits in the Twi'lek nest arguments about borders," Toadfoot put in. "Hang on a moment." J-Paw stiffened as he heard Tawny Pelt speak up. "Things went wrong in the old forest, too. You can expect life to be all mice and moonlight. That just goes to prove what Soul is saying." Black Star voice was harsh. "Star Clan could and help us there. Either they could and even stop the Twi'leks from driving us out." "What does Black Star mean?" Lion Blaze whispered, pressing closer to J-Paw. "Does he want to lead Shadow Clan away from the lake? He must have bees in his brain. One clan alone, and Leaf Bear not far off." "He can." Hollow-Leaf voice shook. "There have to be 4 clans. SHHH." J-Paw hissed, trying to concentrate on what was happening in the hollow. But before he could hear any more, jagged lines of silver flashed across his vision. He seemed to be looking down a long forest path. Moonlight silvered the forest floor, barred with black where the shadows of trees lay across it. Lumbering toward him was a badger, the white stripe down its face glowing like a silver flame. J-Paw had barely caught his breath with shock when the creature was gone, and the familiar night of his blindness swallowed up his vision. "What the matter?" Lion Blaze murmured. J-Paw realized that all the muscles in his body were tense. He was crouching with his claws dug into the earth and every hair on his pelt bristling. "I saw a badger." J-Paw remembered just in time to keep his voice low. "You saw?" Hollow-Leaf sounded bewildered. "I had a vision." J-Paw was too spooked to explain in detail. "We in danger here." He heard Lion Blaze draw in a long breath, and pictured his brother with his jaws gaping, tasting the air. "There's no badger here," Lion Blaze reported. "Are you sure you saw it?" J-Paw lashed his tail. "No," he snapped. "I just making it up for fun." "What do you think, Mouse Brain?" He paused to taste the air himself, and listened for the sound of the huge, clumsy creature trampling through the undergrowth. But the forest was still and silent, except for the sound of voices coming from the Shadow Clan camp, and he couldn't pick up the slightest trace of badger scent. "It got to be a sign of something," he mewed. "I don't understand it yet, but I don't think we're safe here anymore. We should get back to the Stone Hollow as quickly as we can." "But we haven't spoken to Soul yet," Lion Blaze protested. "And we won, tonight," Hollow pointed out. "Not with all Shadow Clan listening to him." "I think J-Paw right. We should go while we have the chance." J-Paw could feel that Lion Blaze was unhappy with the decision, a sullen anger with soul churning away inside him, but his brother didn't argue and Hollow led the way down the slope away from the camp and back toward the border. J-Paw didn't lie flat again until they had waded back across the stream and were creeping through the tunnel into the Thunder Clan camp. He slipped back into his den and flopped down beside the sleeping leaf pool. "Badgers," he thought as he slid into an exhausted sleep. "Star Clan, what are you trying to tell me?" J-Paw woke with a paw prodding him sharply in the side. The sun warmed his fur, and leafpool scent swirled around him. "Wake up, J-Paw. What do you think you are, a dormouse?" J-Paw blinked drowsily. "Why, there's work to be done. I need you to check on Millie and Briarkit." "Oh, okay." J-Paw staggered to his paws, flinching at a scuffling sound outside the den until he realized it was only Icepaw and Foxpaw dashing past. He didn't feel that he had slept at all after the previous night expedition. It took an effort to pull his mind away from Soul and the Shadow Clan cats, and the terrifying vision of the badger. "What do you want me to do?" he asked. "I been across to the nursery to check on Millie and Briarkit. Millie needs more catnip, and I made a leaf wrap of borage for Briarkit. You can take them over there when?" J-Paw stopped listening and flattened himself to the ground at the sound of a throaty bark somewhere out in the forest. "J-Paw, what the matter with you?" Concern replaced leafpool irritation. "Are you ill?" He heard her sniffing as her nose touched his fur. "You smell a bit funny." J-Paw cringed inside. He didn't want to discuss his scent, in case it led to more awkward questions. "I find," he asserted, "that barking startled me, that all." "But you heard a fox bark before." "It was a long way off, and if it comes any closer the patrols will spot it." "I know." J-Paw scrambled into a sitting position, giving his chest fur an awkward lick. I had this dream last night." "No need to say where I had it." "I saw a badger. I wondered if it meant danger." "One badger on its own?" Leafpool checked. "Not a whole horde of them?" J-Paw shook his head. Leafpool sat down beside him. He could sense her uncertainty, but she didn't seem to be afraid. "I think the badger you saw might have been Midnight," she told him. "Who Midnight?" Leafpool settled herself more comfortably among the bracken stalks. "Back in the old forest, Star Clan called 4 cats, one from each clan, to make a long journey to the Sundrone place to find a badger called Midnight." J-Paw ears pricked. "Was that how they knew the clans would have to leave the forest?" "That right," Leafpool mewed. "Brambleclaw was chosen from ThunderClan, and Squirrelflight went with him. Midnight warned them that the old forest would be destroyed, and then helped all the clans to find this home beside the lake." J-Paw felt his neck fur beginning to rise. "Star Clan gave a message to a badger?" "But badgers kill cats." "Not Midnight," Leafpool assured him. "She no ordinary badger." Later, when we had settled here by the lake, a horde of hostile badgers invaded our camp and tried to kill us all and drive us out. And Midnight." She trailed off. J-Paw felt a rush of mingled emotions surge through her, fear and regret and grief. He wondered why she should feel so strongly about a battle that had been over and done with before he was born, but he was too curious about Midnight to try to make sense of what she was feeling. "What happened with the badgers?" he prompted. "We tried to fight them off." J-Paw realized that his mentor was making a great effort to keep her voice steady. "But there were too many. They would have destroyed ThunderClan if Midnight hadn't brought Wind Clan to help." "A badger helped cats, against her own kin?" "Yes." Leafpool drew in a long breath and let it out again. "There is nothing to fear from her, but she may have been trying to warn us of some other danger." "You will tell me if she comes to you again?" "Of course." Maybe Japwa knew that if the strange badger appeared again he would find out what she had to say before he decided whether to tell any cat. "Why do we have to sit around waiting for her?" he asked. "Brambleclaw knows where she lives, so why can't we go and visit her?" "It too far," Leafpaw replied firmly. She seemed calmer now that they had stopped talking about the badger's invasion. "There's a lot of tension between the clans right now, so Firestar would never spare warriors for that sort of journey, especially not Brambleclaw. He deputy now. He needed here." "What about?" Japwa stopped himself. He had been about to suggest squirrel flight, but she had only just left Leafpool Den after being so badly wounded in the battle against Wind Clan. She wasn't even back on warrior duties yet. There was no way she could make a long journey. "I guess you're right," he muttered. "So, midnight, if you want me, you'll have to come and find me." "See Hapter." A scarlet leaf spiraled lazily down from a branch above Lion Blaze's head. He sprang up, batting at it with his forepaws, then dropped to the ground again, his pelt hot with embarrassment. Had any cat seen him behaving like a kid? The dawn patrol was heading back to the stone hollow. The sun had climbed above the trees, but in the shadows the leaves and grasses were still rimmed with frost. Leaf fall was creeping over the forest, and the harsh days of Leaf Bear were not far away. Ashfur was leading the patrol. He had drawn a few fox lengths ahead with Thornclaw and Brightheart. Lion Blaze drew a breath of relief as he realized none of them had been watching him. He stood still for a couple of heartbeats, jaws parted and ears pricked for any sign of Wind Clan trespassers. But the faint traces of their scent all came from their own side of the border. Lion Blaze. Ashfur had halted, looking back over his shoulder. "Are you going to stand there until you take root?" "Coming." Lion Blaze called back, bounding forward to catch up with his former mentor. "I was just checking for Wind Clan." Ashfur gave him an approving nod. "That good, but I don't think we have anything to worry about." "We can be too careful," Lion Blaze mewed, falling in beside the older warrior as they set off again. Brightheart and Thornclaw had disappeared through the thick clumps of bracken. Lion Blaze realized he had the chance he had been waiting for, to talk to Ashfur alone. Giving him a sidelong glance, he began, "Can I ask you something?" Ashfur whiskers twitched. "Sure. I feel like I need some extra battle training. Will you work with me?" His former mentor stopped and faced him, his blue eyes stretched wide in surprise. "You're a warrior now, Lion Blaze," he reminded him, "and one of the best fighters in the clan. Do you really think you have any more to learn?" Ashfur praise warmed Lion Blaze like a ray of sunlight. Sometimes, when he was an apprentice, he had despaired of ever pleasing the Grey Warrior. "There's always something more to learn," he declared. "I want to stay as strong and fit as I can, so I'll be ready for the next battle." Ashfur blinked thoughtfully. "I'm not sure there'll be another battle. Not for a while, anyway. Wind Clan might cause more trouble. And anyway, I still need the practice," Lion Blaze insisted. He flexed his claws, ready to tear frustratedly at the grass, then stopped himself. He didn't want Ashfur to know how much this meant to him. "Please." "Okay." Ashfur still looked unconvinced, but to Lion Blaze's relief he didn't object anymore. "We could have a session now. I'll just catch up to Brightheart and tell her to report to Firestar. Beat you at the training hollow." He bounded off, leaving Lion Blaze to head to the training hollow by himself. The sunlight suddenly seemed brighter, and he relished the cool touch of the breeze in his fur and the dew on his pads. He knew that he had to keep training, to make the best use of his powers that he could, but he didn't want Tiger Star to act as his mentor anymore. Lion Blaze shivered, as if thinking of the Dark Warrior could summon him. He glanced around but there was no sign of the striped shadow and burning ember eyes. At first he had felt special, honored to be chosen by Tiger Star for extra training, and delighted to be able to beat the other apprentices with a move the Dark Warrior had shown him. But in the last few moons Tiger Star had changed, showing a hostile side and trying to control Lion Blaze. Or maybe he and changed. Maybe I just seeing what Tiger Star has been like all along. He remembered Ferncloud scolding Foxkit in a second before they became apprentices, "If you don't behave, Tiger Star will come and get you." The two kids had squeaked in terror, and burrowed close to their mother belly. Was I completely mouse-brained? Lion Blaze wondered. Did I think he was helping me when all the time he was using me? If he practiced with Ashfur, he wouldn't need Tiger Star anymore. And if Tiger Star kept visiting him, He would be strong enough to fight him off. Maybe he'll leave me alone if I can prove I a good enough warrior without him. The training hollow was empty this early in the day, with a few wisps of mist still clinging to the grass. Lion Blaze padded into the center and began practicing his battle moves, leaping and twisting in the air, imagining how he would land on Tiger Star's broad shoulders and dig his claws into the dark tabby pelt. Pretty good. Ashfur's voice came from the other side of the hollow. Thanks, Lion Blaze panted. He was turning to face his former mentor when Ashfur crashed into his side, knocking him off his paws. Furious that he hadn't been ready, Lion Blaze let out a screech. He battered at Ashfur with his hind paws, while Ashfur tried to sink his teeth into his neck fur. The Grey Warrior heavier weight pinned Lion Blaze down, driving all the breath out of him. Still want to fight? Ashfur taunted him. With a tremendous effort, Lion Blaze rolled over, thrusting Ashfur away. He scrambled to his paws, breathing heavily, and sprang on top of Ashfur before his opponent could recover. He gave the Grey Warrior 2 quick blows from his forepaws, then tried to leap away. But Ashfur was too quick for him. Flashing out a paw, he hooked Lion Blaze's hind legs from under him, and the two cats wrestled together on the ground. Lion Blaze's ear stung as Ashfur cuffed him. He pummeled his opponent with his forepaws, finding it hard to keep his claws sheathed as the red haze of battle threatened to engulf him. Stop! Lion Blaze hardly heard the yell, but Ashfur rolled off him right away and sprang to his paws. Lion Blaze was left scrabbling on the ground, shaking his head to clear it. What in Star Clan name are you doing? Now Lion Blaze recognized Firestar's voice. He struggled to stand, blinking grit from his eyes, and spotted Firestar on the edge of the hollow with Whitewing, Icepaw, and Birchfall just behind him. The Thunder Clan leader eyes flashed green fire. Warriors fighting? Why? He demanded. Ashfur shook scraps of debris out of his fur. It was just a practice bout, Firestar. But Lion Blaze is a warrior now, Firestar pointed out. Not your apprentice any longer. It was my idea, Firestar, Lion Blaze mewed. I asked Ashfur to practice with me. We were just trying to. I don't want to listen to excuses. Firestar's voice was cold. What I saw just now was far more vicious than a practice bout. At a time like this, with trouble on both sides of our territory, we can afford to have warriors injured. And with Leaf Bear coming on, Leafpool can afford to waste her herbs on unnecessary wounds. Are you both mouse-brained? I sorry, Firestar. Lion Blaze hung his head. It's my fault. Don't blame Ashfur. But how are we supposed to fight well if we aren't allowed to practice? Ashfur is an experienced warrior. He should have more sense, Firestar retorted with a flick of his tail. Then he relaxed slightly. I know you keen, Lion Blaze, and that good, but try to think ahead, will you? This is a good time to be taking risks. His pelt crackling with shame and frustration, Lion Blaze muttered agreement. Whitewing, Birchfall, and Icepaw are going hunting, Firestar continued. You had better go with them, Lion Blaze. Work off some of that energy on prey instead of another warrior. Ashfur, come with me. With a flick of his tail, he padded out of the glade, followed by the Grey Warrior. We thought we'd try down by the lake, Whitewing mewed to Lion Blaze. Whatever. Lion Blaze let Birchfall and Whitewing take the lead. They padded close together through the undergrowth, with Icepaw bouncing excitedly at the back. The heat of battle was still pulsing through Lion Blaze's body. He wanted to sink his claws into something. He hoped a squirrel or a rabbit would cross his path soon. He could and stifled the feeling that Firestar had been unfair. Surely this was the right time to practice fighting moves. There could be another battle any day with Wind Clan or Shadow Clan. And how was he going to fulfill the prophecy if he never had the chance to work on his skills, to be the best warrior any clan had ever seen? Lion Blaze pushed his way through the thorn tunnel, 2 mice and a vole dangling from his jaws, the scent of the prey flooding his senses. When he reached the clearing he spotted his brother and sister together outside the medicine cat's den. Hollyleaf signaled to him with her tail, so when he had dropped his fresh kill on the pile, he bounded over to them. What this I hear about you and Ashfur fighting? Hollyleaf demanded. What? Lion Blaze gaped at her. How did you know? Japaw twitched his ears. News runs through this camp faster than a rabbit. Don't you know that yet? Barinos told me. Hollyleaf sounded defensive. He heard you when he was out with a hunting patrol. He said you sounded really vicious. Barinos. Lion Blaze spat with a single lash of his tail. And he got anything better to do than gossip about other warriors? Anyway, Is it true? Hollyleaf persisted. What were you fighting about? Lion Blaze felt his neck fur rising. His claws slid out and his muscles tensed. He wanted a real enemy to fight, not just gossip and unnecessary questions. We weren't fighting, he snapped. We were training. Just leave it, will you? I already had Firestar clawing my ears over it, and I think he wrong. I need more practice. How can I defend my clan if I forget what to do? By the time he had finished speaking he was spitting out the words, his claws raking the ground in frustration. After a heartbeat, Hollyleaf took a pace toward him and gently laid the tip of her tail on his shoulder. Lion Blaze shivered, trying to push down the surge of fury that had nearly spilled over. You won't lose your fighting skills, Hollyleaf mewed. Don't you see that the special power the prophecy gave you, to fight better than any other warrior in the clans? You don't understand, Lion Blaze muttered. It does and feel like that. It feels like I have to keep practicing. Well, you better not let Firestar catch you again. Cats are already starting to talk, Hollyleaf warned. We can let the rest of the clan know about the prophecy, not until we're sure what it means. I'll do my best, Lion Blaze promised, letting his shoulders sag. I won't get into any fights with other warriors. At least, not where Firestar can hear us. Thick darkness surrounded Lion Blaze. The shrieks of battling cats echoed in his ears. He could taste the reek of blood and felt it clogging his paws and plastered in his pelt. His chest heaved as though he had been fighting all night. A gleam of moonlight pierced the clouds that churned across the sky. A single ray shed pale light on the ground at his paws. Lion Blaze caught his breath in horror as he made out the body of Heather splayed out on the mud in front of him. A gash ran down her body from her neck to her tail. Her light tabby fur was soaked with blood, black in the silver light. Her lips were drawn back in a frozen snarl and her blue eyes stared sightlessly at the sky. No, no, he whimpered. He started at the touch of a tail on his shoulder and whirled around to face Tigerstar's intense amber gaze. Well done, the huge tabby purred. That was a battle well fought. But this isn't what I wanted. Lion Blaze protested. Isn't? There was the hint of a growl in Tigerstar's voice, and his eyes blazed. Remember how she betrayed you? She nearly destroyed your whole clan by telling Wine Clan about the tunnels. But Lion Blaze reached out a paw and laid it gently on Heather's flank. Her fur was cold. She didn't deserve to die like this, he murmured. All traitors deserve to die. The fire in Tigerstar's eyes flared up until Lion Blaze was smothered in it. He let out a yowl of terror, expecting to feel his fur being scorched. His paws thrashed on the blood-soaked ground, but he couldn't move. Another cat thrust a paw into his shoulder from behind. Lion Blaze turned and unsheathed his claws, ready to spring on his enemy. Dustpelt stood in front of him, his gaze glittering with annoyance. Sunlight was pouring through the branches of the warrior's den. Great Star Clan, I thought Wine Clan was invading, he snapped. Do you have to make such a racket? Sorry, Lion Blaze muttered. The moss and bracken from his nest was scattered from his thrashing around, and several other cats were looking up drowsily to see what the noise was about. I should think so. Dustpelt turned away and went to curl up beside Fern Cloud again. Lion Blaze was still shaking from his dream, his blood pounding with the heat of battle. He rose to his paws and pushed his way out of the den. Sandstorm and Spiderleg, over by the fresh kill pile, turned to look at him curiously. The vision of Heather's broken body hovered in Lion Blaze's mind, clearer than the clearing in front of him. Is that what I'm becoming? A cat who slaughters? A cat like Tigerstar? He wished he had never heard of the prophecy, and could be just an ordinary warrior with the same fighting skills as all his clanmates. But the words of the prophecy had been spoken, and Lion Blaze knew there was no escape from the destiny it would bring down upon him and his littermates. See Hapter. Japwa turned away from counting poppy heads when he heard Leafball brushing past the bramble screen into the den. Briarkit's scent mingled with hers, and he heard a feeble cough from the young kid dangling from the medicine cat jaws. Briarkit worse? He asked anxiously. Leafball set the kit down in a nest of bracken. Japwa heard the stems rustling as Briarkit tried to make herself comfortable. It what I was afraid of, Leafball meowed. Briarkit has caught Millie cough, and Millie no better. I like to move her in here, too, but I don't think Daisy could cope with feeding Bumblecit and Blossomkit as well as her own. And we no room for all of them in here. Japwa felt steady waves of anxiety coming from his mentor like the surge of waves on the lake shore. Why are you so worried? It only white cough. Leafpool sighed. It could easily turn into green cough, especially with the cold weather coming. Lowering her voice in case Briarkit was listening, she went on, there are several kits in the clan, and Mousefur is very frail. We could end up losing cats. She slid beside Jpaw into the storage cave. We almost out of catmint, she murmured. They're enough for Briarkit now, and another dose for Millie, and that all. I'll go and fetch some more, Jpaw offered instantly. That would be a big help, Leafpool mewed. Take another cat with you, no, not because I think you can manage on your own, she added as if she knew he would start bristling. Two of you can carry twice as many stems. Okay. Shall I take the other catman to Millie first? No, I'll do that. The sooner you go, the sooner you'll be back with fresh supplies. When Jpaw emerged into the clearing, the first cat he located was Poppy Frost, crouched by the fresh kill pile. He hurried over to her. Are you busy? Poppy Frost gulped down a mouthful of oil. Not very, she replied. Brightheart suggested I might help clear the bedding out of the warrior's den. There's so much of it now, and it a hard job when there are only 2 apprentices. But to be honest, I wouldn't mind an excuse not to do it. She swallowed the last of the prey and rose to her paws. What do you want me to do? Jpaw explained about Briarkit and the need to fetch more catmint. Poor little scrap, Poppy Frost mewed sympathetically. Of course I'll help. Let go. She bounded across the clearing to the tunnel, leaving Jpaw to follow. Once through the tunnel he caught up to her, and they headed for the abandoned twi'lek nest. Jpaw felt his paws prickle at the memory of the battle. Though the sense of blood and fear had faded, the screeches of fighting cats still echoed in his head. He steered Poppy Frost away from the tunnel where the Wind Clan cats had invaded Thunder Clan territory. He didn't want to think about what it meant if there was another entrance into the underground caves where he had first met Rock. He began sniffing for catmint as they approached the twi'lek nest, but instead of the sharp, clean scent of the herb all he could pick up was a musty smell. Oh, no. Poppy Frost halted abruptly. What the matter? The catmint. Oh, Jpaw, it almost all gone. Gone? It can be. Poppy Frost bounded forward and Jpaw followed. He felt soft, thick grass under his paws, then a strip of churned soil where the twi'leks had once grown plants. The musty smell was all around him now, mingled with the occasional hint of fresh leaves. What can you see? He demanded. It all squashed, Poppy Frost replied, her voice filled with distress. The stems are broken down, all black and rotten. Jpaw felt a dark space of fear open up inside him. That won't help the sick cats. I know. It must have happened in the battle. Jpaw lashed his tail. I bet Wind Clan and River Clan did this deliberately. Surely no cat would be that cruel. Poppy Frost mewed. Jpaw worked his claws furiously into the earth and felt torn stems beneath his claws. We'll have to tell Firestar. They can get away with this. No, wait. Jpaw had been ready to dash back to camp, but Poppy Frost stopped him with her tail across his chest. Cats were fighting all around here. The catman probably just got trampled. Jpaw grunted. She might be right, but that didn't stop him from being suspicious. Still, it was more important to see if he could find any fresh catmint for Briarkit and Millie. Reporting to Firestar could wait. Tasting the air carefully, he managed to identify a few new shoots of catmint poking through the ground, but they were very small, and there weren't many of them. He began to bite carefully through each stem. Poppy Frost was moving around close by, rustling among the leaves. Pulling all the broken stems away, she explained. That way the new ones will have room to grow. Good idea, Jpaw mewed. I'll help you pick any of the new stems you come across, and put them with mine. He began clawing away the dying stems and the fallen leaves that clogged up the new growth. He imagined the sun warming the battered plants, encouraging them to shoot up again. But soon it would be leaf bare, when nothing grew. Could they wait until new leaf for fresh catmint? At last there was nothing more they could do. Jpaw and Poppy Frost divided their gleanings between them, though one cat could easily have carried all they had managed to find. Then they headed back to camp. What happened? Leafpool's voice, sharp with worry, greeted Jpaw as soon as he rounded the bramble screen. What took so long? Why haven't you brought back more than that? Jpaw dropped the herbs at her paws. This is all there is. What? Poppy Frost padded up beside him and added her stems to the pile. Quietly she explained what they had found near the twi'lek nest. This is terrible. Leafpool exclaimed. That the only catmint I know of in our territory. Then you got to give it all to Briarkit. J-Paw hardly recognized the cat who had spoken, the voice was so harsh. Then he detected Millie said, and guessed that she had come to be with her kit. I'll be fine, Leafpool, honestly. She broke off in a bout of coughing. J-Paw didn't believe her. She sounded even sicker than the last time he had spoken to her, and he could sense Leafpool fear for her. I'll go and report to Firestar, Poppy Frost murmured, slipping out of the den. You not fine, Millie. Leafpool worry made her sound sharp. Look at all the stuff you coughed up. You have green cough. You'll have to stay here, where J-Paw and I can look after you. But what about Bumblecit and Blossom Kit? Millie's voice rose to a wail that ended in another spasm of hacking coughs. Daisy can manage to feed them as well as her own. I'm not arguing with you, Leafpool retorted. Daisy will have to manage. Besides, Briarkit is already ill. Do you want to give green cough to the other kids as well? Before Millie could reply, paw steps sounded at the mouth of the den, and J-Paw recognized Gray Stripe's scent. What going on? The Gray Warrior demanded. Millie, I could hear you coughing from the other side of the camp. She has green cough, Leafpool told him. No, stay where you are. She brushed past J-Paw, who pictured her blocking Gray Stripe from hurrying to his mate's side. Do you want to catch it, and spread it to every cat in the camp? There was a pause in which J-Paw picked up Gray Stripe's swirling anger and fear for Millie. All right, the Gray Warrior mewed at last. What can I do to help? Go and talk to Daisy, Leafpool replied. She'll have to feed all 4 kits in the nursery, because there's no way I letting Millie out of here. Rosekit and Toadkit are eating fresh kill, so that should help. Okay. Gray Stripe sounded relieved that there was something he could do. I'll make sure she gets enough prey and I'll fetch some for all of you, too. Just tell me if there's anything else you want. Thanks, Gray Stripe, Leafpool mewed. I love you, Millie, Gray Stripe called out to his mate. Don't worry about the kits. I'll visit them every day. Millie's only reply was an exhausted murmur. She was worn out by coughing. J-Paw heard her draw Briarkit close to her belly. Feed well, little one, she whispered. Get strong, and you'll soon be better. I could take some boards to Daisy to help her milk to come, J-Paw offered. Fine, but wait here first with Millie and Briarkit, Leafpool instructed him. I have to tell Firestar that we have green cough in the camp. She whisked out of the den. J-Paw padded to the cleft to check the supply of borage leaves. They were running low, too, but he knew where he could find more. He set aside enough leaves to take to Daisy, and set to work chewing up their pitiful supply of catnip, ready for Millie and Briarkit. We need more, but I don't know where to find it. And if these are the only 2 cats we have to treat before New Leaf, then I a mouse. By the time Leafpool returned, a cool dusk breeze stirred the brambles at the entrance to the den. A crisp half-moon floated above the hollow, its tip just clear of the tallest trees. It's time to go to the moonpool, she mewed fretfully. If only the sky would cloud over. I don't want to leave Millie and Briarkit. You don't have to go, J-Paw pointed out. You right, you need it here. I can go by myself. Oh, but Leafpool protest died away. J-Paw made himself stay still and quiet as he listened to her silence. He wanted to add that she was too tired to go. She had exhausted herself taking care of the sick cats, and if she insisted on making the journey she would probably fall off the mountain. But J-Paw knew better than to tell his mentor that. If he suggested she was incapable, Leafpool would be even more determined to prove she could do everything. Apprentices don't usually go without their mentor, Leafpool murmured, half to herself. But I can see it would matter for once. You know the way. And I have to stay with Millie and Briarkit. Yes. J-Paw stopped his paws from pushing him up into a triumphant leap. All right, Leafpool decided at last. But be careful and don't get into an argument with Willowshine. Would I? Mothwing Apprentice was and J-Paw favorite cat, but he had enough sense not to brush her fur the wrong way when he was the only cat representing ThunderClan. I'll be off, then, he mewed. Right. And J-Paw, if you happen to send any catnip I'll bring it back with me, J-Paw promised, though he knew how empty the promise was. There was nowhere else in ThunderClan territory where catnip grew. Perhaps they would need to travel farther from the lake if they were to find enough of the herb to save the sick cats. See Hapter. J-Paw slid out through the thorn tunnel and stalked into the forest. The night scents and noises seemed sharper than ever, just because he was on his own. There were no other cats to fuss over him, and if he tripped over a branch or put his paw into a hole, he could recover just fine by himself. By now the territory was familiar, especially since he had taken part in the battle. Soon he had left ThunderClan territory behind and was climbing the rocky ridge. Ahead of him he scented other cats, and identified them as Willowshine from RiverClan and Barkface from WineClan with his apprentice, Keystropa. Little Cloud was, and with them the scents quickly grew stronger, and J-Paw realized that the other medicine cats were waiting for him to catch up. He halted in front of them, dipping his head. "Greetings." "Greetings, J-Paw," Barkface meowed. "How the prey running?" He sounded awkward, and J-Paw picked up a strong sense of regret, as if the WineClan medicine cat wanted to apologize for the hostility between their clans. J-Paw dipped his head in acknowledgement of what the older cats could and say out loud. "Fine, thanks." "And where Leafpool?" Willowshine added. "She could come," J-Paw replied. "She had stuff to do." Even though medicine cats live by different rules, he didn't want to tell the other clans that ThunderClan had green cough in the camp. It made them sound weak. Surprise came from all three cats, with an edge of annoyance from Willowshine. "I had to wait until I had my name before Mothwing allowed me to come here alone," she mewed. "I bet Mothwing lets you come alone all the time now." It a wasted journey for her. J-Paw itched to make the retort, but he stopped himself. The RiverClan medicine cat didn't believe in StarClan. She could spend the night of the half moon in her den without all the trouble of the journey to the moonpool. "It does and look as if Little Cloud is coming," Barkface muttered. "I thought he at least would stay faithful to StarClan." "He trying," J-Paw wanted to tell him, but there was no way he could reveal his expedition into ShadowClan territory. Little Cloud had protested against what Soul was telling his clan, but it hadn't made any difference. ShadowClan had turned their back on their warrior ancestors, and Blackstar must have forbidden his medicine cat to come to the meeting. "Perhaps he can share tongues with StarClan from his own territory," Willowshine murmured. "And maybe StarClan will show us what to do about Soul," J-Paw suggested, though privately he didn't think it was likely. Barkface grunted agreement. "We better go on without him. We wasting moonlight." J-Paw could hear the sound of falling water and the soft pad of paw steps as he followed the others down the spiral path to the moonpool. He felt very close to rock and fallen leaves and the other ancient cats as he felt his paws slip into the hollows they had made so long ago. "I hope I get a good dream tonight," he thought. It about time. Ever since his vision in ShadowClan territory and his talk with Leafpool he had hoped to meet the strange Badger Midnight again. If she didn't come here, in this special place under the half moon, then maybe she didn't mean to come at all. The other cats were settling down at the edge of the pool. J-Paw took his place beside Barkface. Keystropa crouched on the other side of his mentor, while Willowshine found a spot farther around the rim of the water. J-Paw stretched out his neck and dipped his nose into the moonpool. Its cold touch shivered through him. Curling up, he let sleep take him. When he opened his eyes he found himself on a rough stretch of open ground. A precipice plunged down at his paws and he took a pace back, dizzy from his glimpse of the depths. Wine whined among the rocks, and J-Paw dug his claws into the gritty soil, scared that he might be blown away. Dim light illuminated the mountaintop. Peering around him, J-Paw could decide whether it was twilight or early dawn. He thought at first he was alone until something moved on top of one of the boulders, and he recognized the bald, distorted body and unseeing eyes of Rock. "You here?" J-Paw gasped. "Do you have something to tell me?" Rock shook his head. "I have brought someone who wishes to meet you." A black shape loomed up behind Rock, moving slowly into the open. J-Paw gripped even harder with his claws, and his neck fur began to bristle. He was gazing into the berry bright eyes of the Badger Midnight. He meowed, furious that he could stop his voice from quivering. "You the Badger who helped ThunderClan?" The huge creature dipped her head. The pale stripe down her head gleamed in the half-light. "Is nothing to fear, small one." "Speak with me, you will?" "Yes, I wanted to ask why you appeared to me the night we went to ShadowClan." "It was you, wasn't it?" Midnight nodded. "I went that way, find out what souls say to clans." "You know Soul?" J-Paw was astonished. "Past my den near the sea he came." He had heard of cats by the lake, and many questions he asked. "And you answered him?" Was this how Soul had known so much about the clans? "Why, Leafpool told me you were our friend." J-Paw protested. Midnight shrugged her heave-wide shoulders. "It's more than one way to be friend." "True, I give Soul knowledge, but knowledge not always bring power. It brought Soul enough power. Jaipal mewed bitterly. He already convinced one clan to give up their faith in Star Clan. Perhaps will be Star Clan tasked to restore faith of Shadow Clan. Jaipal blinked. He thought Rock had been teaching him that Star Clan didn't have that kind of power. How can they? Midnight eyes shone with black light. Faith is strong enough, it achieve anything, she assured him. That no answer. Jaipal cried, frustrated. Why did you talk to Soul and not to me? There was no reply. Midnight bulky body was fading, melting into the shadows. Her white stripe glimmered for a heartbeat longer, and she was gone. Jaipal glanced wildly around. Rock had vanished as well, and he was alone on a bleak mountaintop. He struggled to wake up, blinking in the hope of opening his eyes to darkness, but it was no use. Am I stranded here? He wondered, beginning to panic. Then he spotted two other cats approaching him across the open ground, the wind buffeting their fur. The first was a muscular tabby with one shredded ear. The cat who followed him was a small gray and white tom with a drop of moisture gleaming on his nose. The shimmer of stars at their paws was very faint. Both of them were advancing nervously, casting swift glances into the shadows as if they expected enemies to leap out at them. The tabby halted in front of Jaipal and dipped his head. Greetings, Jaipal, he mewed. My name is Rugged Star. Once I was leader of Shadow Clan. And this is Runnin' Nose, who is our medicine cat. Jaipal stared at the two of them. Leafpool had told him about Runnin' Nose, and it looked as if even in Star Clan the former medicine cat could cure his own cold. Why have you come to speak to me? For the sake of our clan, Rugged Star replied, his voice hollow with sadness. If no cat can help them, then Soul will tear them apart. They will scatter and become rogues. All their honor and pride will be gone. I have spoken to Little Cloud in dreams, Runnin' Nose added, resting his tail tip on his leader's shoulder. He keeps faith, but few cats will listen to him, and now Black Star has forbidden him to speak of Star Clan. He is not allowed to leave the camp to share tongues with us at the Moonpool. But what do you expect me to do about it? Jaipal asked, bewildered. I can go into Shadow Clan to talk to Black Star, and if I did he'd would and listen. He would send me back to Thunder Clan one piece at a time. I can tell you what to do, Rugged Star admitted. I just know my heart tells me you might be the cat to save my clan. He shared a look of despair with Runnin' Nose. Seeing it, Jaipal realized that not only had Shadow Clan rejected Star Clan, but their warrior ancestors were almost ready to give up on them, too. Anger pierced his belly like a thorn, and set his neck fur bristling again. All right, he snarled silently. If they won't do anything, I will. There must be some way to defeat Soul and restore Shadow Clan faith in their warrior ancestors. And then Soul can keep his promise and help us fulfill our prophecy. I'll try, he promised, not bothering to keep his fury and contempt out of his voice. At least I'm not sitting back and wailing like a lost kid. Thank you. Rugged Star dipped his head once more. Your warrior ancestors. His voice began to die away, as if the vision was fading. Though Jaipal could still see him and Runnin' Nose clearly. Bewildered, he glanced around and down, and froze with terror. He could see the rough surface of the rock through his own paws. Fading. His eyes snapped open on darkness. He was curled up beside the moonpool, with the gentle plash of falling water in his ears and the other medicine cats waking around him. Following Barkface, Keystropa, and Willowshine down the ridge once more, Jaipal thought about what he had seen. Midnight had told him next to nothing, except that it was she who had given Soul his knowledge about the clans. Had she told Soul that the sun would vanish, too? Jaipal would and be surprised. But Midnight hadn't said anything that would help him with the problem of Shadow Clan now. She seemed to think that Star Clan would be able to restore their faith, but Star Clan obviously wasn't going to do anything, except plead for help from a medicine cat apprentice. Jaipal paused to say goodbye to the other cats on the Wind Clan border. A soft breeze was blowing from the moor, bringing with it the scents of herbs and rabbits. Willowshine padded up to him and brushed his shoulder with her tail. Star Clan walk with you, Jaipal, until next time. Thanks, Jaipal grunted. You too. She didn't think he was going to start being friendly. Not after that smart remark when they met. She was far too smug about receiving her name before him. Besides, he didn't want to talk. He had to think. The only way to defeat Soul was to make Shadow Clan recover their belief in the power of their warrior ancestors. How am I going to do that? He thought back to when he had visited the tribe of Rushing Water. He remembered how grief-stricken Stone Adler had been when he discovered that the tribe of Endless Hunting had given up on the cats behind the waterfall. Jaipwa didn't trust Stone Adler, but he had felt sorry for the old leader then. Stone Adler had lied to the tribe to persuade them to go on battling against the invaders. His lies had filled them with courage, and they had beaten the intruding cats. The tribe of Rushing Water had been made stronger because they had faith in what their warrior ancestors wanted for them. But there aren't any easy lies that will convince Shadow Clan, Jaipwa told himself. Or are there? By the time he reached the stone hollow, Jaipwa could feel a freshening breeze that told him dawn was breaking, and hear birds beginning to twitter in the trees. I could do with a good fat blackbird, he thought hungrily. His worries about Millie and Briarkit returned as he crossed the clearing, but when he entered his den he could hear the deep, regular breathing of all three cats. That good. They all need sleep. Instead of joining them, Jaipwa crept quietly out again. He didn't feel tired. Instead, he was quivering with excitement. On the way home the beginnings of a plan had come to him, and he needed to talk to his littermates. He tasted the air, trying to find his brother and sister, and quickly tracked down Hollyleaf crouched beside the fresh kill pile with Mouse Whisker and Berry Moss. "Hey, Hollyleaf," he called. He didn't want to go over to her and get stuck talking to the others. Hollyleaf came bounding over to him. His belly rumbled as he caught the scent of fresh mouse clinging to her pelt. "Did something happen?" she asked. He could feel her urgency crackling like lightning. "We got to talk." "Where Lion Blaze?" "Still asleep in the warrior's den," Hollyleaf mewed. "Get him. I'll meet you in back." Jaipwa slid into the gap behind the warrior's den, his claws flexing impatiently until Hollyleaf and Lion Blaze squeezed into the narrow space beside him. "We got to find a better place to meet," Lion Blaze grumbled. "If we get any bigger we'll never fit in here." "Stop complaining," Jaipwa snapped, wriggling to make sure he got his fair share of the space. "This is important." "Tell us, then." Hollyleaf meowed. Jaipwa told them about his dream at the moonpool, his meeting with Midnight the Badger and then with Rugged Star and Runnin' Nose. "Star Clan asked you for help?" Hollyleaf queried, awe in her voice. "That amazing?" Jaipwa gave a faint hiss of annoyance. "You don't have to sound so surprised. Do you think you can do what they want?" Lion Blaze asked. "We'll help, you know that." "I had an idea," Jaipwa began. "We have to make Shadow Clan believe in their warrior ancestors, right? So what they need is a sign from Star Clan, a clear sign that every cat can see. If Star Clan could do that, WOULD, and they have done it already?" Hollyleaf asked doubtfully. "Yes, I think so." Jaipwa pelt prickled with excitement. "So, if Star Clan can do it, we'll have to do it for them." There was a short silence. Then Lion Blaze mewed. "Make a sign from Star Clan?" "Why not?" "I dunno." Lion Blaze sounded puzzled. "It just seems wrong, somehow. Besides, if we're more powerful than Star Clan, why does it matter that Shadow Clan believe in their warrior ancestors?" "Of course it matters, Mouse Brain." Hollyleaf spat. Jaipwa felt all her muscles bunch as if she would have leaped on her brother for a couple of mouse tails. "All four clans have to stick to the warrior code." "Okay, calm down," Lion Blaze muttered. Hollyleaf ignored him. "Jaipwa, I don't know how we going to do this, but I know we can. I'll do whatever it takes to save Shadow Clan from Soul." Her voice shook with intensity, and Jaipwa could imagine fire blazing in her green eyes. A shiver crept on Mouse feet down his spine. It was clearer and clearer that nothing mattered to Hollyleaf more than the warrior code, and for the first time in his life he felt a little afraid of her. "See Hapter." The sound of coughing woke Hollyleaf. Raising her head, she peered across the warrior's den. A few tail lengths away, Thornclaw was sitting up, his head bent as he coughed. His sister Brightheart pressed her muzzle into his shoulder fur. "Don't worry," she murmured. "I'll fetch you something from Leafpool to make you feel better." "Get a move on," Spiderly grasped. "Then maybe the rest of us can get some sleep." "Yeah, it'd like trying to sleep with a monster in here," Berinos added. Brightheart gave them a furious glare, her teeth drawn back in a snarl. "See if I help you if you get ill," she snapped, and slid out between the branches. Thornclaw coughed again. "Sorry." Dawn apologized to the stupid furballs, Hollyleaf told him if they don't like it, they can go out and do something useful. Both Spiderlig and Barinos ignored her, curling up again and wrapping their tails over their ears. Thornclaw lay down, too, but a cough shook him every time he tried to breathe. Hollyleaf was too anxious to go back to sleep. She curled up in her nest, listening to the rain beating steadily on the branches of the den. How many more cats would follow before Leafpool got the green cough outbreak under control? Her thoughts jumped to what she and Lion Blaze had discussed with Japwa the day before. Did they truly need to fake a sign to make Shadow Clan believe in Star Clan again? WOULD, and that makes Star Clan angry with them? Perhaps they ought to find another way to show that Soul WAS and a worthy leader. Unwillingly, Hollyleaf remembered how she had felt when Soul talked to her. She had basked in the warmth of his gaze, and his calm, deep voice made her feel as if everything would be fine as long as she listened to him. And yet he had taken a whole clan away from Star Clan. It's COULD and be right. Star Clan has always been there. None of the clans should turn away from them. Arguing with herself was making Hollyleaf dizzy. In spite of the pounding raindrops, she got up and squeezed out through the branches of the den. Rain had turned the floor of the clearing to mud. It splashed up over Hollyleaf's legs and belly fur as she sprinted across to the thorn tunnel and stood shivering in its shelter. Her paws itched to race through the forest, as if she could find the answer she was looking for by tracking them down like prey. Gray dawn light seeped reluctantly into the hollow. No other cat was stirring, until Brightheart emerged from Leafpool den and pelted back across the clearing with some leaves in her mouth. Soon after, movement on the high ledge caught Hollyleaf eye and she spotted Sandstorm leaping down the tumbled rocks. The ginger she-cat headed for the dirt place tunnel, then swerved when she saw Hollyleaf and bounded over to join her. "What are you doing up so early?" she meowed. "There won't be any patrols until the sun is up." Twitching her tail, she added, "With any luck, the rain will ease off by then." Thornclaw was coughing, Hollyleaf replied, aware that she was and telling the whole truth. Concern filled Sandstorm green eyes. "The last thing we need is illness in the camp. A lot of the cats are still weak from the battle, especially Squirrel Flight." Hollyleaf flinched. Her mother had been terribly injured in the battle. Her wound was only just beginning to heal. Although she was and sleeping in Leafpool den anymore, she was and allowed to leave the camp. If she caught a bad cough she would and have the strength to fight it. Sandstorm bent down and nuzzled Hollyleaf's head. For a heartbeat Hollyleaf felt like a kid again, safe and comforted. "Don't look so worried," the older cat purred. "There are plenty of warriors to take care of the clan, and Leafpool a great medicine cat. You just need to concentrate on learning everything you can to serve ThunderClan." "That what I tried to do," Hollyleaf meowed, painfully aware of how far she fell short of what she would like to be. "You made a great start in the battle," Sandstorm encouraged her. "Firestar is very proud of you. But you must take on more responsibility than you need to." Hollyleaf stifled a snort of bitter laughter. Sandstorm had no idea what responsibilities she had to cope with. "Don't forget what I said." Sandstorm stroked her tail tip gently over Hollyleaf's shoulder, then pushed her way out of the tunnel and headed for the dirt place. The morning light was growing stronger, though clouds still covered the sky and rain still hissed down into the clearing. Hollyleaf saw Gray Stripe bound across the clearing to Leafpool den, though he didn't go farther than the bramble screen. Checking on Millie, Hollyleaf guessed. A couple of heartbeats after Gray Stripe, Ashfur emerged from the warrior's den, closely followed by Cloudtail and Cinderheart. All three cats headed for the tunnel. Ashfur gave Hollyleaf a nod as they approached, curiosity in his blue eyes. "You look frozen," he meowed. "Do you want to come on the border patrol to warm up?" "Sure." She didn't want to go back to the warrior's den, and she knew Japwa wouldn't plan anything about the fake sign without her. Ashfur led the way out into the forest, making for the old twilight path. The rest of the patrol followed him, the rain muffling their paw steps. Cinderheart fell in beside Hollyleaf. There was a hint of nervousness in her blue eyes. "I don't like going this way," she confessed. "It reminds me too much of the battle." Hollyleaf let out a murmur of agreement. Her memories disturbed her, too, especially when they came in sight of the abandoned twig nest. The blood had been washed away from the stones, but it was easy to imagine that the stench still hung in the air, and the shrieks of battling cats still echoed from the crumbling walls. Hollyleaf's neck fur rose as she eyed the moss-covered walls and thick clumps of bracken, half expecting Wind Clan warriors to leap out at them. "Stop!" Cloudtail command jerked her back to the present. The white warrior was standing with his tail raised to halt the rest of the patrol. There's something up ahead. Can you tell what it is? Ashfur asked softly. White clan? Cloudtail shook his head. His jaws gaped as he tasted the air. Ashfur signaled with his tail for Hollyleaf and Cinderheart to fall back and let Cloudtail take the lead. Hollyleaf knew that the White Tom was the best tracker in ThunderClan. He would soon find out what was waiting for them. Cloudtail slunk along the edge of the two-leg path, close to the rain-battered undergrowth, and slid under the overhanging stems to disguise his white pelt. Ashfur followed him, with Hollyleaf and Cinderheart in the rear. As she crept behind the senior warriors, Hollyleaf caught a trace of unfamiliar scent. She stiffened, her pelt beginning to bristle, and exchanged an alarmed glance with Cinderheart. ShadowClan. Hollyleaf tried to convince herself that the scent was left behind from the battle, but she knew that it was fresh, and it grew stronger as she padded forward. Her belly churned. Surely Soul WOULDN have ordered ShadowClan to invade ThunderClan territory. WOULDN. Hollyleaf thought she could hear Japa's voice, dryly sarcastic. Cloudtail and Ashfur dropped into a crouch, ready to leap into battle. Hollyleaf and Cinderheart hastily copied them. The rain had almost stopped, though the wind still blew spatters into Hollyleaf's face. She could hear sounds now, of cats pushing their way through the rain-soaked undergrowth, heading for the two-leg path. Then she heard a plaintive squeak. Mother, that fern dripped water all the way down my neck. Hush, came the reply. We'll be there soon. Tawny Pelt. Flamepaw. Hollyleaf bounded forward, ignoring Ashfur's hiss of anger. Fronds of bracken parted at the side of the path, and the ShadowClan she-cat pushed her way through. All three of her kits followed, shaking water from their pelts as they reached the open ground. "You!" Tawny Pelt exclaimed in relief, touching noses with Hollyleaf. "Thanks StarClan, it's some cat I know." Turning away, she dipped her head to Cloudtail and Ashfur. "Greetings," she mewed. "I come to you, no right to be here," Ashfur interrupted, the fur along his spine sticking straight up. "What do you want? Are you alone, or have you brought the rest of your clan?" "Hang on." Cloudtail slapped his tail over the gray warrior mouth. "Let her get a word in edgewise." Tawny Pelt blinked gratefully at Cloudtail. "I brought my kits to ThunderClan." Her voice was low, so that her kits couldn't hear. All three of them were huddled together at the side of the path, staring around with huge eyes. "I don't want to be part of a clan that does and listen to their warrior ancestors anymore." While she was speaking, Hollyleaf noticed how tired and hungry she looked. Her voice quivered. She was far from the tough, resourceful warrior Hollyleaf had known on their journey to the mountains. "And what makes you think?" Ashfur began, still hostile. "Try not to be more of a mouse brain than you can help." Cloudtail spoke over him. "What have we got to be afraid of? It only a queen and her kits. We apprentices." Flamepaw piped up indignantly. Cloudtail twitched his ears. "Whatever. In any case, you can all come back to the camp. Firestar will be interested to hear about what's going on in ShadowClan." He shot a glance at Ashfur and at Firestar, who'll make the final decision. Fury still burned in Ashfur's blue eyes. "All right," he snapped. "We go back to camp, and if Wine Clan decides to cross the border because we didn't finish our patrol, don't blame me." He led the way back along the path, stoking ahead of Cloudtail and Tawny Pelt. Cinderheart followed, while all three apprentices crowded around Hollyleaf. "Hi, Hollypaw." Tigerpaw mewed. "I Hollyleaf now," she told them. "Wow, you a warrior." Dawnpaw eyes stretched wide. "Congratulations!" "Hollyleaf, Hollyleaf." Flamepaw called out, and his brother and sister joined in. Cinderheart glanced back, blue eyes brimming with amusement. "It sounds as if you got 3 new apprentices," she murmured. "Stop that," Hollyleaf mewed. Every hair on her pelt felt hot with embarrassment. "I can move without tripping over you. We'll get left behind." The young apprentices stopped squeaking and began trotting along beside Hollyleaf with their tails stuck straight up in the air. "What that?" Dawnpaw asked, as they passed the abandoned nest. "Two-legs used to live there," Hollyleaf explained. "But they haven't been there for a long time," she added, as the 3 apprentices exchanged anxious glances. "Can you send any two-legs here?" All 3 of them opened their little mouths to taste the air, then shook their heads solemnly. "Not a thing," Tigerpaw announced. "Well done," Hollyleaf mewed, wondering if this was how it felt to be a mentor. "Where is the rest of your clan?" Flamepaw asked as they hurried to catch up to the other cats in camp. Mostly, Hollyleaf replied. We were the dawn patrol. There might be patrols out hunting by now, but it's still pretty early. Can we hunt? Dawnpaw asked. We starving. Don't be such a stupid furball, Tigerpaw scolded her, flicking her ear with the tip of his tail. You don't hunt in another clan territory. Well, I asked, Dawnpaw retorted. There's no time to hunt now, Hollyleaf replied, wondering how skillful the apprentices would be. They were still very young. They could and have had much training. I expect you'll be able to eat when we get to camp. Flamepaw eyes gleamed. Thank you. Looking at them more closely, Hollyleaf realized that Dawnpaw might have really meant it when she said they were starving. They were all very thin. Every one of their ribs was visible through the pelts. Tawny pelt, too, looked thin and hollow, and her fur looked as if it hadn't been groomed for a moon. Was there a problem with the prey in Shadow Clan? Do you think Soul knows we here? Tigerpaw asked as they veered off the two-leg path toward the stone hollow. Hollyleaf wasn't sure what to answer. Soul had known all about her and her littermates, and he had known that the sun would vanish. But Japaw had told her that he found out a lot of things from midnight. Could he possibly know where Tawnypelt and her kits were now? And would he be angry that they had left for another clan? I don't know what Soul knows, she admitted. Your mother didn't tell him you were leaving? No way. Dawnpaw shuddered, her eyes wide with fear. He would never have let us go. Hollyleaf was saved from having to find a response, as they rounded a stand of hazel bushes to see the thorn barrier across the entrance to the camp. Brambleclaw was standing outside, tasting the air, his dark tabby fur still rumpled from sleep. When the patrol came into sight he stared at Tawnypelt for a heartbeat, then bounded over to her and pressed his muzzle into his sister's shoulder. "It's good to see you," he mewed. "Are you and your kits okay? How are things in Shadow Clan?" "Everything fine," Tawnypelt replied with a cautious glance at Ashfur. "Prey is running well in Shadow Clan territory." Brambleclaw narrowed his eyes and gave his sister a long look. Hollyleaf could see that he didn't believe Tawnypelt was telling them everything. If there was plenty of prey, why did she and her kits look so thin? "You better come into camp," he mewed eventually. "I'll tell Firestar you here." He led the way through the barrier. The three apprentices dived eagerly after their mother, but when they stepped into the clearing they hesitated, their fur bristling as they gazed around. "It's okay," Hollyleaf reassured them. "Brambleclaw said you could come in, so no cat will hurt you." The three young cats relaxed a little. Tigerpaw eyes gleamed as he spotted the fresh kill pile. "Can we have some?" he asked Hollyleaf. "We so hungry." "You better ask Brambleclaw," Hollyleaf replied. Brambleclaw, who was talking to Tawnypelt a tail length away, had heard the plaintive question. "Help yourselves," he invited with a wave of his tail. "There plenty." Hollyleaf followed the three apprentices as they bounded across to the fresh kill pile. "Don't gulp your food or you'll get bellyaches," she warned them. Flamepaw gave her a hasty nod and dived into the pile beside his brother and sister. They clawed away the soaking wet fresh kill on top of the pile to find the drier, juicier pieces underneath, and crouched down to eat with purrs of enthusiasm. Taking a mouse for herself, Hollyleaf was just starting to eat when Lion Blaze emerged from the warrior's den, followed by Japaw. Both her littermates padded across the clearing toward her. Their ears flicked up in surprise when they noticed the Shadow Clan apprentices. "What going on?" Japaw asked. Hollyleaf picked up the tang of herbs from his pelt. He must have been to see Thornclaw. "Shadow Clan Cass?" "Hi, Lion Blaze." Dawnpaw mumbled around a mouthful of "Oh, it's good to see you again." "It's good to see you, too," Lion Blaze responded, surveying the scattered fresh kill pile. "I can see you making yourselves at home." "Where our mother going?" Flamepaw asked as Tawnypelt padded past with Brambleclaw, heading for the high ledge. "Brambleclaw is taking her to see Firestar," Hollyleaf explained. "His den is up there on that ledge." "Right up there?" Tigerpaw exclaimed. "Cool. But why are they here?" Japaw insisted, an edge to his voice. Hollyleaf explained how the Dawn Patrol had met Tawnypelt and her kits in the forest, and brought them back to camp. "She said she didn't want to be part of a clan who didn't look to their warrior ancestors anymore," she finished. Japaw said nothing, but looked thoughtful, his whiskers quivering as if he had scented prey. Hollyleaf guessed he was wondering how many more cats wanted to leave, and whether Tawny Pelt and her kids would be any help in his plans to make a sign from Star Clan. More cats had begun to appear from the warrior's den. Dustpelt padded across to the fresh kill pile, followed by Mouse Whisker and Hunifern. Foxpaw and Icepaw bounded across from the apprentice's den. In Star Clan name, what going on here? Dustpelt asked, his lip curling. What has happened to the fresh kill pile? It looks as if a horde of badgers has trampled through it. We got visitors, Hollow-Leaf mewed. Dustpelt tail shot straight up as he stared at the apprentices. Shadow Clan cats? He let out an irritated sigh. Have they left any dry prey? Tigerpaw spoke up. We didn't want to eat the soggy pieces. No other cat wants to eat them, either, Hunifern pointed out, pawing through the remains of the pile to see if she could find a drier piece. And what are we supposed to do? Icepaw demanded, flicking a sodden rabbit with her tail. Mousifer will claw our ears off if we take her that. Hollow-Leaf turned to the 3 Shadow Clan apprentices. That was a very polite thing to do, was it? All 3 young cats studied their paws, their tails drooping. Sorry, Flamepaw mumbled. Soul says we can only rely on ourselves to take the best care of us, Dawnpaw explained. He says we shouldn't spend all our time thinking about fighting and marking the borders. Then there'd be time for every cat to catch enough prey for themselves, and there wouldn't be any problem. Hollow-Leaf exchanged a shocked glance with Lionblaze. Where was the warrior code in the way of life Soul had imposed on Shadow Clan? What about cats who can hunt for themselves? She asked Dawnpaw. The apprentice looked uncertain. Well, we wouldn't let any cats starve. You might not, but others would, if it keep them from going hungry, Hollow-Leaf thought. And you 3 look as if you eat pretty close to starving. Dawnpaw, you shouldn't listen to that dumb old patchy cat, Tigerpaw declared, giving his sister a shove. He won't let us train to be warriors anymore. I want to fight for my clan. And I really like to be a medicine cat, Flamepaw added, scoring his paw angrily through the wet earth. But Soul says we wouldn't need special cats if every cat knew about herbs and stuff. I was going to be Little Cloud Apprentice, but now we don't even have manners anymore. Black Star says we have to call him Blackfoot, Dawnpaw added, her tail drooping. It sounds as if Shadow Clan is breaking up, Dustpelt remarked, gulping down the last of a blackbird and swiping his tongue around his jaws. I never thought I'd say this, but I'd be sorry to see it happen. Your clan has some fine warriors. He signaled to Mouse Whisker and Hunifern with a wave of his tail. Come on, let's get some patrols organized and see if we can find some prey that fit to eat. He stalked off toward the warrior's den. Icepaw and Foxpaw picked up the rabbit and carried it between them toward the elder's den. You can explain why it wet, Icepaw meowed. No, you can, Foxpaw retorted. Hollow-Leaf watched them go. Her paws were trembling, yet she felt rooted to the ground. What can we do? She asked, hardly expecting a reply. There was nothing they could do to restore Shadow Clan faith in their warrior ancestors. Even J-Paw planned to fake a sign from Star Clan didn't hold out much hope now they heard how much Soul had poisoned Shadow Clan against the code. Lionblaze shook his head. His amber eyes were uneasy. I don't know. Tell us more about Soul, J-Paw prompted. Does he? Hey, I look like you, don't I? Tigerpaw interrupted, stretching out a paw to compare his golden pelt with Lionblaze. That must be because we share kin. That right, Lionblaze mewed, giving the smaller cat a friendly lick. Your mother and our father were littermates. Tigerpaw nodded proudly. Tiger Star was their father. I named after him. He was the greatest warrior ever. Lionblaze twitched his ears. We should all try to be the greatest warriors ever. Dawnpaw was gazing up at the high ledge, as if she was waiting for her mother to reappear. Are we going to join ThunderClan? She asked. She didn't sound enthusiastic. After all, it's where our mother was born. Flamepaw sighed. I don't want to. Leafpool already has an apprentice, and besides, I want to be the Shadow Clan medicine cat. Tigerpaw touched his nose to his brother's ear. I know. I want to fight for Shadow Clan. Hollow-Leaf's heart was torn with sympathy for the 3 young cats. Of course they all wanted to go home. Shadow Clan still held their loyalties, even though everything had changed. A tiny flicker of warmth grew inside her. Soul had tried to destroy the warrior code, but he had failed. It lived on inside these apprentices. Soul Could change every cat mind about what they had believed for so long. She sank her claws into the wet earth. Somehow, they had to find a way to get rid of Soul and bring Shadow Clan back to the way of the clans. See Hapter. From the corner of his eye, Lion Blaze spotted movement on the high ledge. Firestar had appeared with Bramble Claw and Tawny Pelt. Let all cats old enough to catch their own prey join here beneath the high ledge for a clan meeting, he yelled. He ran nimbly down the tumbled rocks, halting on a boulder just above the heads of the assembling cats. Even on such a gray day, his flame-colored pelt gleamed. Bramble Claw and Tawny Pelt picked their way down more slowly, until they stood just behind him. Mousifer and Longtail emerged from the Elder's den. Foxpaw and Icepaw followed them, each with a bundle of soiled bedding. Lion Blaze noticed Mousifer's bristling fur and suspicious gaze, and realized that the apprentices must have told her what was going on. Graystripe appeared from the dirt place tunnel and padded over to join the group around the fresh kill pile, giving the Shadow Clan apprentices a friendly nod. Leafpool came to sit outside the bramble screen in front of her den, while Daisy appeared at the entrance to the nursery with the 4 kits. Peering curiously from behind her, Whitewing and Birchfall pushed their way out of the warrior's den, and bounded across the camp to sit at the foot of the boulder where Firestar stood. Lion Blaze spotted Thornclaw poking his head out between the branches of the den. Sorreltail and Squirrelflight stood side by side, flicking the tips of their tails. As the cats gathered, Lion Blaze was aware of uneasy looks cast at Tawny Pelt and the 3 apprentices. He could hear muttering, too, as if many of the warriors were unhappy at seeing Shadow Clan cats in their camp. Barinos stalked over to the fresh kill pile. Surely Firestar not bringing more outsiders into the clan? I hope not, Spiderlig agreed. That would cause the battle with River Clan and Wind Clan in the first place. And where would you be, Barinos? Lion Blaze asked, his neck fur beginning to rise with annoyance, if Firestar hadn't taken you in when you were a kid. Barinos snorted and turned his back. That different? J-Paul leaned over to whisper into Lion Blaze's ear. Yeah, he's such a special cat. Cats of ThunderClan, Firestar began when all the clan had gathered around him. You can see that Tawny Pelt of Shadow Clan has come here with her kits, we apprentices, Flamepaw muttered. And she has asked for shelter because of the way her own clan has changed. And are you going to agree to that? Mousifer called out from her place in front of the Elder's den. Has and there been enough trouble because of taking in other cats? Before Firestar could reply, Graystripe sprang to his paws. These cats are part of ThunderClan, he hissed. They deserve to have a home here. No cat forced Tawny Pelt to leave, Mousifer retorted. If you ask me, cats should decide where they want to live and stay there. There was a murmur of agreement. Lion Blaze saw dismay in the eyes of the 3 apprentices. They don't want us here, Tigerpaw muttered. Some cats done, Lion Blaze admitted, resting his tail tip on the young cat's shoulder. But it'll be okay. Firestar will talk them around, you'll see. I understand your worries, Firestar went on. But Tawny Pelt is and asking for a permanent home in ThunderClan. She and her kits. Dawnpaw rolled her eyes. How many more times? Are only here while Soul holds sway in Shadow Clan. If she has seen through his lies, others will too, and he won't be allowed to stay for long. Then we should take a patrol across the border and drive him out, Cloudtail meowed. The lake would be well rid of him. Yes. Birchfall agreed. Shadow Clan helped us, so we should. Yells of protest drowned out his last few words. There'd been enough fighting, Sorreltail meowed, glancing at Squirrelflight. Some cats are still recovering from their wounds. Shadow Clan should deal with their own problems, Spiderlig added. It no business of ours. Cloudtail whipped his head around to stare at the Black Warrior. If Shadow Clan cats are moving in here, then it's not their own problem anymore. That enough. Firestar raised his tail for silence. Tawny Pelt is welcome to stay for as long as she wants. The apprentices at last. Tigerpaw muttered. Will train and perform duties alongside Foxpaw and Icepaw. Lion Blaze saw the 2 ThunderClan apprentices exchange delighted glances, and he heard some of the younger warriors let out sighs of relief at being freed from helping with the apprentice tasks. Tawny Pelt will have a place in the warrior's den, and take part in patrols, Firestar went on. Can she be trusted? Ashfur called out. Especially along the Shadow Clan border? Lion Blaze saw Brambleclaw fur start to bristle, but Firestar raised his tail. warning him not to retaliate. "It's time for the regular patrols," he mewed, ignoring Ash for comment. "The fresh kill pile needs restocking, and we need to keep a close eye on the border with Wind Clan." Brambleclaw leaped down from the rocks and began calling cats to him, splitting them up into patrols. "Lionblaze, Hololive, I want you on a hunting patrol with Dustpelt and Sorreltail, and you apprentices go over there and talk to Firestar." Tigerpaw, Flamepaw, and Dawnpaw sprang up, looking a bit daunted at the thought of meeting the clan leader. "You'll be fine," Lionblaze promised them as he padded off to join Sorreltail and Dustpelt. As Sorreltail led her patrol toward the camp entrance, Lionblaze glanced back to see Firestar arranging mentors for the 3 Shadow Clan apprentices. Flamepaw was paired with Cloudtail, Tigerpaw with Brackenfur, and Dawnpaw with Spiderleg. Sandstorm and Whitewing beckoned their apprentices, Foxpaw and Icepaw. "We'll all go to the clearing for some hunting practice," Sandstorm announced. Following Sorreltail through the tunnel, Lionblaze could and help feeling relieved that the Shadow Clan apprentices weren't receiving any battle training, at least, not yet. If they learn Thunder Clan skills, would and that give them an unfair advantage in future battles? Curiosity burned like a flame inside him. He wondered whether any of the 3 were being visited by Tigerstar in dreams. Tigerpaw would be an obvious choice. He was big and strong, and he seemed most interested in their shared kin, especially the warrior whose name he bore. Even though he wanted to be rid of Tigerstar's menacing influence in his dreams, Lionblaze could and suppress a flash of jealousy that the Dark Warrior might choose another Catimitor, a cat in a different clan. "Perhaps I should warn Tigerpaw," he thought. "But then I would have to tell him that Tigerstar visits me." "I can do that." Lionblaze shook his head in confusion. It seemed that since Soul came to the lake, nothing was simple anymore. Sorreltail led them toward the top of the territory, where the border gave way to open moorland not claimed by any clan. Although the rain had stopped, the ground was muddy and the undergrowth was soaked. All the scents were damp down and hard to detect. Lionblaze shivered as he plodded along. Every fern or clump of grass that he brushed against released a shower of raindrops, and his pelt was soon sodden, the fur plastered against his body. Hunching his shoulders, he wished he could be training for battle instead of trying to track down soggy little mice. They'll all be deep inside their burrows, hiding from the rain. "Sometimes I think they have more sense than we do." Head down, he blundered into a clump of bracken, letting out a hiss of annoyance as it dumped its load of water drops all over him. "Lionblaze." The yowl came from Sorreltail. "Look where you going, one you just scared off the vole I was stalking." "Sorry." Lionblaze's paws tingled with frustration and embarrassment. "Sorry fills no bellies," Sorreltail retorted. She stood still, head raised and jaws apart as she tried to locate the vole again. Lionblaze backed off to give her space, and spotted Hololive appearing from behind a bramble thicket with a mouse hanging from her jaws. "Well done," he mewed as she padded up to him and dropped her prey at his paws. "Lionblaze, we need to talk." Hololive ignored his praise. Her eyes were wide and distraught. "We have to stop what Soul is doing in Shadow Clan. He's destroying the warrior code." "Keep your fur on." Lionblaze was startled by his sister's intensity. We have to do what J-Paw suggested, and make a fake sign from Shadow Clan. And we have to do it soon. I'll do anything to remind Shadow Clan cats of their warrior ancestors. Lionblaze's surprise deepened to uneasiness. The passion in Hololive's eyes unnerved him. "Steady," he murmured, pressing his muzzle against her shoulder. "Why does it matter so much? We have our own destinies, and they don't have anything to do with the other clans." "Of course it matters." Hololive flashed back at him. "Soul was supposed to be helping us, remember? And what will happen to the rest of us if Shadow Clan abandons the warrior code?" "I know," Lionblaze responded. "But how can we fake a sign when Shadow Clan is bound to be hostile? They'll defend their beliefs because they wouldn't want to admit they're wrong." "Great Star Clan, we don't even know the territory." "We done." Hololive's eyes narrowed. "But there are 3 new apprentices in Thunder Clan who do." "Hololive, that brilliant!" Lionblaze exclaimed. "But will they?" An annoyance interrupted him. He whirled around to see Dustpelt standing a tail length away. "Are you going to stand there gossiping all day?" the senior warrior inquired with a lash of his tail. "Or do you think that you might possibly find time to do some hunting?" "Sorry," Lionblaze muttered. "I can do anything right today." "It might have escaped your notice," Dustpelt went on with biting sarcasm, but we have 4 new mouths to feed and several of our own cats are sick, so they can help with patrols. Lion Blaze nodded. He realized that the tabby warrior was angry because he was worried. "I'm really sorry," he repeated. "We'll get going right away." "See that you do," Dustpelt sniffed as he stalked off. As he tasted the air, ears pricked for the sound of prey, Lion Blaze knew Hollow-Leaf was right. They had to help Shadow Clan so the Tawny-Pelt and the apprentices could go home, and Thunder Clan could concentrate on making itself strong again. Lion Blaze worked hard for the rest of the hunt, but most of the prey was still hidden in their holes. By sunhe, when the patrol returned to camp, he had only caught 2 mice and a shrew. He dropped the meager offering on the fresh kill pile and padded off to find J-Paw. After checking the medicine cat's den and not finding him there, Lion Blaze finally tracked him down in the Elder's den. "Look, Mousifer," J-Paw was saying as Lion Blaze ducked under the low branches of the hazel bush, "these tansy leaves should stop you getting green cough." "Why don't you want to eat them?" Mousifer gave the leaves a push with one paw. "I told you, I don't need them. Stop fussing over me and keep them for cats who are really sick." "J-Paw does and want you to get sick," Longtail tried to explain. Mousifer gave him an angry flick with her tail. "Since when were you a medicine cat?" J-Paw let out an exasperated sigh. "Mousifer, for the last time." "The last time?" Mousifer snapped. "Good. Go away." She pointedly turned her back. J-Paw dug his claws into the floor of the den and spoke through gritted teeth. "Mousifer, I am not leaving this den until you eat these herbs." He was obviously trying hard to hang on to his temper. "Come on, Mousifer," Lion Blaze mewed cheerfully. "Stop being such a grump and just eat the stuff." Mousifer whipped around and glared at him. Lion Blaze tense, ready to feel her claws raking his pelt. He could and fight back if an elder of his own clan attacked him. Then Mousifer gave him an abrupt nod, bent her head, and licked up the leaves, chewing and swallowing with a disgusted expression on her face. "Satisfied?" She grunted, then curled up and wrapped her tail over her nose. "I don't believe it," J-Paw muttered, as Longtail let out a tiny snort of amusement and curled up beside the dusky brown elder. "Thanks for helping," he added as he and his brother emerged from the den. Lion Blaze shrugged. "No problem. We need to talk about the fake sign." J-Paw neck first started to bristle. "I wish there were 10 of me. I got so much to do. Our den is full with Millie and Briarkit, but we really need to take Thornclaw out of the warrior's den because he's sick, too, and Foxpaw has started coughing. I don't know how we going to cope." Anger surged through Lion Blaze. He lashed his tail and dug his claws into the earth. He could fight an ordinary enemy, but there was no way he could protect his clanmates against the sickness. "It'll be easier if we don't have the extra Shadow Clan mouths to feed," he pointed out. "And if Soul leaves Shadow Clan so he can mentor us like he promised." J-Paw gave a grudging nod. "True. Okay, what about the sign?" Lion Blaze padded beside his brother as he headed for the medicine cat's den. Hollow-Leaf had an idea. She thought the Shadow Clan apprentices might help us make the sign, because they know the territory. J-Paw looked dubious. "Help us fool their own clan?" "You heard them when they arrived," Lion Blaze persisted. "All they want is to go home to the real Shadow Clan, not the mess that Soul has made of it." "Don't you think they would help any cat who could make that happen?" J-Paw hesitated outside the bramble screen, his head on one side. "Maybe you're right," he agreed. "Okay, we'll talk to them later." Then he whisked out of sight into the den. As Lion Blaze turned away, he noticed that the thorns blocking the entrance to the hollow were shaking. The apprentices and their mentors were returning from hunting practice. All 3 of the Shadow Clan apprentices looked bedraggled, their fur clumped together and stuck with bits of leaf and moss. Dawnpaw carried a mouse. She padded across the clearing, her tail straight up in triumph, and laid it on the fresh kill pile. "But that can be right." Tigerpaw was arguing with Foxpaw as they came up. "If you stalk the prey until you nearly on top of it, you give it the chance to know you there. We pounce when we a lot farther away. That because they're thick undergrowth in our territory," Foxpaw explained. "That hides us and our scent until we get close, then it's easier to pounce." "Oh." Tigerpaw thought about that for a moment. "Well, it still seems mouse-brained to me," he decided. "Hey, Lion Blaze." Hollow-Leaf bounded out of the nursery, distracting Lion Blaze from the apprentice's chatter. "How Daisy coping with all the kits?" he asked. "Pretty well," Hollyleaf replied. Fern Cloud is with her, helping to keep the kids amused. I just took them some fresh kill. Glancing around to make sure that no cat was listening, she added, did you have a word with J-Paw? Lion Blaze nodded. He says we can talk to the apprentices. Hollyleaf whiskers twitched with satisfaction. Good. I'll get Foxpaw and Icepaw away, then you can take the others behind the warrior's den. No cat will hear us there. The mentors and apprentices were standing in the middle of the clearing. Cloudtail was explaining something about following a scent trail. Hollyleaf bounded up to them. Foxpaw, Icepaw, can you fetch some clean moss for the elder's den? Foxpaw and Icepaw exchanged a sullen glance. Why can they do it? Icepaw asked, flicking her ears toward the Shadow Clan apprentices. Because they not here to do all the jobs that you don't like, Hollyleaf retorted. Besides, the elders will appreciate having the respect of their own clanmates. Yes, when you warriors you get to decide who does what, Sandstorm added. Not before. Okay, we'll do it, Foxpaw muttered, stifling a cough as he headed back toward the thorn barrier. It'll all be wet through, you know that. Like they know the best moss places anyway, Icepaw mewed with a twitch of her tail tip as she followed her brother. Hollyleaf turned to the group of mentors. Shall I take Flamepaw, Tigerpaw, and Dawnpaw to get cleaned up? She asked. Lion Blaze whiskers twitched at the helpful tone in her voice. Any cat can see they not used to hunting in thick woodland. Not thick soaking wet woodland, Flamepaw agreed. He gave himself a thorough shake, scattering water drops and scraps of leaf, twigs, and moss. I rather hunt in our own territory. It's a lot cleaner there. Cloudtail leaped back as drops from Flamepaw fur spattered his white pelt. You do that, Hollyleaf. The sooner the better. At the same moment, Lion Blaze noticed that more cats had emerged from the tunnel. The border patrol was returning, led by Ashfur, with an Ifern and Brackenfur. Yes, carry on, Hollyleaf, Sandstorm mewed, heading toward the newcomers. We need to find out what's been happening along the Shadow Clan border. Whitewing, Cloudtail, Sorreltail, and Spiderlig crowded close behind her. Do you think any more cats will have crossed into our territory? Spiderlig asked. Lion Blaze didn't listen to Sandstorm reply. He padded over to meet his sister, who waved her tail at the 3 Shadow Clan apprentices and led them across the clearing. Come with us, Hollyleaf said. We need to talk to you. Suspicion glimmered in Tigerpaw amber eyes. This is and just about cleaning our pelts, right? No, but it's nothing to worry about, Lion Blaze assured him. We thought of a way to help your clan. As they passed the entrance to the Medicine Cat's den, Hollyleaf paused. Hey, J-Paw beat us in the usual place. The only reply was a bout of exhausted coughing. Is that the Medicine Cat's den? Flamepaw asked curiously. Can I look inside? I really wanted to be a medicine cat, he added. Not right now, Lion Blaze replied. It's a bit crowded in there. The sound of more coughing drifted through the bramble screen. Dawnpaw eyes stretched wide. Gee, those cats sound sick. Lion Blaze exchanged a glance with Hollyleaf. It was natural to hide problems from a rival clan. If he told the apprentices there was green cough in the camp, it would make ThunderClan sound weak. Still, the young cats were hardly likely to launch an attack. That could only happen if ShadowClan started to believe in StarClan again. Lion Blaze sighed. Everything led back to the fake sign. J-Paw? Hollyleaf called again. Okay. J-Paw sounded irritable. I heard you the first time. I'll come as soon as I can. Hollyleaf led the way to the space behind the warrior's den. It was sheltered from the wind, but it felt even more cramped with the 3 apprentices in there. You'll manage better if you clean each other up, she advised. Get all the twigs and burrs out of your fur, then you can give yourselves a good wash. This is such a pain, Dawnpaw sighed, tugging at a stubborn knot in Tigerpaw fur. I wish we were back on nice soft pine needles. With any luck you will be, Lion Blaze promised. What do you mean? Flamepaw asked. Wait until J-Paw comes, Hollyleaf mewed. I hear. J-Paw appeared around the edge of the warrior's den. Great StarClan, it more crowded than ever, he added, shoving his way in beside Lion Blaze and wriggling until he made himself a space. Lion Blaze says we'll be back in our own territory soon. Dawnpaw was quivering with curiosity. But I don't see how we can be. We had an idea, J-Paw began, but we haven't much time. The longer Soul stays in ShadowClan, the harder it will be to get rid of him. No cat can get rid of him, Flamepaw mewed dejectedly. J-Paw tensed his muscles. We going to make a sign from Star Clan to persuade Shadow Clan that Soul is lying to him. Blackfoot will kick him out pretty quickly after that. All three apprentices stared at J-Paw with baffled faces. After a few heartbeats, Flamepaw whispered, "One that makes Star Clan angry? I doubt it." J-Paw flicked his ears. Star Clan themselves asked me for help. They can object to how I go about it. The three young cats' eyes stretched wide. Wow. Dawnpaw breathed. We want to know the best place to create a sign. Lion Blaze took up the explanation. And we have to bring Blackfoot and Little Cloud to see it, so they'll be convinced Star Clan is still watching over them. And don't forget, your clan will know by now that you left. Hollyleaf reminded the apprentices. Any plan we make will have to take that into account. I get it, meowed Tigerpaw. A place near the border would be best, so that you don't have to trespass too far on our territory. Maybe that marshy place near the edge of the territory, Dawnpaw suggested. Not many cats go there. We don't want to be disturbed. No, I think by the lake would be best, Tigerpaw interrupted. Then you could have a Star Clan cat coming out of the water and great, J-Paw grumbled. And how do you suggest we do that? And how do we get Blackfoot and Little Cloud to come and see it? Dawnpaw added. We could tell them we saw cats trespassing, Flamepaw suggested. Or a fox, Tigerpaw put in. We could lay a trail of fox scent. What? Dawnpaw neck fur fluffed up. Are you mouse-brained? Are you just going to ask the fox nicely if we could use fox dung? Flamepaw meowed. Dawnpaw whiskers twitched in disgust. You can. I'm not going near any fox dung, thanks very much. Then her eyes sparkled mischievously and she added, why not feed them poppy seeds and carry them to the place? No way. Tigerpaw protested. Blackfoot, a seriously big cat. I'm not lugging him across half the territory. There are useful herbs growing near the oak tree by the stream, Flamepaw pointed out. Little Cloud would come for those. His tail curled up in amusement. Then we could help Blackfoot with acorns, and he'd think they came from Star Clan. That's stupid. Dawnpaw exclaimed, leaping on her brother. They wrestled together. In the confined space, one of Flamepaw's hind legs jabbed Hollyleaf in the belly. Watch it, she snarled. When the two apprentices sat up, she went on more calmly. You not taking this seriously. This isn't a game. It's about preserving the warrior code. Do you want your clan to break up and become a collection of rogues? Because that's what will happen if we can make them believe in Star Clan again. Serious now, wide-eyed with anxiety, all three apprentices exchanged uncomfortable glances. Sorry, Tigerpaw muttered. Well, what about that marshy place? Dawnpaw went back to her original idea. Not many cats will be anywhere near, especially after all this rain. We wouldn't be disturbed there while we were setting up the sign. And Soul never goes that far. He does and want to get his paws wet. That sounds pretty good, Lion Blaze meowed. What do you think? He asked his littermates. Hollyleaf nodded, and J-Paw murmured, it worth checking out. But what will the sign be? Flamepaw mewed eagerly. We'll work that out when we get there, J-Paw replied. We better go right away. Lion Blaze stuck his head out into the open. Watery sunlight was gleaming through the clouds. Outside the warrior's den, Sorreltail and Brackenfur were sharing tongues, with Squirrelfly drowsing in the sunlight nearby. The four remaining kits were playing at the entrance to the nursery, with Daisy and Ferncloud looking on. Otherwise, everything was quiet. Lion Blaze guessed that most cats were sleeping in their dens, either sick with a cough or building strength for the next patrol. All clear, he reported. Let go. But I'm hungry, Flamepaw complained. Can we eat first? They're barely enough for ThunderClan, J-Paw growled. Seeing the guilty looks on the faces of the apprentices, Lion Blaze rested his tail tip on his brother's shoulder. It's not their fault, he murmured. There's no time to eat now, he told Flamepaw, but we'll see if we can pick up some prey on the way back. Seeing the shock in Hollyleaf's green eyes, he added, okay, I know, the clan must be fed first. But faking a sign from Star Clan isn't exactly part of the warrior code, is it? Anyway, we not a hunting patrol. I reckon the territory can spare a few mice. Hollyleaf didn't reply, just flicked her tail. I'll go and tell Leafpool that I'm going to collect herbs, J-Paw meowed. We low on almost everything, and I can pick some up on the way back. He whisked out of their hiding place and behind the bramble screen into the medicine cat's den. Lion Blaze waited for him to emerge, then took the lead as they headed out of the camp and into the damp forest. See Hapter. Every hair on Don pelt was quivering. This is like being sent on a real warrior mission. Hollyleaf could sympathize. She remembered very well how it felt to be a new apprentice, doing something to help her clan. Do you think we'll get to be warriors, after it all over? Tiger Paw mewed. Because we saved our clan? No, Hollyleaf replied gently. Don't forget, no cat must know we doing this. Besides, you too young to be warriors yet. You still have a lot to learn. The 6 cats were heading toward the far end of ThunderClan territory, following the same route Hollyleaf and her littermates had taken when they went to find Soul. Already the Shadow Clan scent marks were fading along the border, and there was no sign of cats from either clan. The only sounds were the drip of water from leaves and the rustle of ferns and grasses as the cats brushed through them. All 3 of the apprentices were bouncing with excitement, rushing off into the undergrowth or dabbing at one another in the beginnings of a play fight. That enough, Lion Blaze ordered, rounding up Flamepaw with his tail and nudging him forward. Do you think warriors chase each other around like that? The young Shadow Clan cats settled down and padded along quietly, but Hollyleaf could see that their paws were still itching. They were acting as if Blackfoot had already seen the sign and decided that his clan would return to StarClan and the warrior code. But it's not as easy as that. Hollyleaf belly turned as she wondered what would happen if they failed. They would only get one chance. If Blackfoot realized he was being tricked, he would be twice as careful afterward. ShadowClan would be lost forever. Even worse, Blackfoot might decide to invade ThunderClan, to punish them for interfering. What if cats die because of what we doing? J-Paw, have you decided what? Her brother flicked his ears irritably. I can decide anything until we get to where we going. Now keep your tail over your jaws and let me think. This is where we should cross the border, Tiger Paw announced, stopping and looking around. The marshy place is only a few fox lengths away. Even though she could hardly taste the Shadow Clan scent marks, Hollyleaf still felt guilty as she crossed into the rival clan territory. I don't know why. If they cared about their border, they would mark it. They could and care less about the warrior code. But we do, she answered herself. Going into another clan territory is wrong. Tiger Paw led them through some trees where brambles snagged their fur, then into a more open patch of ground. Here we are, he declared. Water welled up around Hollyleaf paws as she gazed at the marsh ahead. Long-stemmed clusters of reeds grew around pools covered with bright green pondweed. Between them were tussocks of brittle grass and sedge, and a few spindly saplings grew with their roots in the water. There was a dank, musty scent, and the air was heavy with silence. What can you see? J-Paw mewed as the cats drew to a halt. Marshy ground and water, Lion Blaze replied. Any cover? Yes, reeds and long grass. And a few trees. What are the trees like? How big are they? J-Paw was beginning to sound excited. What are their roots like? Small trees, Hollyleaf replied, wondering what was going through her brother's mind. Their roots look quite long and shallow, at least as far as I can see. J-Paw fell silent, motionless except for his whiskers quivering. I don't see what we can do here, Hollyleaf mewed anxiously, wondering if they should have chosen somewhere else. They're nothing to shut up, I thinking, J-Paw snapped. Hollyleaf exchanged a glance with Lion Blaze. Leave him alone, her brother whispered. If any cat can work this out, he can. Hollyleaf hoped he was right. Trying to push down her impatience, she kept an eye on the 3 apprentices, who were stalking around the edge of the marshy ground, looking for prey. Nothing but pond flies. Donpaw exclaimed indignantly. These trees. J-Paw broke his silence at last. Do any of them look as if they could be knocked over? What? Has he gone completely mouse-brained? Hollyleaf flexed her claws and forced herself not to speak. I'll check, Lion Blaze mewed. There might be a few. He splashed off into the marsh with water brushing his belly fur and pondweed sticking to his golden pelt. The 3 apprentices left their hunt to watch, and Hollyleaf waited anxiously while Lion Blaze circled several of the trees, giving their trunks a good sniff, then came splashing back. I think we could do it, he reported. I could feel roots under my paws, so we should be able to dig them up. But why? Hollyleaf only just stopped herself from wailing like a frustrated kit. J-Paw's sightless blue eyes gleamed. We going to make it look as if Shadow Clan territory is falling down around them. Hollyleaf heart thumped harder. Only J-Paw would have thought of digging up trees as a message from Star Clan. If it worked, it should really convince Blackfoot that following Soul was wrong. Under J-Paw direction, Hollyleaf and Lion Blaze chose 2 saplings, not too far from each other. I want them still upright, but ready to fall. And when I give the word, I want them to fall toward each other, so their branches are joined together, J-Paw explained. Okay, get digging. Hollyleaf waded out into the marsh, flinching as cold mud and water soaked into her fur. Dawn Paw joined her at one of the trees, while Lion Blaze and Tiger Paw tackled the other. As Lion Blaze had said, Hollyleaf found that she could easily feel the roots of the tree under her paws. She clawed at them vigorously, trying to dislodge them from the mud. At first she thought she'd be able to shift them at all. This is hopeless. Dawn Paw gasped. She was belly deep in the thick mud, and drops of it were spattered over her head and shoulders. We'll never do it. Yes, we will, Hollyleaf growled, clawing even harder. We got to. She staggered as the root she was tugging at gave way, barely saving herself from sliding under the mud. Her pelt burned with urgency as she scrabbled around to find another root and dug her claws into it. A few fox lengths away, Lion Blaze was struggling with the other tree. Tiger Paw worked alongside him, but Flame Paw was standing back with a troubled look in his eyes. What the matter with you? Tiger Paw asked, flicking mud from his ears. Come and help. I still don't know. Flame Paw mewed doubtfully. I'm not sure it right to fake a sign from Star Clan. Dawn Paw glanced over her shoulder. We've been through this, she hissed in exasperation. We already agreed to try anything. This might just work, and let us go back to our own clan. Flame Paw hesitated, then took a deep breath. Okay. He floundered forward into the mud beside Lion Blaze and his brother. Hollyleaf couldn't shift the next root however hard she clawed. Growing desperate, she gulped in air, then plunged her head below the surface of the mud and bit down on the stubborn tendril. Mud oozed into her mouth as she gnawed at it. Her chest ached with the need to breathe, but at last the bitter strands parted. Hollyleaf resurfaced, coughing and spitting out mud. Her fur was plastered with it and a foul taste clung to her tongue. But she didn't care. Triumph flared through her from ears to tail tip. I'll do whatever it takes to save Shadow Clan. I think we done it. Dawn Paw exclaimed. The trunk feels unsteady. Hollyleaf gave the sapling an experimental push. The trunk tilted and a sucking sound came from under the surface of the mud. Stop! J-Paw ordered. He had been sniffing at Lion Blaze tree. Now he splashed across to Hollyleaf and stretched out a paw to touch the trunk of her tree. Hollyleaf saw it wobble again. That it, J-Paw meowed. You can stop now. Warriors, POWEROFTHREE, LONGSHADOWS. Thanks Star Clan. Dawn Paw sighed. J-Paw splashed back to Lion Blaze, while Hollyleaf and Dawn Paw headed for the nearest dry spot where they could crawl out and shake some of the mud from their pelts. I thought I was going to turn into a frog. Dawn Paw gave her chest fur a couple of quick licks. Ugh, it'll take moons to get this stuff off. Lion Blaze and the other 2 apprentices were still struggling with their tree, while Hollyleaf flexed her claws impatiently. Rays of weak sunlight slanted through the forest. If they didn't manage to uproot the trees before nightfall, J-Paw plan would fail. Several sunrises seemed to pass before J-Paw announced that I'll do. Now one of us has to fetch Blackfoot and Little Cloud. Lion Blaze meowed, hauling himself out onto dry ground. I'll go, Tiger Paw offered immediately. No, I will, Dawn Paw protested. I be best at talking to Little Cloud, Flame Paw pointed out. But I the strongest, Tiger Paw insisted. And the best fighter. If some cat attacks me I'm most likely to get out alive. Lion Blaze nodded. But you need a warrior for backup. I'll go, Hollyleaf interrupted. She didn't think she could stand waiting here wondering what was happening, while some other cat went deeper into Shadow Clan territory to fetch Blackfoot. You know I the best at stalking and keeping hidden. I got light paws and a black pelt. Warriors, POWEROFTHREE, LONGSHADOWS. No, a mud-colored pelt. Dawn Paw eyes glimmered with amusement. Whatever. The mud should help disguise my scent. Hollyleaf sprang to her paws. Let go, Tiger Paw. The Shadow Clan apprentice led the way, skirting around the marsh and heading deeper into Shadow Clan territory. I'll be a few paces behind you, Hollyleaf murmured. Don't expect to see me unless they're trouble. Tiger Paw nodded. "I going to try for Little Cloud first. If he listens to me, he'll help persuade Blackfoot." "Okay, good luck." Hollyleaf fell back a few tail lengths, keeping the apprentice in sight as he slid through the undergrowth in the direction of the Shadow Clan camp. Her ears were pricked for the sound of other cats, and she paused now and again to taste the air. The silence of the forest raised the hairs on her pelt. Usually she would have expected to spot a patrol by now. Her muscles were braced to leap into hiding, but the Shadow Clan scent trails wandered faintly here and there, as if cats were hunting by themselves, and she caught a glimpse of only one tabby pelt, so far away that she couldn't tell which cat it was. This is and the way for warriors to live. Tiger Paw headed for the stream and leaped lightly across on stepping stones. Hollyleaf followed, more cautious than ever as the trees she was familiar with on Thunder Clan territory gave way to pines, and the undergrowth became sparser. Her paws made no sound on the soft covering of pine needles. At last she began to pick up the mingled scents of herbs. Warriors, Powerftree, Longshadows. Tiger Paw trotted briskly up a rise and paused at the top. Without looking back, he raised his tail to beckon before vanishing down the other side of the ridge. Hollyleaf crept after him, then clawed her way up a tree that grew near the top of the slope and crouched on a branch from where she could look down. The ground fell away below her into a shallow bowl, thickly carpeted with bushes covered in bright green leaves. Little Cloud, the Shadow Clan medicine cat, was standing near the bottom, biting off some stems and laying them carefully to one side. "Little Cloud." Tiger Paw bounded toward him. The small tabby Tom leaped to his paws, his neck fur bristling in surprise. "Tiger Paw, are you okay?" "And Tawny Pelt and the others?" "Yes, we all fine, thanks." Tiger Paw halted in front of the medicine cat and dipped his head. "Little Cloud, I need to ask you something." The medicine cat bit off one more spray of leaves and laid it with the others. "Go ahead." "I brought Flame Paw and Dawn Paw to the border," Tiger Paw began, gesturing with his tail. "We all want to come back to Shadow Clan, but, well, we scared that we'll get into trouble with Blackfoot." Little Cloud nodded. "I see. Will you help us, please?" "What does Tawny Pelt think about this?" Little Cloud asked. "She does and no here. If Blackfoot will take us back, Warriors, Powerftree, Longshadows, then we'll talk to her about it. But she might not come. She really unhappy that Shadow Clan does and follow the warrior code anymore." Little Cloud heaved a deep sigh. She not the only cat to feel like that. Hollyleaf tensed, digging her claws into the rough bark beneath her. Tiger Paw might be tempted to share the plan with Little Cloud, and that would ruin everything. But the apprentice said nothing about it, only repeating, "Please help us." "Of course I will," Little Cloud purred. "Wait here. I'm not sure Blackfoot will listen to me, but I'll do my best to bring him." Picking up his bundle of stems, the medicine cat turned and bounded up the opposite side of the hollow. "Don't let Soul know what's happening," Tiger Paw called after him. Little Cloud glanced back and nodded in acknowledgement, then trotted off among the pine trees. Tiger Paw looked up into Hollyleaf Tree and waved his tail excitedly. "Thanks Star Clan," Hollyleaf thought. The plan working. See Hapter. Lion Blaze and J Paw crouched with the two remaining apprentices in a clump of spiky grass. Dawn Paw kept wriggling and bobbing her head up to see over the top of the stems. "For Star Clan's sake, keep still," J Paw grumbled. "And keep your head down. The grass is sticking into me," she complained. "And I want to see if any cat is coming." Lion Blaze laid his tail tip on her shoulder. "We'll hear and scent the cats before we see them," he reminded her. "Keep still or you'll give us all away." Dawn Paw settled down, though Lion Blaze could feel excitement quivering through her as she pressed close to his side. His belly churned with better hidden anticipation. What taking so long? The sun was slowly sinking, and Blackfoot was unlikely to come after nightfall, if he came at all. Suddenly Lion Blaze heard rustling from the other side of the marsh. He pricked his ears and opened his jaws to taste the air. "Shadow Clan scent." "Get to the trees," J Paw whispered. Lion Blaze was just about to creep into position when Warriors, Powerftree, Longshadows, Flame Paw hissed, "Wait! That not Blackfoot." Lion Blaze froze. The lower branches of a bush at the edge of the marsh waved up and down. Then a dark brown tom emerged, sniffing the air suspiciously. Dawnpaw claws dug into the ground. Toadfoot. Fox dung. Jaypaw spat. Flamepaw eyes stretched wide with dismay. Now what do we do? For a few heartbeats Lionblaze felt as helpless as a piece of prey under a warrior claws. He guessed that the Shadow Clan warrior was following the scent trail left by Tigerpaw and Hollow-Leaf. What would they do if Blackfoot turned up now? Then he gave himself a mental shake. This was no time to panic. Flamepaw, he whispered, signaling with a twitch of his ears. Creep around the marsh on that side, and make sure Toadfoot does and see you. I'll go this way. When I leap on him, you come and help. The apprentice gave him a tense nod and crept away, his belly flat to the ground. Lionblaze headed in the opposite direction, and took cover in a clump of bracken a couple of tail lengths from Toadfoot. He caught a glimpse of Flamepaw Gingerpelt under a bush opposite. The Shadow Clan warrior stalked forward, an aggressive light in his eyes. A low growl came from his throat. I know you there. Come out. Now. Lionblaze yelled. He leaped out of the clump of bracken and bowled over the WARRIORS. POWEROFTHREE, LONGSHADOWS astonished Toadfoot. At the same moment Flamepaw hurtled across the boggy ground and flung himself on top of his clanmate. Lionblaze pinned Toadfoot down with both forepaws on his belly. Toadfoot battered at Lionblaze with strong hindpaws. His forepaws flailed, scoring down Flamepaw neck and shoulder, but the apprentice held on, stretching himself across Toadfoot neck and shoulders. Get him into cover, Lionblaze ordered. Together he and Flamepaw dragged the struggling Shadow Clan warrior behind the clump of bracken. Toadfoot lashed out with his claws, landing a painful blow on Lionblaze's leg, but he could and free himself. His screeches of fury were cut off when Flamepaw pushed his head to the ground and kept a paw over his jaws. As soon as the thrashing and yowling stopped, Lionblaze heard the sounds of more cats approaching through the trees. Breathing heavily, he raised his head. Through the bracken fronds he could see Tigerpaw with Little Cloud pacing alongside him, and Blackfoot a tail length or so behind. The Shadow Clan leader paused and looked suspiciously around him. I heard something, he growled. Some cat hunting, maybe. Tigerpaw lead easily. This way. Blackfoot, Flamepaw and Dawnpaw are waiting by the border. At the sound of his leader voice, Toadfoot heaved himself up in another attempt to escape. Lionblaze thrust him down again. Keep quiet if you want to save your clan, he hissed. WARRIORS, POWEROFTHREE, LONGSHADOWS planting a paw on Toadfoot neck. Toadfoot glared at him furiously, but could and move. While Lionblaze and Flamepaw were fighting with Toadfoot, Jaypaw and Dawnpaw had slipped back into the marsh and taken up their positions by the saplings they had loosened. Almost covered by the mud, they were hardly visible to any cat who was and looking for them. The thin branches were waving as though the trees could fall at any moment. Tigerpaw led Blackfoot and Little Cloud forward as if he was going to skirt the marsh at the very edge. Lionblaze caught a glimpse of Hollow-Leaf creeping from behind a gorse bush and plunging into the mud to help Dawnpaw. His chest heaved. Now! Jaypaw raised his tail and slapped it down on the surface of the mud. Then he thrust at the trunk of his tree with outstretched forepaws. Hollow-Leaf and Dawnpaw pushed their tree. Slowly the trunks tilted. There was a sucking noise and the surface of the marsh churned with brown bubbles. Blackfoot let out a yowl of alarm, but it was too late to flee. The trees crashed down, their branches locking together as they fell, the roots rising out of the mud and lashing the air like enormous tails. Peering through the bracken, Lionblaze spotted Tigerpaw scrambling through the branches and taking refuge underneath one of the trunks. He could see Blackfoot, clawing vainly at a mesh of twigs. For a moment he was worried that Little Cloud was hurt, but then he heard the medicine cat voice. Blackfoot, are you okay? WARRIORS, POWEROFTHREE, LONGSHADOWS. No, I feel as if my pelt torn off. The Shadow Clan leader growled. What happened? Where Tigerpaw? I can see him. Tigerpaw. Jaypaw hauled himself out of the mud and balanced among the roots of the nearest tree, out of sight of the trapped cats. Tigerpaw has vanished, he whispered, loud enough for the Shadow Clan cats to hear. What? Who that? Blackfoot demanded. I am one of the spirits you have denied. More cats than Tigerpaw will be lost if you go on rejecting your warrior ancestors. Jaypaw's whisper became more intense. The forest will fall. What do you mean? Lionblaze could just make out Blackfoot's face, his lips drawn back in a snarl, and Little Cloud peering out of the branches beside him. The medicine cat eyes were wide with awe. "A Star Clan warrior is speaking to us," he mewed. Toadfoot started struggling again. Lion Blaze crouched down on top of him while Flame Pool lay across his neck and shoulders, keeping a paw over his jaws. Keeping the writhing cat pinned down, Lion Blaze peered out from hiding. Blackfoot was clawing furiously at the branches. "Superstitious nonsense," he spat, though Lion Blaze thought there was uncertainty in his voice. "We must listen," Little Cloud insisted. "Star Clan has a message for us." "What if they taken Tiger Paw and we never see him again?" Blackfoot let out a snort of contempt. "If that a Star Clan warriors, POWEROFTHREE, LONGSHADOWS warrior, let it show itself." Lion Blaze belly churned. "JPWAS and a warrior with stars in his fur, just an undersized tabby apprentice, covered with mud." If Blackfoot WOULD and believe him without seeing him, their plan would fail. "The forest will fall," J-Paw repeated. Lion Blaze could just see him, crouched among the roots, his muscles tensed and his claws digging into the bark. "The trees will die. Your warriors will be scattered, and when they die they will never find a place among the stars." It not working, Lion Blaze thought hopelessly. Blackfoot still WAS and listening, just making more and more frenzied efforts to claw his way into the open. "Show yourself," he snarled. "The forest will fall." J-Paw's voice had an echoing quality, as if another voice had joined it. "The forest will fall." Now there was a third, all the voices twining together. Lion Blaze thought he saw a shimmer on the surface of the marsh. He blinked. Then every hair on his pelt stood on end. Two cats balanced on the surface of the mud, one a big tabby with a torn ear, the other a small gray and white tom. Frost sparkled at their paws and starlight was reflected in their eyes. "Rugged Star, Running Nose!" Little Cloud exclaimed from among the uprooted trees. Blackfoot stopped his frantic clawing and stared, his mouth dropping open. "Soul Time and Shadow Clan must come to an end," Rugged Star mewed, his gaze locked with Blackfoot. "He is like the darkness that covered the sun. He seems to have taken over your clan," Running Nose put in, "but he will pass and be forgotten in the brightness that follows. Brightness that will shine on Shadow Clan for countless moons." I hear you," Blackfoot stammered. "I'll do as you say." Little Cloud dipped his head as respectfully as he could with twigs clutching at his pelt. "Shadow Clan will return to our warrior ancestors," he promised, and added, "What have you done with our apprentice?" "He is safe," Rugged Star replied. The gaze of the Star Clan warriors swept around to rest on Hollyleaf, J-Paw, and finally Lion Blaze, who forced himself not to flinch. Would these starry cats be angry at what he and his littermates had done? The Star Clan cats did not speak, just bent their heads in a dignified nod. Their glimmering forms began to fade until they were no more than wisps of starlight above the marsh. Then they were gone. Lion Blaze let out a breathy haw and realized he was holding. Blackfoot broke through the branches that held him without much trouble. Little Cloud followed him through the gap he had made, and both cats scrambled onto dry ground at the edge of the marsh. Their pelts were clumped with mud and bits of twigs and debris, and blood was trickling from one of Blackfoot's ears. "Star Clan has and abandoned us." Little Cloud's voice was shaken, but ecstatic. Blackfoot shook his head. "They spoke to us," he murmured. "You were right, Little Cloud. We can ignore the spirits of our warrior ancestors. Not when they are still watching over us." "What will you do now?" Little Cloud asked. "Get rid of Soul, to begin with." Blackfoot flexed his claws until the tips disappeared into the wet ground. "I can believe I let myself listen to that mange-ridden trickster. He told me Star Clan didn't care what happened to us. But they brought us here, made the trees fall so that we had to hear them. I'll make sure that no Shadow Clan cat is led astray by Soul again." "You don't think I left it too long?" he added anxiously. "I know you haven't," Little Cloud reassured him, touching his leader's shoulder with the tip of his tail. "The warrior code lives within every one of the cats born in Shadow Clan. One cat alone cannot quench that flame." "Then let go," Blackfoot mewed, turning toward the Shadow Clan camp. Little Cloud hesitated. "Tigerpaw, are you there?" Lion Blaze saw the apprentice clamber out of his hiding place under the trunk and splash his way through the mud to his clanmates. "Are you okay?" Little Cloud asked. "Did you see what happened?" "Yes." Tigerpaw amber eyes were shining. "I never thought I'd get to see real Star Clan warriors." Nor did I, Lion Blaze thought. Tiger Paw dipped his head to Blackfoot. Can we come back now? Blackfoot nodded. Of course. Shadow Clan needs you. Tiger Paw straightened proudly. Then I'll go and find Flame Paw and Dawn Paw. Get back to camp as soon as you can, Blackfoot ordered. Waving his tail to Little Cloud, he added, let go. I can wait to tell our clan they can look to their warrior ancestors again. I know they'll all be glad to hear it, Blackfoot, Little Cloud meowed. The white cat drew himself to his full height, his muscles rippling beneath his ruffled pelt. Blackstar, he corrected. My name is Blackstar. Raising his tail, the Shadow Clan leader stalked off into the forest, with his medicine cat padding behind him. From the moment when the Star Clan warriors started to speak, Toadfoot had lain still as a stone under Lion Blaze's paws. When Lion Blaze and Flame Paw let him get up, he sat staring at the marsh as if he could and believe what had happened. Were those really cats from Star Clan? He whispered. Yes, they were, Flame Paw replied solemnly. Our warrior ancestors are still watching over us. They want the warrior code to be preserved. Toadfoot blinked, still stunned. What are you going to do now? Lion Blaze asked him. If Blackstar knew what they had done, would he still want his clan to look to their warrior ancestors? Toadfoot glanced flicked from Lion Blaze to Flame Paw and back again, a low growl beginning to build in his throat. You faked that sign. Only to start with. Flame Paw faced his clanmate. We made the trees fall and brought Blackstar here. But we didn't make the Star Clan cats appear. They came of their own accord, and that made it a real sign after all. Toadfoot shook bits of bracken off his dark brown pelt, his eyes still indecisive. Lucky they did come, he muttered. Otherwise Shadow Clan would have torn Thunder Clan apart for interfering and lying. You could try, Lion Blaze meowed, his fur bristling. But Star Clan really did come, Flame Paw persisted. They proved that they are still watching over us, that we should still listen to them and live by the warrior code. They have the clan best interests at heart. We have to believe what they say for our own sake. Is that what you want? Lion Blaze demanded. Toadfoot paused, then nodded. I suppose I should thank you, he meowed grudgingly. No, Lion Blaze replied, it's Star Clan you should thank. Hollow-Leaf padded up, mud dripping from her pelt, and gave Toadfoot a disapproving sniff. What are we going to do about him? She asked Lion Blaze. It was Toadfoot who answered. I promise I won't tell any cat what I saw. Hollow-Leaf ears flicked up. Can we trust him? Trust him or kill him. J-Paw joined them and sat down with a gusty sigh. I don't know about you, but I didn't go through all this to start killing Shadow Clan cats. Then we have to trust you. Lion Blaze turned to Toadfoot. Swear by Star Clan that you'll keep the secret. Of course I will, Mouse Brain. Toadfoot lashed his tail. I swear it. Unless keeping your secret will harm my clan, he added instantly. Which it won. Lion Blaze gave Toadfoot a brusque nod. You can go. Toadfoot turned and stalked away, with a last fearful glance at the marsh where the two Star Clan warriors had appeared. Come on. Tiger Paw waved his tail at his two littermates. We got to get back, too. The apprentices dipped their heads to the Thunder Clan cats. We'll never be able to thank you enough, Flame Paw mewed. We did this for Thunder Clan, too. And we could and have done it without you, Lion Blaze replied. What are we going to do about our mother? Dawn Paw asked her brother and sister. Tiger Paw and Flame Paw looked blankly at each other. Don't worry about that now, Lion Blaze assured them. We'll tell Tawny Pelt what happened. You need to get back to your camp right away, and we need to get off your territory. Yeah. Tiger Paw eyes gleamed. Don't you dare cross our borders once we renew the scent marks. The apprentices bounded off through the trees. Lion Blaze watched them until they were out of sight, then headed back toward his own territory with Hollow-Leaf and J-Paw at his side. I can believe our fake sign turned into a real message from Star Clan. Hollow-Leaf exclaimed. J-Paw, do you think that Star Clan needed us to set the trap before they could appear? J-Paw shrugged. I don't know, but I doubt it. I think they wanted the apprentices to show them how desperate they were to save their clan, Lion Blaze suggested. Tiger Paw and the others would have gone through all that if they didn't want to bring Shadow Clan back to Star Clan and the Warrior Code. We were desperate, too. Hollow-Leaf lashed her tail. Nothing matters more than preserving the Warrior Code. And what in the name of Star Clan are we going to tell Tawny Pelt? Japwa asked. The truth would be a really bad idea. I can feel it in my pelt. I don't know. Hollyleaf sounded worried. I don't want Firestar to know what we did, either. He would put me and Lionblaze back on apprentice duties before you could say else. Lionblaze drew ahead a few paw steps, his mind drifting from the conversation behind him. His paws were itching to know what Soul would do after Blackstar told him to leave ShadowClan. Will he keep his promise? He wondered. Will he come to mentor the three of us to our true destiny? See Hapter. Hollyleaf leaped, sinking her claws into the vole and dispatching it with a quick nip to the neck. Straightening up with her prey in her jaws, she spotted Lionblaze approaching through the bracken, dragging the limp body of a rabbit. Hey, great catch! She mumbled around the vole. Twilight had fallen, and deep shadows lay on the forest floor. Hollyleaf and Lionblaze had stopped near the dead tree to hunt on their way back to camp, while Japwa looked for fresh herbs. Let's get back, he mewed, padding up with a bunch of tansy. I worried about the sick cats. Leafpool can do everything, and if I any later she'll have my pelt for bedding. Okay. Hollyleaf retrieved the mouse she had killed earlier and led the way back to camp, carrying her prey. Every hair on her pelt was tingling with relief that they had been able to save ShadowClan. Only one problem remained. What were they going to tell Tawny Pelt? Lionblaze pushed through the thorn tunnel ahead of her, the hind legs of his rabbit leaving faint scars in the dust. As she emerged into the camp, Hollyleaf could see that the clearing was almost empty. Many cats would already be in their dens. She spotted Sandstorm and Squirrelflight sharing a thrush beside the fresh kill pile, while Poppyfrost was padding toward the dirt place tunnel. Hey, Poppyfrost! Lionblaze bounded forward, letting his rabbit fall. Have you seen Tawny Pelt? Poppyfrost nodded. She and Firestar den with Brambleclaw. Hang on, Hollyleaf mewed to her brother as he padded back to her. We haven't decided what to tell her yet. We can talk now, Japwa stated. I have to check in with Leafpool. I'll find you later. Without waiting for a reply, he bounded over to the medicine cat's den and disappeared behind the brambles. Lionblaze yawned and arched his back in a long stretch. I worn out. Let's drop off this prey and go to our den for a rest. We don't need to worry about Tawny Pelt right now. She busy. Okay. The two young warriors picked up their prey and carried it over to the fresh kill pile. You been hunting, Squirrelflight mewed approvingly. Well done. How did you get that mud all over you? Sandstorm narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Were you hunting for frogs? It just a bit wet out there, Lionblaze mumbled, not looking at the older she-cat. Amusement glimmered in Sandstorm's green eyes. She opened her mouth to reply, only to be distracted by the sound of cats pushing their way through the barrier. Birchfall emerged. Hollyleaf fur tingled with surprise when she saw that Little Cloud was following him, with Whitewing and Icepaw bringing up the rear. Sandstorm leaped to her paws. What this? She bounded across the clearing to confront the ShadowClan medicine cat. Squirrelflight rose more slowly. I better let Firestar know, she murmured, and headed for the tumbled rocks that led to the high ledge. Hollyleaf and Lionblaze followed Sandstorm across the clearing. More cats were appearing from the warrior's den, Cloudtail loudly proclaiming that he would know ShadowClan sent anywhere. He and Brightheart joined the group around Little Cloud, followed by Barrynos, Hazeltail, and Mouse Whisker. Mousefur poked her head out of the elder's den but stayed where she was, her whiskers twitching in disapproval. What another ShadowClan cat doing in our camp? Barrynos demanded. No cat answered him, though his littermate Hazeltail gave him a sharp nudge with her shoulder, nearly knocking him off his paws. Greetings. Sandstorm gave Little Cloud a curt nod. Birchfall, what going on here? Hollyleaf thought that Birchfall seemed embarrassed. We were patrolling the ShadowClan border, he began. I spotted Little Cloud, Icepaw broke in. Birchfall and Whitewing were too busy gossiping. That enough. Whitewing scolded her apprentice. She looked flustered. Little Cloud says he needs to talk to Tawny Pelt. Little Cloud dipped his head respectfully to Sandstorm. With Firestar permission, things have happened in ShadowClan that she needs to know. Before Sandstorm could reply, Hollyleaf saw Firestar, Brambleclaw, and Tawny Pelt appearing on the high ledge, with Squirrelflight just behind. Sandstorm waved her tail, inviting Little Cloud to follow her. She led him across the clearing to stand at the foot of the stones. Hollyleaf and Lionblaze padded after them with the rest of the ThunderClan cats. More were emerging from their dens and gathering around to listen. Rosecat and Toadcat frisked across the clearing from the nursery, their ears pricked curiously, while Daisy followed more slowly. "Greetings, Little Cloud," Firestar meowed. "Welcome to our camp. How can we help you?" "Thank you, Firestar," the medicine cat replied. "It's Tawnypelt I need to speak to." The tortoiseshell warrior ears flicked up in surprise. "I.e. nothing to say to Shadow Clan anymore?" There was the hint of a snarl in her voice. "They are not my clan." "I'm sorry you feel like that." Little Cloud blinked sympathetically. "But I think you might change your mind when you hear what I come to tell you." "Go on, then." Tawnypelt still sounded hostile. "Blackstar wants you to come back," the medicine cat went on. "Your 3 kids have already returned." "What?" Tawnypelt's jaws gaped wide in shock. Hollyleaf could see she wanted to spill out a whole cascade of questions, but her gaze flickered around the listening ThunderClan cats, and she clamped her jaws shut again. "Blackstar wants me to tell you that no cat will blame you for leaving." Little Cloud gazed up at his clanmate. "ShadowClan is returning to the warrior code, and to their faith in their warrior ancestors." Tawnypelt drew in a long breath. "If that's true, what about Soul?" "Soul has decided to leave ShadowClan," Little Cloud replied. "Decided?" Lion Blaze whispered into Hollyleaf's ear. "Look out for flying hedgehogs." "His place is not with us," Little Cloud continued. "Blackstar bears him no ill will, but he is not a clan cat." "This is good news," Brambleclaw meowed to his sister. "I welcome you as my clanmate again, but I know you will always be a loyal ShadowClan cat in your heart." Tawnypelt touched her nose to Brambleclaw's ear, then nodded. "Okay, Little Cloud. I'll come. But you better be telling me the truth." "A medicine cat does and lie," Little Cloud replied. Tawnypelt turned to Firestar. "Thank you for everything, Firestar." "I just glad it ended so well," Firestar meowed. "Goodbye, and good luck." The tortoiseshell warrior pressed her pelt against Brambleclaw, then leaped down the rocks to join Little Cloud. Together the 2 ShadowClan cats padded across the clearing and disappeared into the thorn barrier. "I never thought that would happen," Cloudtail burst out as soon as they were gone. "Do you think Blackstar really changed his mind just like that?" Hollyleaf deliberately didn't look at her brother. "I bet a month of dawn patrols those apprentices had something to do with it," Birchfall meowed. "Why else would they disappear back to ShadowClan without their mother?" Dustpelt let out a snort of amusement. "I can just picture those 3 holding Blackstar down until he agreed." "Maybe losing them made Blackstar realize what he was doing to his clan," Hollyleaf suggested carefully. Hazeltail nodded. "You could be right." "Well, whatever changed Blackstar's mind, it a good thing for the rest of the clans," Sandstorm mewed. "No cat wants a clan on their borders that does and follow the warrior code." "True," Ferncloud purred, brushing against the ginger chick outside. "There should always be 4 clans around the lake, all following the warrior code." "I just hope Tawnypelt won't tell Blackstar too much about our camp," Daisy murmured, with an anxious look at her kits. Hollyleaf began to bristle at the suggestion that her kin would betray the clan who had helped her, especially when it was her brother clan. Before she could speak, Sandstorm touched her nose to Daisy's ear. "I sure you don't need to worry. Tawnypelt would never do that." "And what about Soul? That what I'd like to know." Mousifer stalked up to join the group of cats. "Where will he go now?" "Who cares?" Barinos mewed. "Because he might start causing more trouble," Mousebrain, Dustpelt pointed out. "I just hope he'll leave the clans alone now." "He better." Hollyleaf clawed fiercely at the ground. Even the thought of Soul made her pelt bristle. "He has no place here if he tries to destroy the warrior code." Lion Blaze opened his jaws as if he was about to protest, then closed them again. Hollyleaf didn't like the doubtful look in his eyes. Surely he was and going to defend Soul, after what the loner had done to ShadowClan. Hollyleaf jerked her head to draw her brother away from the excited cats. "You don't still believe in that crow food-eating menace, do you?" she hissed. Lion Blaze shrugged. "He not as bad as all that. I was hoping he come back to mentor us." Hollyleaf stared at him in disbelief. "Why should he help us? Why do you even want him to? Look at what he did to ShadowClan. He persuaded them to give up the warrior code." "But our destiny has nothing to do with the warrior code," Lion Blaze argued with a glance over his shoulder to make sure no cat was listening. Hollyleaf snorted. "Soul is a dangerous cat. If he turns up again, you should stay away from him. Our destiny will come, Whatever we do or don't do. I asked, and at the point of a prophecy? Lion Blaze looked away. He didn't protest anymore, but as Hollyleaf padded over to the warrior's den, she was sure she managed to convince him. Hollyleaf stood on a steep bank overlooking the lake, and tasted the air for signs of prey. Behind her, Dustpelt and Sorreltail, the other members of the hunting patrol, were stalking through the undergrowth. A cool breeze was blowing the leaves from the trees. They whirled past Hollyleaf, fluttering scraps of scarlet and gold. Though the sun was up, the ground underpaw still crackled with frost. Hollyleaf ears flicked up as she caught a trace of vole on the wind. Heartbeats later she spotted a good plump one, under a root halfway down the slope that led to the lake. She dropped into the hunter crouch and glided toward it, trying to keep her paw steps as light as a falling leaf. She was sure that she hadn't made a sound, but before she had covered half the distance, something spooked the vole and it scurried down the bank toward the lake. Mouse dung. Hollyleaf sprang after it, but when she reached the pebbly shore her prey had vanished. Furious, she began sniffing at the holes in the bank. There was a strong scent of vole, but no way of getting at it. "Hello, Hollyleaf." Hollyleaf froze at the sound of the quiet voice. She spun around to see Sol sitting on the pebbles with his tail wrapped neatly over his paws. His white pelt with its black, brown, and ginger patches was sleek and well-groomed, and his pale yellow eyes gleamed. "What are you doing here?" Hollyleaf demanded. She could feel every hair on her pelt bristling, her tail fluffing out to twice its size, and her belly churning with her distrust of this powerful cat. "I thought you gone." Fury flashed in the loner eyes, and his claws dug into the ground. Yet a heartbeat later he was cool and controlled again, so that Hollyleaf almost believed she had imagined the anger he had betrayed. "I left Shadow Clan, but I cannot leave the lake yet," Sol mewed calmly. Hollyleaf had never met a cat, not even Firestar, who sounded so sure of himself. "The clans need me. They just haven't realized it yet." "You need me, Hollyleaf." Hollyleaf swallowed, realizing that she was in danger of falling under the power of Sol voice once again. "You wrong," she insisted. "I don't need you, and neither do Lion Blaze and Japaw." "Are you sure of that?" Sol amber gaze was fixed on her. For a heartbeat Hollyleaf felt like a piece of cowering prey, transfixed under a warrior claws. "Quite sure." She forced herself to sound certain. "We'll achieve our destiny without your help, because the warrior code will set our paws in the right direction." She braced herself for Sol to argue, but the loner only tipped his head a little, acknowledging what she said. He rose to his paws and turned away without another word. Hollyleaf stood watching him, determined to make sure that he left ThunderClan territory before he had gone more than a couple of tail lengths. Sol glanced back over one shoulder. "Are you sure you have found the three?" "What do you mean?" Hollyleaf took a pace toward him, her vision blurring with anger. "Lion Blaze, Japaw, and I are the three. We kin of Firestar kin, and there are three of us. And Japaw knows things that no other cat does." "But Japaw didn't know about the vanishing sun." Sol's voice echoed around Hollyleaf, but when she focused her gaze again he was already far away, padding along the shore of the lake in the direction of Wind Clan territory. "Good riddance," she whispered, but her pelt still quivered and in her heart she knew that she had not seen the last of Sol. Hollyleaf managed to track down another vole and carried it back to where the hunting patrol was gathering, ready to return to camp. She was determined not to say anything about meeting Sol, and she hoped no other cat had seen him. The sooner her clanmates forgot about him, the better. Dustpelt, who was leading the patrol, was scraping the earth off their cache of fresh kill when Hollyleaf padded up. "The clan will eat well today," he mewed. "Let go." There was a rasp in his voice, and he ended with a cough. Hollyleaf gazed at him in dismay. There was a feverish glitter in the tabby warrior eyes. It sounded as though he had been coughing for some time. "You should see Leafpool as soon as you get back," Sorreltail told him. "I fine," Dustpelt retorted, with another painful cough. "You are not fine, and you will see Leafpool," Sorreltail flashed back at him. Dustpelt had been her mentor for a while, when Sandstorm was away journeying with Firestar. Hollyleaf knew she was as apprehensive of the short-tempered warrior as many of the other ThunderClan cats. "All right, no need to be so bossy," Dustpelt grumbled, grabbing up a squirrel and stalking through the undergrowth toward the camp. Hollyleaf exchanged an anxious glance with Sorreltail as the two she-cats followed. Back in the stone hollow, She dropped her prey on the fresh kill pile and bounded across to Leafpool Den to tell her about Dustpelt. She would and put it past the tabby warrior to conveniently forget that he should visit the medicine cat. "Dawn, come in," Leafpool voice came urgently from behind the brambles. A moment later she appeared, the scent of herbs clinging to her pelt. "Oh, it you, Hollyleaf. What can I do for you?" "Nothing for me," Hollyleaf replied, worried to see how tired the medicine cat was looking. "But I was out hunting with Dustpelt, and I heard him coughing. I thought you should know." "Oh, no, not another cat." Leafpool's eyes stretched wide with anxiety. "Longtail started coughing last night, and Daisy and Hennifer this morning, and Rosakit is feverish." Fear gripped deep in Hollyleaf's belly, not just because of the bad news, but because she had never seen Leafpool this distraught. "Are we all going to get sick, one by one?" "I don't know." Leafpool shook her head. "I'm doing all I can, but what if it isn't enough?" Hollyleaf could remember ever seeing Leafpool so full of doubt, so frightened for her clanmates. She pressed her muzzle into the fur on the medicine cat's shoulder. "You a great medicine cat, Leafpool. I know every cat will be fine with you to take care of them. It means a lot to me, hearing you say that." Leafpool's amber gaze was fixed on Hollyleaf. "I just wish it was true." She straightened up and gave her pelt a little shake. "Go and get something to eat. You need to keep your strength up, or you will get sick, too." Hollyleaf dipped her head. "Okay." As she returned to the fresh kill pile, she felt confidence gradually filling her up like rain in an upturned leaf. Soul had gone. She had watched him leave, and she had made it clear that he would be welcome in ThunderClan. ShadowClan was keeping the warrior code once more, and looking for guidance from the spirits of their warrior ancestors. As for the sickness, it was bad, but Leafpool would cure it. Crouching down to take the first bite of her vole, Hollyleaf felt some of her old excitement about the prophecy coming back. "I'm ready, Star Clan. Just tell me what I have to do." "See Hapter." J-Paul let out a sneeze as dust from the dried herbs got up his nose. Squeezing himself even farther into the storage cleft in the medicine cat's den, he stretched out a paw and scrabbled at a few brittle stems that lay right at the back. The faint scent that lingered told him they were coltsfoot, collected the previous new leaf. "J-Paw." The apprentice started at the sound of Leafpool's voice and bumped his head on the roof of the cleft. "Mouse dung," he muttered, wriggling out backward with the dried coltsfoot leaves in his claws. "What have you managed to find?" Leafpool asked. "Coltsfoot, and a few juniper berries," J-Paw reported, dropping the stems at Leafpool's paws. "So little," Leafpool murmured. J-Paw could hear her sorting through the pitiful collection. "Better than nothing," he mewed, trying to sound optimistic. "But it's not enough." "J-Paw, we're losing the battle." Every hair on J-Paw's pelt prickled and he dug his claws into the packed earthen floor. "We are." Leafpool let out a despairing sigh. "There isn't enough room to separate the sick cats from the rest of the clan, and we can treat green cough without catmint." "I've been looking after the catmint plants at the old twig nest," J-Paw mewed. "Shall I go and see if there are any new shoots?" "No, there can possibly be enough." J-Paw felt his mentor hopelessness as if it were his own. "Besides, we need to let that supply grow for next season." "Then what are we going to do?" "I don't know. Things will only get worse as the weather gets colder. Cats will get weaker as prey runs short. And if more cats get sick, there won't be enough warriors left to hunt for the clan." J-Paw lifted his chin. "Then we need to find more catmint." "There is no more," Leafpool insisted. "I know of one patch, just outside the River Clan border, by a twig nest, but I can leave the clan long enough to fetch it," and she broke off. But J-Paw knew well enough what she had meant to say. "You can go because you blind." He sensed Leafpool watching him in despair, and felt the strength of her desire that he could see. Briefly he struggled with a surge of bitterness. "Because then I'd be more useful, right?" "No, J-Paw." Leafpool answered his unspoken resentment. "It's not because you blind that you can go. If that was the problem, I could send you with a warrior." "Then why don't you?" Leafpool sighed. "Because you would need to cross Shadow Clan territory, and go along the River Clan border to get to the place. There has been too much fighting recently. We can risk you and a warrior when so many cats are sick. What if another clan attacked us? We need all the paws we got, here in our own territory." "Then what about asking the other medicine cats?" J-Paw suggested. "If they got catmint, they give us some." "Yes, They would. Leaf's voice grew sharper, as if she was annoyed by his insistence. But I can ask without the other clans finding out how weak we are. Firestar would have my pelt if he found out I done that. Reluctantly Japwa had to admit she was right. So what can I do to help? He asked. I sent Millie and Briarkid out for some fresh air and sun. Leafpool sounded relieved to turn to something more practical. They in that space between here and the warrior's den. It's sheltered there, and they should be far enough away from the other cats to stop the cough from spreading. Could you take out their old bedding, and bring in some fresh? Sure. Japwa padded to the side of the den and started scraping up the used moss and bracken, collecting it into a ball. Make sure you take it a long way from camp, Leafpool reminded him. And when you finished, you can fetch Millie and Briarkid back in, before they get too tired and cold. Japwa rolled the ball of soiled bedding out through the thorn barrier, and dumped it several fox lengths away from the hollow. Nearby he found more moss growing thickly around the roots of a tree. To his relief, it had dried out since the heavy rain of a few days before. Tearing off some fronds of bracken, he bundled the whole lot together and staggered with it back into camp. When he went to fetch the sick cats, he found Millie lying stretched out in a sunny spot beside the wall of the stone hollow. Her breath rasped in her throat, and when he rested a paw on her chest, Japwa could feel it heaving rapidly up and down. Briarkid pushed up beside him, nudging at her mother. I want to play, she whimpered. She had to catch her breath as she spoke, and Japwa could feel her legs wobbling. Be a mouse, and I'll catch you. Millie let out a weary sigh, and Briarkid pleading ended in a cough. Come on, Japwa meowed, trying to sound cheerful. I put down some fresh bedding for you. You'll be able to have a really good sleep. Don't want to sleep, Briarkid protested. Yes, you do, Japwa informed her. Sleeping will make you feel better. He slipped a shoulder under Millie as she struggled to her paws. Her chest wheezed with the effort and her coughs were weak, as if her strength was ebbing fast. Japwa belly twisted with frustration. The prophecy said he had the power of the stars in his paws, but what good was that if he had to witness the cats in his care die? He helped Millie back into her nest, with Briarkid getting under his paws until he shooed her into the moss beside her mother. He straightened up and headed back to the cleft, wondering if he could have possibly missed any stores of herbs. Suddenly his eyes filled with dazzling sunlight, so bright that he flinched and bent his head, trying to shut out the rays. When his vision cleared, he looked up again, blinking. He was standing in a glade, thick with rustling leaves. The warm air was heavy with the scent of growing herbs. Is there catnip here? That was the first thought that jumped into his head. As he tasted the air, the smell of cats flooded over him, drowning the scents of the herbs. Starlight glimmered in the undergrowth under the trees, and warriors of Star Clan began to emerge into the clearing. Japwa recognized Blue Star, her tail twitching with anxiety. She glanced back at the muscular figure of Whitestorm, who followed her into the open. They are coming, the old Thunder Clan leader whispered. So many of them. Maybe not, Whitestorm meowed reassuringly. Thunder Clan COULDN have better medicine cats. Japwa heard a disgusted snort as yet another starry cat pushed her way through the ferns, Yellowfang with her ragged gray pelt and burning ember eyes. Are you mouse-brained, Whitestorm? What can medicine cats do if there aren't any healing herbs? Is there no way we can guide them? A soft mew announced the arrival of Spotedleaf, her tail waving gracefully as she padded out into the open. No way to help? You tell me, Yellowfang snapped. There no more catment on Thunder Clan territory, and at that I give them my pelt if I could, but what use would that be? Will sickness destroy my clan? Blue Star wailed, her claws working furiously, tearing up clumps of grass. One last cat slipped into the clearing, the silver tabby whom Japwa had seen in Grey Stripe memory, her lifeblood gushing out onto stones as she gave birth to a pair of tiny kits. Millie is close to joining us, she murmured. What can we do? Grey Stripe DOES and deserved to have his heart broken again. None of the other Star Clan cats could answer her. They began to circle distractedly, their pelts quivering with distress. None of them seemed to have noticed Japwa. Why am I here? He wondered. If there's nothing useful in this vision, i.e. got sick cats to look after. A cool breeze swept over the clearing, ruffling the moon-colored fur of the restless cats. Starlight gleamed again in the shadows under the trees, and 3 more cats padded into the open. The first was a young she-cat barely old enough to be a warrior, her silver tabby pelt glimmering with a pale light. The second cat was older, A silver tabby so like the first that J-Paw guessed she was her mother, while the third was a broad-shouldered tabby tom. Bright Spirit. Blue Star dipped her head respectfully to the young she-cat. It has been a long time. Shining Heart, Braveheart, White Storm greeted the two older cats. Your presence honors us. J-Paw stared at the three newcomers. Where had these cats come from? He had never seen them before, or heard their names in any of the clans. Their scent was different too faintly of StarClan, and of something else carried on wind and in starlight. He sensed that they had traveled a long distance. Is this why I here to meet these cats? The two older cats remained at the edge of the trees, their tails twined together, but Bright Spirit bounded across the clearing and halted in front of J-Paw. Her green eyes glowed with love and sympathy and her sweet scent wreathed around him. Greetings, J-Paw, she mewed. You are troubled. J-Paw crouched to the ground. This was no ordinary StarClan cat. He could imagine telling this cat she was merely a clan cat in a different place. Something about her, the way she tipped her head to one side and studied him as if they were the only cats in the clearing, made him spill out the truth. ThunderClan cats are dying. I don't know what to do. Bright Spirit stretched out her neck and rested her muzzle against her ear, warming him with her breath. Seek for the wind, she whispered. The wind holds what you seek. J-Paw took a step back and stared at her. What do you mean? I don't understand. With a hiss, darkness slammed down over his eyes as if night had suddenly fallen, and he found himself surrounded by the scents of stale herbs and cicadas once more. He bit back a yowl of frustration. She was going to tell me something. For a few heartbeats he could still make out Bright Spirit's scent, and a distant echo of her voice. Seek for the wind, and may StarClan light your path. Then she was gone. Come on, Millie. Leafpool's voice sounded close by him. Lie down here. J-Paw fetched fresh bedding for you. Thanks, J-Paw, Millie rasped. J-Paw tensed. Had the whole of his vision taken only a couple of heartbeats? He helped Leafpool settle Millie and Briarkit, longing all the while for a bit of peace so that he could think about Bright Spirit and her mysterious words. As the cicadas curled up in their nest, J-Paw heard the sound of racing footsteps drawing closer. What now? He picked up Sandstorm's scent as she halted by the bramble screen. Leafpool, come quickly. She gasped. Firestar ill. See Hapter. Leafpool let out a yelp of horror. I coming. She slipped past J-Paw and raced after Sandstorm. J-Paw snatched up a couple of the colt's foot stalks and dashed after her, scrambling up the rocks leading to Firestar Den without stopping to think about where to put his paws. When he reached High Ledge, the smell of sickness struck him like a blow. Inside his den, Firestar was coughing, and as J-Paw padded up to him he could feel the heat of fever pulsing from his body. Every hair on J-Paw pelt stood on end. What would happen to ThunderClan now that their leader was ill? Thanks, J-Paw, Leafpool mewed, taking the colt's foot from him. Here, Firestar, eat these. I'm not that sick, Firestar protested, his voice already roughened from coughing. You should keep the herbs for cats who need them. Don't be ridiculous. Leafpool snapped. You need them. I'm your medicine cat now, and don't you forget it. You were so quiet when you were a kid. Weary amusement crept into Firestar's voice. I never thought you would turn out this bossy. Well, I did, so do as you told. Leafpool sounded full of affection for her father. Come on, you know the clan needs you to be strong and fit. As Firestar chewed up the herbs, J-Paw slipped out of the den and down into the clearing. Halting at the foot of the rocks, he tasted the air, hoping to find an apprentice to fetch fresh bedding for Firestar. At least the clan leader could be kept apart in his den, so that he would pass on the sickness to healthy cats. But instead of an apprentice, the first scent J-Paw picked up was Brambleclaw. What going on? The deputy asked. You shouldn't go up there. J-Paw blocked Brambleclaw from climbing the rocks. Firestar has green cough. Oh, great StarClan. Brambleclaw's voice was shocked. You are helping him, aren't you? Leafpool with him, J-Paw mewed. She'll do her best. I know. His father sounded a little reassured. Let me pass, J-Paw. I got to speak to Firestar about the patrols. Okay. J-Paw moved out of the way. Stay out on the high ledge, though, and talk to him from there. Don't get too close. J-Paw tasted the air again as Brambleclaw's paw steps receded up the rocks, but he still couldn't pick up Foxpaw or Icepaw scent. This time, it was Graystripe who padded up to him. J-Paw, how is Millie? he demanded. She really sick, isn't she? J-Paw would have liked to find a comforting lie, but he knew that Graystripe would never believe it. He nodded, and was almost knocked off his paws by the strength of the agony that surged over him from the Grey Warrior. Is that love? He wondered. Does Graystripe care about Millie that much? It as if his own life was in danger. The silver cat who died, he mewed. You loved her, didn't you? Graystripe caught his breath, startled. Why yes. Her name was Silverstream. She was Stormfern Feathertail Mother. He fell silent, wreathed in sad memories. You couldn't have done anything to save her, J-Paw told him. She lives in StarClan, and she watching over Millie now. She doesn't want Millie to join her in StarClan yet, not when she has your kids to care for. You know all this? Graystripe asked, shocked. J-Paw nodded. I heard her in a vision. It's so like Silverstream to care, Graystripe murmured. But it not much comfort right now. StarClan can fight Greencough any better than we can here. He sounded defeated, as if he had made up his mind that he was going to lose Millie as he had lost Silverstream. Anger scorched through J-Paw like a devouring flame. Cats won't die. I'll do something. He wanted to battle the sickness, not only for the dying cats of his own clan, and for warriors like Graystripe who loved them, but for all the cats of StarClan who didn't want any more cats in their ranks. Not so many and so soon. And for Bright Spirit, he added. She came to help me. And somehow I'll work out the meaning of what she said. Still looking for Foxpaw and Icepaw, J-Paw padded over to the apprentice's den. Before he reached it, he scented a hunting patrol returning through the thorn tunnel. Brackenfur, Lionblaze, Cloudtail, and Cinderheart. All four of them were carrying prey, but J-Paw could sense their weariness and discouragement. It happening just like Leafpool says, he thought. So many cats are sick, there aren't enough for all the patrols. J-Paw stuck his head through the bracken that grew against the entrance to the apprentice's den. Little snuffling sounds told him Foxpaw was asleep. His breathing was even. The day before, Leafpool had given him a dose of tansy, and it seemed to have cleared up his cough. One less cat to worry about. Hey! J-Paw slipped inside the den and poked Foxpaw with one paw. Wake up! Wah! Foxpaw raised his head. I need you to fetch fresh bedding for Firestar. The ginger apprentice let out a huge noisy yawn. Can some other cat do it? I did the dawn patrol, and a hunting patrol with Sandstorm. She said I could have a rest. J-Paw couldn't help feeling a twinge of sympathy. Every cat is overworked, he mewed. Icepaw could help you if you can find her. She out hunting with Whitening, Foxpaw told him, scrambling to his paws and grunting as he stretched. Okay, I coming. Make sure the bedding dry, J-Paw instructed as Foxpaw brushed past the ferns into the clearing. And get rid of the old stuff well away from camp. Firestar sick. Why didn't you say so? Foxpaw's voice was full of dismay. His paw steps receded, racing toward the tunnel. J-Paw padded over to the fresh kill pile and collected a squirrel for the elders. Before he reached their den under the hazel bush, he could hear Longtail coughing, and a comforting murmur from Mousefur. Here you are. J-Paw dragged the squirrel into the den and dropped it beside Mousefur. How are you, Longtail? His cough getting worse, Mousefur snapped. When are you going to fetch him some catnip? When hedgehogs fly. J-Paw suppressed the sharp comment. We haven't got any, he told Mousefur. I'll fetch him some tansy, though, and borage for the fever. Mousefur snorted. A poor medicine cat you turn out to be, if you haven't even got catnip. Once again J-Paw stopped himself from snapping back at her. He knew that the cranky elder was worried about her denmate. At least the tansy leaves Mousefur had eaten had kept her from getting sick. So far. Longtail, try to eat some of the fresh kill, he urged. You need to keep your strength up. Okay, Longtail croaked between bouts of coughing. Thanks, J-Paw. With a nod to Mousefur, J-Paw left the den and padded back to the fresh kill pile to fetch prey for the sick cats in the warrior's den. When he pushed his way through the branches, he located Thornclaw and Dustpelt nests to one side. Ferncloud was curled up close to her mate. This is ridiculous, the tabby warrior was mewing. I'm perfectly able to go out on patrol. No, you not, Ferncloud told him. You staying here if I have to hold you down. J-Paw heard her tongue rasping affectionately over her mate Pelt. J-Paw dropped a mouse in front of Dustpelt and another beside Thornclaw. The golden tabby had been ill for longer than any cat except Millie, and his breathing sounded fast and shallow. He lay on one side, and didn't respond when J-Paw checked him with a paw. His pelt was rough and J-Paw could feel every one of his ribs. J-Paw muscles tensed. Thornclaw could already be on his way to Star Clan. Is there anything I can do? J-Paw felt Ferncloud breath warm against his ear. Not much, but thanks, J-Paw meowed. Try to get him to eat that mouse when he wakes. I will. Ferncloud touched her nose to J-Paw muzzle, then went to curl up again beside Dustpelt. J-Paw. Squirrel's light voice came from the other side of the den. I want you to tell Leafpool that I fit enough to go hunting. Her paw steps approached. J-Paw could feel pain and stiffness in every movement. So you want me to lie to my mentor? Lie? Nonsense. You can tell her my wound has healed. J-Paw sniffed at his mother where claws had slashed down her side in the battle with Wind Clan and River Clan. The wound had closed and there was no smell of infection, but her fur had yet to grow back and J-Paw could tell that her muscles were still stiff. You not ready, he growled. And Leafpool would tell you the same. I'll ask her to come and check you, and maybe you can start some gentle exercises, with that DOES and include chasing squirrels. Squirrel Flight snorted. ThunderClan needs every warrior we have right now. Yes, we do. J-Paw patience with his mother was rapidly running out. But can you see you'll make more work for us if you go back on patrol before you ready? Squirrel Flight reply was cut off by the sound of another warrior pushing into the den. J-Paw picked up Mouse Whisker scent, which had an edge of urgency. Foxpaw told me that Firestar ill. He exclaimed. There was a stir of movement among the other cats. Star Clan forbid. Ferncloud wailed. What will we do if our leader dies? Wind Clan and River Clan will attack us again for sure. He won't die, J-Paw insisted, putting all the conviction he could into the words. And if he does lose a life, he still has plenty more. That DOES and mean he can throw them away. Squirrel Flight snapped. And Brambleclaw will need to do even more patrols. What if our leader and our deputy get sick? We doing everything we can to fight the sickness, J-Paw meowed. And Firestar is a strong, fit cat. I know, but Squirrel Flight voice died away. J-Paw could sense the same anguish coming from her as he had picked up from Graystripe earlier. Without another word she turned away and padded back to her nest. Worry surged over J-Paw again as he thrust through the branches of the warrior's den and went to collect fresh kill for the cats in the nursery. He was afraid Leafpool had been right when she said that they were losing the battle. Without Catmint, there was nothing they could do. I have to find somehow I must work out what Bright Spirit was trying to tell me. By the time J-Paw had finished reporting to Leafpool and taking what few herbs they had to the sick cats, night was falling. He curled up in his nest in the medicine cat's den, wriggling deep into the moss to block out the sound of Millie and Briarkit snuffling and wheezing close by. Maybe now I can figure out what I have to do. J-Paw remembered his meeting with the beautiful Silver Tabby, and the warmth in her gaze as she spoke to him. Seek for the wind. But there was wind everywhere. You didn't have to look for it. It rustled through the branches of the trees, swept over the lake, flattened the moorland grass on the way to the moonpool. If only it was as easy to find Catmint. Seek for the wind and you will find Catmint. Was that what Bright Spirit meant for him to understand? Excitement tingled through J-Paw from ears to tail tip. He flexed his claws, snagging the moss beneath him. Where did the wind blow harder than anywhere else? Of course, over Wind Clan territory. There was no Catmint on Thunder Clan territory. The River Clan supply was too far away, and the sparse undergrowth under the pines of Shadow Clan made it unlikely that there was any there. If there was more Catmint around the lake, it must be in Wind Clan. J-Paw wanted to leap out of his nest and go charging through the forest, but he knew that would be totally mouse-brained. He didn't know his way around Wind Clan territory, and even if he could see, he had no idea where to start looking for the herb. You a medicine cat. You have powers. Use them. Curling into a tight ball, J-Paw closed his eyes. He had never walked in the dreams of a cat who was so far away, but Kestrelpaw, the Wind Clan medicine cat apprentice, had always been open and friendly toward him. Dumb, but friendly. Maybe that would make it easier to step into his dreams. J-Paw pictured himself heading out of the camp and through the woods toward Wind Clan territory. Leaping the stream that marked the border, he swooped across the moorland on feather-light paws, until he reached the top of the hollow where Wind Clan had their camp. Letting the dream carry him onward, he padded among indistinct shapes of rocks and bushes, focusing on the wide crack in a boulder where Barkface and Kestrelpaw had their den. Inside the crack, The medicine cat and his apprentice were curled up in nests of moorland grass and feathers that stirred with each breath. Japewal's shadowy form curled up beside Kastrulpa, touching his warm, soft fur. He slowed his breathing to match the other cat. Heartbeats later he felt wind buffeting his fur and found himself in Kastrulpa's dream. The young medicine cat was padding over the moor with the scents of grass and sheep all around him. Clouds scudded across a pale blue sky, and dew glittered under the rays of the early morning sun. "Hi, Japewa." Kastrulpa sounded surprised but warm. "What are you doing here?" "I just thought I'd visit you." Japewa tensed, wondering if Kastrulpa would realize how weird that was. If he was too disturbed he might wake, and Japewa would be thrown out of the dream and back into his own nest. "Great." Kastrulpa flicked his ears in welcome. "Isn't it a beautiful day? I thought I'd come out early and look for a few herbs." Japewa longed to ask Kastrulpa what kind of herbs he hoped to find, but he was still wary of spooking the other apprentice. Instead, he just followed Kastrulpa across the moor. "Does this stream flow down toward ThunderClan?" he asked casually as they leaped across a trickle of brown, peaty water fringed by reeds. "Yes, it joins the border stream," Kastrulpa replied. He not suspicious at all, Japewa thought. After all, it's just a dream, right? "I don't suppose you find much prey up here," he went on, anxious to keep the Wind Clan cat talking. "Then you suppose wrong." Kastrulpa's tail shot up and he raised his head proudly. "Can you smell all the rabbits? And sometimes we catch birds. Crowfeather taught us how the tribe hunts in the mountains." "I guess you got to be fast," Japewa commented. Kastrulpa gave his chest for a couple of quick licks. "That what Wind Clan cats are best at." "So what about herbs?" Japewa went on, his belly churning as he asked the question that really mattered. "It looks pretty bleak up here. Not the right place for growing most kinds of plants." "Wrong again. We got good stocks tucked away along the streams, and in that bit of woodland next to the ThunderClan border." "That must be good for water mint," Japewa remarked. "What about catmint?" "Oh, yes, we got plenty of that." Kastrulpa pointed with his nose toward a spot where the moor dipped down sharply to a tumble of rocks. "Down there." "Really?" Japewa forced himself to sound mildly interested, when what he really wanted to do was bounce up and down caterwauling in triumph. "Yes, they're just in front of the two apprentices." A rabbit started up out of a gorse thicket and streaked away across the moor. Kastrulpa broke off what he was saying and raced after it, his belly fur brushing the coarse grass. "Thanks, rabbit," Japewa murmured. He waited until the Wind Clan apprentice had disappeared, then scrambled down the slope to the rocks. Sniffing the air, he picked up the scent of water and a strong smell of catmint. A few heartbeats later he found it, a spring welling up between two of the rocks, with thick clumps of catmint growing all around it. For a moment Japewa stood still, breathing in the scent of the precious herb. He wished desperately that he could tear off a bundle of the stalks and carry them back to his clan, but he was still dreaming. Some cat would have to come here in the waking world, and steal some of the herb from Wind Clan. "It not really stealing," he told himself. "Not when we need it so badly. And Wind Clan has plenty." Gradually Japewa realized that the catmint was not all he could smell. A familiar scent clung around the rocks, the scent of caves and earth and deeply buried water. Scrambling among the stones, he tried to find where the scent was strongest. Finally he found it, a narrow gap between the rocks, leading down into darkness. "This must be an entrance to the underground tunnels. Maybe this is the way Wind Clan came when they raided our territory." In the mud in front of the gap he could see the traces of several paw prints. Taking a quick glance around, he padded forward and squeezed himself through the gap. The passage quickly grew wider, and Japewa could make out the scent of Wind Clan cats clinging to the stones. Japewa stiffened. Had Kastrulpa spotted him going into the tunnel and become suspicious? A paw prodded him sharply in the side. "Japewa, Millie fever is worse. Can you fetch her some moss soaked with water?" Japewa opened his eyes on darkness and scrambled out of his nest, shaking himself to dislodge scraps of moss and bracken from his pelt. The chill of early dawn filled the den, together with leaf-wool fear scent. At the other side he could hear Millie harsh breathing and Briarkit mewling pitifully. "She going to die, isn't she?" The little kit sounded terrified. "And I'll never see her again, I don't know the way to Star Clan." "We doing all we can." Leaf will move away, and Japewa pictured her bending her head to comfort the frightened kit. "And even if she does die, You'll see her again one day. When she and StarClan, she'll know the right time to come and fetch you. Are you sure? Briarkid still sounded uncertain. I promise you, Leafpool reassured her. J-Pool's legs started to shake with fear. Leafpool was acting as if she was resigned to watching every one of her clanmates die. We have to get that catmint now. I'll fetch the moss, he mewed, and whisked out of the den. As soon as he had delivered the dripping moss to Millie, he slipped out again and crept through the branches into the warrior's den. The air was full of the warm scent of sleeping cats. It was so early that hardly any of them were stirring. J-Pool located Lion Blaze by his scent, and woke him with a sharp prod in the shoulder. Lion Blaze's muscles flexed and he raised his head. J-Pool, is something wrong? J-Pool bent his head to whisper in his brother's ear. I know where there's a supply of catmint. Really? J-Pool could sense Lion Blaze's excitement. Where? In Wine Clan, near the entrance to a tunnel. You have to go and fetch some. The excitement J-Pool could feel in Lion Blaze changed abruptly to horror and disgust. No, he mewed hoarsely. I'll never go to Wine Clan. Never. See Hapter. Lion Blaze felt cool grass brushing his belly fur as he crept forward. The scent of Wine Clan was in his nostrils. Leaves scraped his pelt and left raindrops on his ears and whiskers, but he was concentrating too hard to flick them away. Every muscle in his body was focused on what he could see in front of him. Now, pushing off with his powerful back legs, Lion Blaze leaped. The squirrel fled, but it was too late. Lion Blaze's claws sank into its shoulders and he killed it with a swift bite to the throat. As the squirrel went limp, Lion Blaze's vision blurred. A lake of scarlet, sticky blood spread out across the grass and leaves of the forest floor. He could taste the stench of it. The squirrel became a gray-furred she-cat. Lion Blaze found himself looking down at Heatherpaw's dead body. Her blood clogged his paws. No. Oh, no, he whispered. Ever since J-Paw had asked him to fetch the catmint from Wine Clan, 2 sunrises before, Lion Blaze had felt guilty. But he couldn't do it. He was too scared that his dream would come true, and he would end up killing Heatherpaw. He shuddered, staring at the dreadful vision of the dead cat he had once loved. Yet again, he wished that he could be an ordinary warrior, without the powers that terrified him more and more as they grew stronger. If only I could tell J-Paw how I feel. But he couldn't show weakness to his brother, not when J-Paw was depending on him to fulfill his part of the prophecy. He only knew that he couldn't risk going into Wine Clan territory, especially not through the tunnels. Heatherpaw had betrayed him. Lion Blaze desperately wanted to believe her story that it was the kits who had given away the secret of the tunnels, but he couldn't be sure that was true. Heatherpaw was his enemy now, because he was completely committed to ThunderClan. Why should he trust a cat from another clan? He would never forgive Heatherpaw, but he still didn't want her blood on his paws. As the vision faded, Lion Blaze straightened up with his prey in his jaws. Ashfur was approaching through the bracken from the stream that marked the Wine Clan border, carrying a couple of owls by their tails. Spiderlig followed him with a mouse. Well done. Ashfur nodded at Lion Blaze, dropping his prey nearby. Have you seen Sorreltail? We caught as much as we can manage. Here. Sorreltail staggered through the undergrowth, dragging a rabbit nearly as big as she was. You. Dropping her prey, she spat out a clump of fur. Some other cat can carry that back. As they padded back to the stone hollow, Lion Blaze worries started to creep back into his mind. So far Leaffall had been mild and prey was running well, but there weren't enough warriors fit to hunt. When he had left the camp that morning, Brightheart was coughing, and he had spotted Hunifern heading toward the medicine cat's den. How long before so many cats are sick that there aren't enough of us left to take care of them? The fresh kill pile was ominously low when Lion Blaze dropped his prey on it. We'll go out again right away, Ashfur announced, but we should all eat something first, to keep our strength up. Fine, Sorreltail meowed. One of the sick cats can have mine. Ashfur padded up to her. You will eat. What good will you be to your clan if you get sick too? Sorreltail stared back at him rebelliously for a heartbeat, then dropped her gaze. Okay, you eat right. But Lion Blaze noticed that she chose the smallest mouse from the pile. As he gulped down a vole, he spotted J-Paw emerging from the warrior's den. Swallowing the last mouthful, he bounded across to him. How Brightheart? He asked. I heard her coughing this morning and Hunifern was on her way to your den. Like you care. J-Paw snapped at him. I do. Guilt and indignation battled inside Lion Blaze. That not why I won't go to Wine Clan. They both have green cough, Jaipua mewed curtly. Cloudtail, too. I told them not to leave their nests. Now will you go and fetch the catmint? I can. Lion Blaze flinched from the fury in Jaipua's eyes. He wished that he could explain to Jaipua about his dreams. Then he would understand why it wasn't possible for him to go to Wind Clan. Why can you send another cat instead? He asked. You know why? Jaipua spat, his fur bristling up. You know what it's like in the tunnels. So does Hololive, Lion Blaze argued. She could go Hololive. Jaipua interrupted. You know what she like about the warrior code? Do you think she agreed to trespass on another clan territory and steal their herbs? She'd claw our ears off if we even mentioned it. No, it has to be you. Besides, you the best fighter we got, and if you get caught you'll need your powers to escape. Then why can Leafpool ask Barkface for some catmint? Stupid furball. Jaipua hissed. Which cats did we just fight? Barkface might give Leafpool catmint, but Onestar would have to know, and if he found out ThunderClan is weak, he'd attack again before you could say else. Lashing his tail, he added, it's useless talking to you. I never thought my own brother would stand by and let his clan die. Spinning around, he stalked toward his den. Lion Blaze watched him go, then padded sadly back to the patrol by the fresh kill pile. Brambleclaw and Squirrelflight had appeared, and Greystripe bounded up to choose a piece of fresh kill and head for the medicine cat's den. Take some for yourself as well, Squirrelflight called after him, but Greystripe gave no sign that he heard her. Okay, Ashfur, Brambleclaw mewed, when you take your patrol out again, go along the Shadow Clan border. You can combine the border patrol with some hunting. But when you get back, that's it for today. You need to rest. Take your own advice, then. Squirrelflight gave her mate a flick on the shoulder with her tail. You need to rest, too. I can. Lion Blaze's heart sank when he saw how bright Brambleclaw's eyes were, and heard the rasp in his voice. I need to fix up more patrols. Sorreltail leaned into Lion Blaze and murmured in his ear, if your father gets ill. Lion Blaze nodded, but didn't reply. There was no need. With Firestar sick, ThunderClan depended on their deputy to protect them. Oh, StarClan, Lion Blaze thought, why are you letting this happen? Gray clouds covered the sky, but the air was still mild. Wind rustled through the trees above the hollow, but down below the cats were sheltered. Lion Blaze had just returned from a hunting patrol with Brambleclaw, Hololive, and Cinderheart. Brackenfur and Sorreltail were sprawled near the fresh kill pile, sharing tongues, while Sandstorm crouched beside them, eating a thrush. As Lion Blaze and the others dropped their prey on the pile, Leafpool and Jaipua appeared to choose fresh kill for themselves. How is Millie? Sandstorm asked, looking up from her thrush. If she does and gets some catmint soon, she'll die. Leafpool mewed flatly. Jaipua shot a furious glare at Lion Blaze as he snatched a mouse from the pile. Lion Blaze felt it like a claw raking across his pelt. Stop blaming me. I can go to Wind Clan. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught the flicker of a flame-colored pelt up on the high ledge. Looking up, he saw that Firestar had appeared. Every hair on his pelt tingled with shock. What was the clan leader doing out of his nest? He looked unsteady on his paws, and when he opened his jaws to speak all that came out was a cough. Firestar. Sandstorm leaped to her feet. What do you think you doing? Go back to your nest right now. Leafpool sprang up and raced for the rocks, closely followed by Sandstorm. Firestar stretched out a paw to halt them. Don't come any closer, he rasped. The sickness spreads too easily. We have to get the sick cats out of the camp to keep the others healthy. But we can do that, Leafpool objected, halting at the foot of the tumbled rocks. There's nowhere for them to go. Yes, there is, Firestar told her, his two bright eyes shining with triumph. The old twig nest has walls and a roof to shelter us, and there's a stream nearby where we can drink. But I can be in two places at once, Leafpool pointed out. She sounded anguished, as if she hated to refuse the hope that Firestar offered. You won't need to be, Firestar mewed. I shall look after the sick cats. You can tell me which herbs to use, and keep me supplied without coming too close. Sandstorm let out a gusty sigh, fluttering her whiskers. This is ridiculous. You putting yourself in danger. You need rest just as much as the other sick cats. Firestar looked down at her, love glowing from his green eyes. I have lives to lose. My clanmates do not. I have to do this, for their sake. Murmurs of surprise came from the cats gathered around the fresh kill pile. Brambleclaw looked up at his leader, then slowly nodded, as if he was making a promise. It might work, Brackenfur remarked. I think it worth a try, Cinderheart agreed. If we don't do something, every cat will get sick. The more Lionblaze thought about Firestar's suggestion, the more sense he could see in it. The sick cats would have a safe, dry place to stay, and those who were left could look after them better. Leafpaw and Jaypaw would have more chance of keeping well, and maybe Jaypaw catmint plants at the twirl-egg nest would have grown enough to provide some healing leaves. There aren't enough yet, Jaypaw growled as if Lionblaze had spoken aloud. We need more. Half the clan is sick. Lionblaze felt as if his littermate glare was scorching his pelt. Turning away, he padded over to Hollyleaf. Is and Firestar are great? She mewed. I so proud he our kin. I wonder if I have the courage to do what he doing. Lionblaze touched his nose to her shoulder. I sure you would. And what about my courage? He asked himself. I should be brave enough to fetch the catmint. But I can do it, I just can. On the high ledge, Firestar straightened up and lifted his head. Let all cats. His attempt to raise his voice ended in a bout of coughing. Brambleclaw bounded up to the high ledge and spoke rapidly to his leader. Lionblaze could and hear what they said, and a moment later Firestar staggered back into his den. Brambleclaw looked down at the clearing. Let all cats old enough to catch their own prey join here beneath the high ledge for a clan meeting, he yelled. Foxpaw and Icepaw appeared from the elder's den, each with a bundle of soiled bedding. Mouseford followed them and stalked across to where Sandstorm and Leafpool stood at the foot of the tumbled rocks. Ferncloud and Squirrelflight emerged from the warrior's den and padded over to the fresh kill pile. Barinos and Greystripe pushed their way out after them, and stayed sitting just outside the den. Lionblaze's heart sank to see how few cats answered the summons. So many of the clan were sick, and the rest of them must be out on patrol. Brambleclaw began by explaining to the cats who hadn't heard Firestar plan. We all need to collect a lot of moss and bracken and dried leaves and feathers, anything to keep the sick cats comfortable and warm, he continued. Lionblaze and Hollyleaf, you can do that, and take the apprentices with you. Lionblaze flicked his tail in acknowledgement of his father order. Brackenfur, you good at mending den walls, Brambleclaw went on. Find some warriors to help you, and block the holes in the twirl-egg nest so that there aren't any drafts. Sure, Brambleclaw, the ginger warrior replied. And there'll need to be a new fresh kill pile. Sandstorm, you best at hunting. Can I put you in charge of that? Sandstorm gave him a tense nod, her green eyes narrowed as if she was already planning her hunt. Leafpool, you'll need to transport herbs for Firestar to use. Get another warrior to help you if you have to collect more. I'll do that, Leafpool replied. And every cat should keep a lookout for catmint. It's just possible there are a few clumps we overlooked. Lionblaze could tell that the medicine cat didn't believe what she was saying, but he knew that they could and ignore even the smallest chance of discovering more of the precious herb. And if we did find some, IWOULD and feel so guilty anymore. Right, Brambleclaw began. Then what about me? Squirrelflight interrupted, her green eyes blazing a challenge. You don't expect me to sit around in camp doing nothing? You not fit to leave yet, Leafpool retorted instantly. You'll leave when our medicine cat says you can, Brambleclaw told his mate. But you won't be doing nothing. As the cats out on patrol come back, you can explain to them what's happening, and give them jobs to do. Squirrelflight hesitated, as if she was going to argue, then gave a reluctant nod, muttering something under her breath as she scraped her claws in the earth. Okay, the meeting over, Brambleclaw mewed crisply. Let's get moving. Lionblaze beckoned the apprentices with a wave of his tail and led the way to the thorn tunnel with Hollyleaf patting at his shoulder. His paws tingled with urgency. Even the apprentices didn't complain at the task. It feels weird. Hollyleaf was looking worried as they headed deeper into the forest. The clan has never been split up like this before. It's the best way to save lives, Lionblaze answered. There's nothing about this in the warrior code except we all swear to defend our clan, so I guess this is one way of doing it. Her anxious look faded. Lionblaze led the other cats farther from camp, into a clearing where the moss lay deep and undisturbed. Thanks our clan it has and rained lately, Foxpaw muttered as he tugged a huge swath of moss away from a tree root and started to bundle it up. Be careful to squeeze all the water out, Hollyleaf instructed him, and dig as deep as you can to find the driest bits. Hey, look what I found. Icepaw came bounding across the clearing with a bunch of gray and white feathers in her jaws. "There are a whole lot more over there," she added. "A fox must have killed a pigeon that good." Lion Blaze mewed. "They'll be soft to lie on. Collect as many as you can." When they had as much bedding as they could carry, he and the other cats headed for the two-leg den. Lion Blaze pricked his ears in surprise as they approached. The place that had always been eerily quiet was now swarming with activity like a disturbed ant's nest. Poppy Frost bounded past him with a bundle of sticks in her jaws, followed by Birchfall, who was dragging a long tendril of bramble. When Lion Blaze reached the entrance to the den, he saw Cinderheart stuffing more bramble into a gap between the stones. "Great, Poppy Frost," she mewed as the young tortoise Cecil dropped the sticks at her paws. "That's just what we need. I'll fetch some more." Poppy Frost spun around and whisked past Lion Blaze, back into the forest. "Let's have that moss over here," Sorreltail called. She was helping Ashfur drag branches into place, separating the floor of the den into separate nests. "Put it there," she continued, waving her tail toward a wide space at the back of the den, already surrounded by thorns woven together. "That's going to be the nursery." Foxpaw and Icepaw followed Lion Blaze and his sister and dropped their bundles in the place Sorreltail had shown them. Both the apprentices stared around uneasily, as if they expected something to leap out at them from the shadows in the corners of the nest. Lion Blaze could understand how they felt. The straight lines and hard angles of the two-leg nest were uncomfortably strange. The floor was hard and cold under his paws, and it didn't feel right to have a solid roof overhead, without gaps for sunlight or moonlight to shine through. That might be why Poppy Frost dashed off so quickly, he thought. "Will the cats really be able to settle down here?" "Well, why are you standing there?" Sorreltail asked. "Go and fetch us some more moss." She gave Lion Blaze an affectionate prod with her muzzle, softening her sharp tone. "Make sure it's good and dry, and we'll need all you can find." When Lion Blaze and the others returned the second time, he spotted Sandstorm approaching at the head of a hunting patrol. Barinos and Whitewing followed her. All three cats had their jaws stuffed with prey. Sandstorm headed for a hollow tree trunk a few fox lengths from the entrance to the two-leg nest, among thick growths of fern and long grass. She dropped her fresh kill just inside the opening. "I'm glad I found this," she commented. "The prey will keep dry here, and we can stay away from the sick cats," Barinos added as he dumped his own catch. "Foxes might come and steal it," Whitewing mewed, adding her fresh kill to the growing pile. "Would it help if we sent mark the opening?" "Good idea," Sandstorm replied. "And we'll set markers around the edges of the old two-leg garden. If the foxes think a lot of cats are around here, they might stay away. They will know the cats are too sick to fight," Lion Blaze thought as he led his patrol inside the den with their bundles of moss. By now the two-leg nest was looking much more welcoming. Ashfur had finished dividing up the area into nests separated by branches. The first load of bedding was spread neatly in the nursery area. Brackenfur and Cinderheart were sniffing along the walls, pushing twigs and leaves into any cracks they had missed. Leafpool was there, too, checking for drafts in the nursery area. "Over here," she called to Brackenfur. "The wind cutting through me like a claw." Brackenfur bounded over with a bundle of dry leaves and shoved them into the gap the medicine cat had pointed out. "Much better." Leafpool waved her tail approvingly. Sorreltail showed Lion Blaze and the others where to put their moss. "That's great," she mewed, flexing her claws into the fresh bedding. "But we still need more." "I know." Lion Blaze twitched his whiskers. "We east on our way." Leaving the den, he saw Japaw and Mouse Whisker approaching from the direction of the camp with bundles of herbs in their jaws. They laid them on a flat stone near the entrance to the den, and Japaw separated them neatly into piles. "Pity they're no catnip," he commented to Mouse Whisker, loudly enough for Lion Blaze to hear. "The sick cats would stand a much better chance if we had some." "What about the plants growing here?" Mouse Whisker asked. "I checked," Japaw replied, swinging his head around to glare at Lion Blaze from sightless blue eyes. "They starting to grow again, but only a tiny bit." Guilt stabbed Lion Blaze again, sharp as thorns, but he said nothing. He could and explained to Japaw why he refused to go through the tunnels into Wind Clan territory. "But what if cats die because of your dreams?" Unable to answer the question, Lion Blaze raced off into the forest as if a horde of badgers were hard on his paws. But as he headed for the moss place, he knew that he would never outrun his guilt. The sun was going down, filling the forest with red light barred with dark shadows. As Lion Blaze and his patrol returned to the old twig nest once more, he had lost count of how many loads of moss he and his clanmates had gathered and brought to the nest. Crossing the hard stone path, Lion Blaze saw Leafpool standing in the entrance to the nest with Brambleclaw beside her. They broke off their conversation when they spotted the patrol. "Well done," Brambleclaw mewed. "Take that inside, and then you can stop. Everything ready." Lion Blaze led his clanmates up to the nest, noticing that there was now a well-stocked fresh kill pile inside the hollow tree. Inside, the nest felt warm and safe, with cozy dens big enough for 2 or 3 cats to sleep, and a bigger area for the nursery, lined with the softest moss and feathers. Ferncloud was patting the clumps into place. Sorreltail waved Lion Blaze over to the last space, and spread out the moss and bracken he and the others were carrying. "All done," she declared, touching her nose to his. "Thanks, all of you." Looking around, Lion Blaze saw that most of the healthy cats had gathered in the nest. Brackenfur and Cinderheart both had pelts snagged by thorns and brambles, but their eyes glowed with satisfaction. Poppyfrost was busily licking one of her pads, as if she had a thorn in it. Graystripe was flexing his claws in the moss. Lion Blaze guessed he was impatient to get back to Millie. Barinos had curled up for a snooze in one of the new nests. Hazeltail gave him a sharp prod with one paw. "Get up, stupid furball," she hissed. "These aren't for us." "I been working all day," Barinos grumbled, rising to his paws and giving his shoulder for a quick lick to hide his embarrassment. Leafpool appeared in the entrance, with Brambleclaw just behind her. "Everything ready," she mewed. "We can go back to camp now. But no cat must go inside until our sick clanmates come out. From now on, we have to stay away from them." "What?" Graystripe Claws worked harder in the moss. "You mean we can help them?" "Some of them are too weak to make the journey without us," Brackenfur objected. "The stronger ones will help the weaker," Leafpool told him in a tone that warned every cat not to argue. "You know how fast the sickness spreads. We need to stay strong and healthy to provide for ourselves and the ones who are sick." "She right," Brambleclaw added from where he stood at the medicine cat's shoulder. "That why we doing this, remember?" There were no more objections, but Lion Blaze pelt prickled at the thought of sick clanmates struggling along without help, and from the glances they exchanged he could see that most of the other cats felt the same. Leafpool led the way back to the camp and vanished into the tunnel through the thorns. Brambleclaw waved his tail to set the rest of the clan into position on either side, leaving a wide space between to let the sick cats through. Lion Blaze's belly clenched in pity as they began to emerge. Firestar led the way, his head raised proudly even though he was shaken by a bout of coughing as he padded past. Cloudtail supported Thornclaw, while Dustpelt leaned on Brightheart's shoulder. Hollow coughs came from the brown tabby. Lion Blaze could see every one of his ribs, while his pelt was thin and dull. Ferncloud let out a piteous mew, instinctively starting forward. Birchfall raised his tail to bar her way. Dustpelt turned his head, blinking eyes glazed with fever. "Keep back," he mewed hoarsely. "I'll be fine." Ferncloud looked away and buried her muzzle in Birchfall's shoulder fur. Daisy was the next cat to appear, carrying Rosakit, with Toadkit, Blossomkit, and Bumblecit behind her. The mischievous kits were unusually subdued, their gaze fixed on their paws as they padded quietly along. "You can go with Rosakit," Brambleclaw declared, stepping out to bar Daisy's path. "You and the healthy kits have to stay in camp." "Nonsense." Rosakit let out a feeble wail as Daisy set her down gently to confront the clan deputy. "Who will feed Rosakit if I'm not there?" "Rosakit can eat fresh kill now," Brambleclaw replied. "And Firestar will make sure she cared for." "Do you want the other kids to get sick?" For a couple of heartbeats Daisy stood glaring at him, then dropped her gaze and padded to one side, gathering the healthy kits to her with a sweep of her tail. "I want to go with Rosakit." Toadkit mewed fiercely. "You can." Daisy stooped to touch her remaining kit on the head with her nose. "You can help her best by keeping well and strong." Toadkit still looked rebellious, but he didn't say any more. Hunifern, emerging from the barrier, took in the situation at a glance and stood over Rosakit. "I promise I'll look after her," she told Daisy, who gave her a grateful nod. Rosakit batted the air with her paws and went on wailing as her clanmate carried her toward the twig nest. More movement in the tunnel signaled Millie approach. The grey she-cat was supported on either side by Leafpool and Jaypaw. Lion Blaze caught his breath in horror when he saw her. Her paws barely moved. The medicine cats were all but carrying her. Her pelt clung to her ribs, and her sides heaved as she let out a rasping cough. "No!" Graystripe yelled from just behind Lion Blaze and Hollow-Leaf. He plunged forward. Lion Blaze blocked him, and Hollow-Leaf sank her teeth into the loose fur on his shoulder. "Let me go!" Graystripe snarled as he struggled. "She's dying. I have to go to her." Lion Blaze braced himself. It went against everything he had learned to fight a clanmate, but he knew that he couldn't allow Graystripe to be near his sick mate. "Keep back!" Leafpool ordered, raising her tail in warning. Graystripe ignored her and kept struggling, lashing out a paw to rake his claws down Lion Blaze's shoulder. "Stop!" Brambleclaw bounded up to help Graystripe. Firestar's hoarse voice came from the head of the pitiful line of cats. The clan leader had halted and turned to face his friend. "I know how you feel, but you must stay away from Millie." His voice was full of sympathy. Lion Blaze knew how deep the friendship was between the two cats. "Millie needs you to stay strong and healthy." Graystripe stopped struggling and took a long breath. "Firestar, my heart is clawed in pieces." "I know. But what you doing now? DOES and help." "Graystripe, if Millie paws are truly set on the path to StarClan, then I'll send for you to say goodbye. I promise you." Graystripe hesitated for a heartbeat, then bowed his head. "I'll hold you to that, Firestar," he choked out. Lion Blaze and Brambleclaw stood back, and Hollow-Leaf let go her grip on the Grey Warrior's shoulder. Graystripe stood still, his head and tail drooping. Lion Blaze was close enough to feel the shivers that were running through him. Leafpool and J-Paw moved on, with Millie supported between them. Her head hung. She didn't seem to have heard her mate protests. Behind them came Longtail, guiding himself by the tip of Leafpool's tail. Briarkid dangled limply from his jaws like a piece of fresh kill. Lion Blaze tensed. Was the tiny kid dead? Then her tail twitched, and she let out an exhausted cough. Seeing she was still alive, Lion Blaze relaxed, only to have his relief swallowed up in a wave of guilt. "She needs catnip." "They all do." When the sick cats had gone, Brambleclaw led the rest of the clan back into the stone hollow. Mousefur and Squirrelflight, the only cats remaining, were sitting together near the fresh kill pile. Mousefur rose and padded to meet them as they returned. "I should be with them," she snapped at Brambleclaw. "I could help. I'm an elder. It does and weaken the clan if I get sick." Brambleclaw dipped his head. "That's an offer worthy of a warrior," he replied. "But the clan values every cat, from the newest kid to the most senior elder." His amber eyes glinted. "I know you already asked Firestar, and he said no. Don't think you can get around me." "Pesky young cat thinks he knows everything," Mousefur muttered, turning her back. Instead of going to their dens, the remains of the clan huddled together in the center of the clearing, as if they were waiting for something. Lion Blaze crouched beside his sister, his fur standing on end. The camp felt strange, as if it wasn't their home anymore. The stench of sickness still hung around it, and an eerie quiet covered everything. "I don't like this," Hollow-Leaf whispered. "I wonder how many of the sick cats will ever come back." "Done." Lion Blaze dug his claws hard into the ground. "It in the paws of StarClan," he muttered, knowing how hypocritical he was being. It seemed a long time, though the shadows had crept no more than a mouse length across the hollow, before Leafpool and J-Paw returned. "Good, you all here," Leafpool meowed, padding toward the gathering of cats. "J-Paw, fetch me those strengthening herbs from our den." As J-Paw bounded off, she continued, "Every scrap of bedding has to be taken out of the dens and into the forest, and fresh bedding brought in." "What?" Icepaw, who had been grooming herself drowsily, raised her head. "I've been dragging moss around all day. Do we really have to get more?" "I'm worn out." "Every cat is worn out," Spiderlig added. "Can it wait until morning?" "Sure it can, if you want more cats to get sick," Leafpool retorted. Her tone softened as she added, "Every cat will be helping this time. It won't take long." J-Paw came back with the herbs, dropping a few leaves in front of every cat. Lion Blaze felt his aching limbs fill with warmth as he swallowed them. "Let's get going," he mewed to Hollow-Leaf. "The sooner we get started, the sooner we'll be done." All the warriors headed out of the camp to fetch fresh moss and bracken, while Icepaw, helped by Mousefur and Squirrelflight, cleared the old bedding out of the dens and carried it as far as the barrier to be disposed of outside. Leafpool and J-Paw checked the dens to make sure not a scrap of it remained behind. By the time it was all gone, and fresh bedding installed, The taint of sickness that had hung about the camp for so long had almost vanished. "This is better," Hollow-Leaf murmured as she settled down inside the warrior's den beside Lion Blaze. "Except it's strange with so many cats missing. I hope Firestar plan works." Lion Blaze was already sliding into sleep, his eyes closed and his tail wrapped over his nose. He was too exhausted for his worries to keep him awake, but as he slid into darkness his mind filled with a vision of catmint, thick, lush clumps of it, growing among rocks on the edge of the moor, just as Japua had described. He leaped forward to bite off the stems, only to halt, trembling, on the bank of a river. The stream that marked the border with WindClan had swollen into a rushing scarlet torrent. The air was filled with the stench of blood, and the grasses on the edge of the river where Lion Blaze stood were spattered with it. He took a step back, horrified at the thought of blood sticking to his paws, and stiffened as he heard a familiar voice behind him. "Are you scared, little warrior?" Tiger Star taunted him. "Wear this power of yours now. See Haptor." Every muscle in Japua's body was yowling with exhaustion as he finished sniffing around the elder's den to make sure that every scrap of the tainted bedding had been removed. He stumbled back into the clearing and padded up to Leafpool. "It okay," he reported. "Why don't you get some rest?" His mentor meowed. "Brambleclaw and Cinderheart have just brought us some fresh moss." Japua opened his jaws to protest that he could keep going as long as any cat, then thought better of it. His job in Leafpool was finished for now. There was no reason why he couldn't catch up on his sleep. But tired as he was, his paws were itching and his mind whirling. He knew his thoughts would keep him awake. "Thanks," he replied, "but I'd like to go out for a while." "Fine." Leafpool sounded faintly surprised. "Be careful, won't you?" "Sure." Japua wished she wouldn't keep trying to mother him. He had squirrel flight for that. Leafpool was just his mentor. He took off at a trot through the tunnel, where he passed Whitewing and Birchfall returning with bundles of bedding, and headed for the lake. Pushing through the last of the undergrowth, Japua paused at the top of the bank overlooking the water. He could hear the soothing lap of waves on the shore, and the faint scrape of pebbles. Scenting carefully, he made his way to the hollow under the tree roots where he had hidden the stick. As he laid his paws on the scratch marks, the whispers of the long-ago warriors rose up around him. He strained to hear them clearly, but just as before, they stayed out of his reach. "Rock, Don, you have a message for me?" He mewed aloud. His head spun with thoughts of everything that had happened, the mysterious appearance of Soul, and the fake sign that had become real and driven him from ShadowClan. The terrible sickness, and Firestar taking the cats away from the stone hollow. Japua felt as if he were a leaf spinning in eddies of wind. "It all escaping from me, like prey running too fast. I supposed to have power, but I can control anything." "Has it always been like this for the clans?" he murmured. "Fighting one battle after another, and some battles no cat can win. I wonder if it was sickness that drove the first cats away from the lake?" Yet again he ran his paws over the scratches, the record of the cats who had emerged victorious from their test in the tunnels, and of those who had never come out. The whispers wafted around him like faint puffs of breeze, but Japua still couldn't make out their meaning. "What the use of you if I can hear you?" he protested. "Speak up a little, please. Tell me how to fight the sickness, or what I can say to Lion Blaze to make him fetch the catmint." But the gentle whispering didn't change. Sighing, Japua lay down with his chin on the stick, and closed his eyes. Damp soaking into his belly fur woke Japua. His muscles felt stiff and cramped with cold as he raised his head and looked around. He was in the underground cave, lit by a trickle of daylight from the roof far above his head. The river flowed past him a couple of tail lengths away. Japua staggered to his paws. He expected to see rock, but the ledge where the ancient cat usually crouched was empty, and there was no sign of him anywhere in the cave. Soft paw steps sounded behind Japua. He spun around to see a ginger and white Tom standing at the entrance to one of the tunnels. His green eyes looked haunted and somber, as if he couldn't shake off the memory of drowning when rain flooded the tunnels. "Fallen leaves!" Japua exclaimed. "I didn't think you would come back." Aching loneliness vibrated in the ancient cat voice. "Are you going to stay with me this time?" Sympathy stabbed Japua, sharp as a thorn in his pad. He couldn't imagine what it would be like to be trapped down here, alone, for countless seasons. The last time he had seen fallen leaves, the ancient cat had saved his life, and the lives of his littermates and WindClan cats, when flood waters had risen while they were looking for the lost kits. What happened to your clanmates? Jaipua asked. Why did they leave the lake? Fallen Leaves looked down at his paws. I don't know. I only knew that they had gone. Sharp Claws stopped coming into the tunnels, and the only sound from them more was the wind. I have been on my own here for so long, I have lost count of the moons. He raised his head, his green eyes pleading. You and your friends were the first cats I had seen down here since I came in. I have to know why they left. Jaipua meowed. He could and explain it, but he was certain that the fate of those long-ago cats was bound up with the prophecy. Beating rock, finding the stick, feeling the whispers of ancient cats around him when he went to the moonpool, none of that had happened by chance, he was sure. He bounded toward the tunnel that led up into ThunderClan territory, brushing aside Fallen Leaves, who stared after him in dismay. Wait! Fallen Leaves called out. I thought you were going to stay with me. I have to know what happened, Jaipua insisted with a last glance over his shoulder. The drowned cat was standing at the end of the tunnel, his eyes wide and distressed. Jaipua forced anger to stifle his pity. How can I stay with him? He muttered as he padded forward into the thick blackness of the tunnel. There are too many things I need to find out. I can spend all my time hanging out with a dead cat. He expected to emerge in the woods above the hollow, awake and blind once more, or perhaps find himself on the lake shore with a stick. Instead, daylight began to gleam on the walls ahead of him, growing stronger as he padded on. He could hear the sound of leaves rustling in the wind. I must be still dreaming, he whispered, his paws tingling. Jaipua headed for the light. Rounding a curve in the tunnel, he saw a circle of daylight ahead of him. Excited voices broke the silence. Is it him? He later than I thought he'd be. Do you think he got lost? Jaipua slowed his pace. Even if he was coming up inside Wine Clan, he should have known some of the voices, but they were all strange to him, and he didn't recognize any of the scents drifting toward him from the tunnel mouth. Where was he, and who was waiting for him? Then another voice reached him, making his paws freeze to the floor of the tunnel. Jai-Wing, is that you? Sea Haptor. Jaipua forced his legs to carry him forward to the end of the tunnel. As he emerged, blinking, into brilliant sunlight, several cats crowded around him, mewing excitedly. Jai-Wing, it is you. Well done. You a sharp claw now. Congratulations! At first Jaipua could and make out individual cats among the press of furry bodies. Then a ginger and white she-cat thrust her way through the crowd. Her fur stood on end as she danced on restless paws. You lucky Jai-Wing survived the challenge. She yelled. Her voice quivered with sorrow, and her amber eyes were full of bitterness. Have you forgotten that Fallen Leaves never came out of the tunnels? A small gray and white she-cat, her belly heavy with kits, padded up to her side and pressed her muzzle into her shoulder. Come on, Broken Shadow, she murmured. Let's go find a patch of sunshine to rest in. You don't understand, Rising Moon. Broken Shadow wailed, but she allowed the other she-cat to lead her away. Jaipua stared around him, his mind racing. He recognized the way the ground sloped down toward the entrance to the tunnels, but the trees were smaller, letting through the bright sunlight that had dazzled him. The spaces between the trees were mostly clear of undergrowth. It was like his home, yet not like it. Where am I? And who are these strange cats? Has ThunderClan been invaded? He spun around, looking for his clanmates. Jaipua shivered. This feels too real to be a dream. He could feel the wind in his fur and hear the voices of the other cats like birdsong in his ears. His belly was rumbling and his paws dragged as though he had truly been awake all night, searching for a way out of the tunnels in order to become a sharp claw. A pretty pale gray she-cat bounded up to him, her blue eyes sparkling with affection. She drew her tail down Jaipua's side. You a sharp claw. It's so exciting. She meowed, bouncing gently on her paws. Suddenly her tail drooped. I wish our mother could see you. Jaipua stiffened. This she-cat was his sister. Who does she think I am? Perhaps Falcon Swoop can see you. A silver-furred she-cat padded up to Jaipua. She was slender and graceful, with long legs and brilliant blue eyes. Do you really think so, Whispering Breeze? Jaipua's sister meowed hopefully. Precious Dovewing, you know how much Falcon Swoop loved you and Jai-Wing while she was alive. I'm sure she still loves you, wherever she may be. I hope so, Dovewing murmured. Jaipua didn't understand. Don't these cats go to StarClan when they die? And why do they all seem to know me? Look, there's been a mistake, He began. "I'm not who you think I am. And we're ThunderClan." Whispering Bree stretched out her neck to give him a sniff. "Are you okay?" she queried. "I think your brain got scrambled down in the tunnels." "What ThunderClan?" Dovewing asked, faintly anxious. "Did Rock tell you about it?" Rock? J-Paw belly lurched. Did Dovewing know the sightless cat who lived in the tunnels? He was about to ask her, when another cat loomed over him, a dark ginger tabby tom with muscular shoulders and amber eyes. "Don't forget sharp claws. Never talk about what goes on in the caves," he warned. "That a secret they must keep for the rest of their lives." "It okay, Furled Bracken," Dovewing assured him. J-Wing is just a bit confused. Furled Bracken grunted. "Just so long as he remembers what he was told when he went into the tunnels 2 nights ago." "I haven't been in the tunnels for 2 nights." J-Paw protested. "We were so worried about you when you didn't come out on the first sunrise," Dovewing interrupted. "We thought you'd been lost." "Like fallen leaves?" a new voice broke in. J-Paw turned and saw a hefty dark gray tabby tom with glittering ice blue eyes. Sadness radiated from his pelt. J-Paw picked up such a strong image of fallen leaves from his mind that he guessed this cat must be the drowned cat father. "Stone Song." Furled Bracken touched the tabby tom ear with his nose. "I know how hard this is for you." Stone Song sighed. "We waited a moon of sunrises for fallen leaves to emerge," he murmured. "But he never came." He glanced across at Broken Shadow, who was lying under a tree not far off. Our Icing Moon crouched beside her, grooming her gently like a mother with her kit. "It is time to give up waiting," Stone Song finished quietly. J-Paw stared at the dark gray tabby. "How can it be only 1 moon since fallen leaves disappeared? If that's true, it means this must be long ago." Somehow he had emerged from the tunnels during the time before the clan cats came to the lake. Maybe even as far back as when the ancient cats trod the path to the moonpool. The stick. J-Paw felt every hair on his pelt rise. "I among the cats who are marked on the stick." He looked back at the mouth of the tunnel. It looked different now, because it was on exposed hillside rather than surrounded by thick undergrowth, but he had sensed its shape when he walked through it to find the Wind Clan kits, and he was sure it was the same tunnel. Turning, he looked down at the lake, its glinting surface clearly visible through the trees. The shape of the water was familiar, but when he looked across to the flank of Wind Clan territory, he spotted Twillegs swarming over a mound of pale brown earth, pushing it around with yellow monsters. Their roaring hung in the air like the buzzing of bumblebees. J-Paw padded forward to the edge of the slope to take a closer look. A moment later, Furled Bracken joined him. "The Twillegs are still moving the earth," he mewed worriedly. "Chasing clouds, and I went down there to check it out, but we still don't know what they doing." "They building nests," J-Paw replied without thinking. Furled Bracken gave him a sharp look. "What, nests for Twillegs to live in?" "There are a few in the woods on the other side of the lake, but Twillegs have never tried to live any closer than that." "Yes, there will be 4 nests." J-Paw remembered Hollow-Leaf and Lion Blaze's description of the horse place. "The Twillegs are going to keep horses there." He realized that Furled Bracken was looking at him with a strange expression in his eyes. "How do you know that?" he gasped. J-Paw gulped. "Mouse brain." Of course these cats had no way of knowing what the Twillegs were doing with their yellow monsters. Had he just made a prophecy that was going to come true? Furled Bracken twitched his ears. He was still waiting for an answer. J-Paw shrugged. "I just figure that what Twillegs do when they dig holes in the ground." The Ginger Tom was still giving him a doubtful look. "And I can say I blame him." J-Paw was relieved to see Dovewing bounding toward them. "What are you doing, standing here?" she demanded as she gave him a shove back toward the deeper part of the forest. "You must be worn out and starving after being in the tunnels all the time. You need to rest. And I want Rising Moon to take a look at your pads. They bleeding from walking on stone for so long." J-Paw looked down and saw spots of blood smeared on the grass where he had put his paws. Pain suddenly swept over him, and his head spun from the hunger that snarled in his belly. Maybe he really had been in the tunnels for 2 nights. He was glad to follow Dovewing into the trees, where the long shadows of early morning striped the grass. "Are we going to the camp?" he asked. Dovewing turned back, her blue eyes puzzled. "What do you mean? Are you sure you feeling all right?" "Okay, so these cats don't have a camp," J-Paw guessed. "Think before you ask any more questions, stupid furball." Looking worried, Dovewing nosed aside some tendrils of ivy hanging from an oak tree, to reveal a cozy scoop among the roots. The bottom was lined with moss and feathers. Warm scent clung about it. This must be a den. Japua bent his head to sniff, and felt every muscle in his body tense. That my own scent. Dovewing nudged him forward. Lie down. I going to fetch our Rising Moon. Rising Moon must be the medicine cat, Japua thought, remembering how she had comforted Fallen Leaves' mother. He watched Dovewing as she trotted away, trying to spot more dens among the trees and scant undergrowth. He couldn't see any, but the intensity of scent in the air suggested they were not far off. Worn out, Japua crawled into the den, curled up, and closed his eyes. Anxiety clawed through him. Will I ever get back to ThunderClan? But he was so exhausted that he fell into a shallow, uneasy sleep. These are good juicy dock leaves. The voice roused Japua from his doze. Well done for finding that clump. Relief flooded through him. He was back in his nest in the medicine cat's den, with Leafpool talking about herbs close by. Then he opened his eyes and saw tangled brown roots and soft feathers around his head. He could still see the voice. He could hear Was and Leafpool, and when the ivy tendrils twitched to one side, Dovewing and Rising Moon looked down at him, their eyes huge with concern. Dovewing had a bunch of dock leaves in her jaws. Japua gave himself a tiny shake. If he was and going to wake up back in his own clan, in his own time, then he must be here for a reason. Maybe this was another place where he find answers to his questions about the prophecy, answers that StarClan couldn't give him. Were you hurt while you were in the tunnels? Rising Moon asked. Japua shook his head. And no, I not injured. My pads are sore, that all. Were you scared down there? A bit. Japua wondered if Rising Moon thought he was losing his mind. Dovewing must have told her about the peculiar things he said. I really tired, though, he added, hoping she would believe that was the reason for his odd behavior. And hungry. I guess that made me confused. He had to convince these cats that he really was J-Wing. He wasn't sure what they would do to him if they discovered he wasn't. They certainly wouldn't believe him if he told them the truth. He had waited for so long to find out about the ancient cats, and now here he was, living among them. No other cat in the clans or the tribe of Rushing Water knew as much as this about the cats who once lived beside the lake. Japua had always been conscious of them, felt their pelts brush against his, heard their whispers by the lake, and trodden in their paw steps on his way to the moonpool. And now one of them. Rising Moon blinked thoughtfully. I guess there's nothing wrong that food and rest one cure. Let's look at your pads. She crawled down into the den to crouch beside Japua. Have you licked them clean? No. Rising Moon waited while Japua tongue rasped busily at his pads, scraping off the mud and grit. Dovewing dropped the mouthful of dock leaves down to her. Oh, are you using dock? Japua asked, looking up from his licking. I always thought horsetail was best to stop bleeding. Rising Moon eyes widened in surprise. Horsetail? Never heard of that. I don't think it grows around here. Where did you hear about it? Every hair on Japua pelt tingled. He done it again. Think next time before you open your jaws, mouse brain. I think one of the elders mentioned it, he muttered, hoping that these cats had elders. I'll have a word with Running Horse later. Rising Moon meowed. He taught me so much about herbs, I sure he'll know about it. I saw Dawn River using yarrow the other day, Dovewing added helpfully. We could ask her advice, too. So they don't have a single medicine cat, Japua thought as Rising Moon rubbed the cooling dock leaves on his pads. Just a few cats who share knowledge about herbs. And they don't know as much as a clan medicine cat. Japua remembered how uncertain Dovewing had been that her mother might be watching her. If these cats had no medicine cat, that could explain why they were unaware of their ancestors. What do they think happens when a cat dies? There. Our Rising Moon finished rubbing the last of Japua pads. Does that feel better? It feels great, thanks. Even though he knew that horsetail would have worked better, Japua was still grateful for the cooling juices on his pads. You can rub your feet again later, the she-cat went on, pushing the remaining dock leaves together into a pile. But you better get some sleep now. I'll bring you something to eat, Dovewing promised. Japua's jaw stretched in an enormous yawn. He was barely aware of Rising Moon scrambling out of the den. Closing his eyes, he let himself drift into sleep. See Hapter. Scent tickled Japua's nose. Mouse. His belly growled, and his eyes flew open to see that dusk had fallen. Dovewing's pale gray shape stood on the edge of the den, peering down at him. A mouse dangled from her jaws. You awake? she exclaimed, dropping the mouse at her paws. "Are you feeling better?" "I fine," J-Paw meowed, hauling himself out from underneath the tree roots. "Hey, J-Wing." A young brown tabby tom was standing just behind Dove-Wing, his amber eyes alight with curiosity. "What was it like, down in the tunnels?" "Quiet, Fish Leap." A white she-cat padded up on Dove-Wing's other side. "Don't pester J-Wing. He must be worn out already, without you asking questions." "And don't tell me what to do, Half Moon," Fish Leap retorted. "You want to know everything as much as I do." The white cat brushed her pelt against J-Paw. Her green eyes shone up at him. "Of course I do," she purred. "But I can wait while he eats." The scent of the mouse was making J-Paw mouth water. "Thanks," he meowed to Dove-Wing, and took a bite. He was aware of Fish Leap tearing impatiently at the grass beside him. "I don't know why Furled Bracken is making us wait to go into the tunnels," he grumbled. "We all ready to become Sharp Claws. I want to get on with my challenge." "Furled Bracken will let us go when he thinks we ready," Dove-Wing meowed. "So they all apprentices," J-Paw figured as he gulped down the mouse. "If they call them apprentices here, it sounds as if Furled Bracken is their leader. But how can he have 9 lives if they don't know about Star Clan?" "Well, come on." Fish Leap sounded irritated. "Tell us." "I can," J-Paw mumbled around a mouthful of mouse, glad that he had an excuse for being mysterious. "You know Sharp Claws can talk about what happens in the tunnels." Fish Leap grunted. "You think you better than us now, you a Sharp Claw?" "He does not," Half Moon exclaimed indignantly. J-Paw was unsure how to defend himself. He didn't know enough about what a Sharp Claw was supposed to do. He guessed they were like warriors, but if he was wrong he might be in trouble again. To his relief, Dove-Wing nudged Fish Leap away. "Leave him alone," she meowed. "He's still tired. He needs to rest some more. We'll all find out about the tunnels soon enough." "I just glad J-Wing got out safely." Half Moon green eyes clouded. "Not like fallen leaves," she murmured. Fish Leap and Dove-Wing exchanged a sorrowful glance. J-Paw felt hollow in his heart when he thought about how long Fallen Leaves was destined to wander through the tunnels, trying to find the way out. He wished there was a way to let these cats know that their friend was dead, drowned in a flood, and they would never see him again. It was clear that the waiting had already driven Broken Shadows mad. Finishing the mouse, J-Paw wriggled back into his den. He was falling back to sleep when he heard Fish Leap's voice, raised in protest. "One lost cat does and mean that all the rest of us have to leave." "It not just one, as you well know," Half Moon retorted. "How many cats have to die before we look for somewhere else to live? There must be other places with prey and shelter for all of us." J-Paw pricked his ears, keeping his eyes shut so it would look as if he was asleep. These cats were debating whether to stay here by the lake, or to find a new home. "Is that why we didn't find any cats here when the clans came to the lake?" Fish Leap padded away, still muttering, with Half Moon arguing more and more heatedly. When he could no longer hear what they were saying, J-Paw let the blackness of exhaustion fill his mind. During the night he woke briefly to find Dove-Wing curled up close beside him. He hadn't slept so near another cat since he became Leafpool Apprentice. Her warmth was comforting, and her scent was already becoming familiar. He let out a faint purr as sleep washed over him again. Gray light was filtering through the ivy tendrils when J-Paw next opened his eyes. Dove-Wing had disappeared, but 2 other cats were gazing down at him. One of them was Fish Leap. The other was an older tortoiseshell she-cat that J-Paw remembered seeing when he came out of the tunnel the day before. Her amber eyes were the exact same shade as Fish Leap. J-Paw guessed that she was his mother. "Hey, J-Wing, come hunting!" Fish Leap exclaimed when he saw that J-Paw was awake. It seemed like a good chance to explore the Thunder Clan territory. J-Paw scrambled out of his nest and stretched. "Are we going on a patrol?" he asked. To his dismay, Fish Leap and the tortoiseshell exchanged a baffled glance. "What a patrol?" The tortoiseshell meowed. "Mouse dung. They don't have patrols, either." "Dawn River, I think." J-Wing banged his head when he was down in the tunnels. Fish Leap shrugged. "He keeps talking nonsense." J-Paw hid his awkwardness by licking a tufty piece of fur on his chest. "Never mind," he mumbled. "Let go," Dawn River urged. "Remember to watch out for badgers." She took the lead as the three cats set off into the woods. J-Paw shivered from ears to tail tip when he saw how different the forest was from the territory he knew in the time of the clans. It was and just that the trees were smaller and there was so little undergrowth. The biggest difference was that now he could see. Watch it. Fish Leap warned him. The exclamation came just too late. J-Paw was so busy gazing around at the trees, their leaves taking on colors of scarlet and gold at the beginning of leaf fall, that he hadn't noticed the rabbit hole right in front of his paws. He stumbled into it, paws flailing. Fox dung. He spat. He heard Fish Leap let out a mrow of laughter, and felt the tabby tom teeth sink into his scruff as he hauled him out. Are you okay? Don River checked. J-Paw shook loose earth out of his pelt. I fine. As they padded on, he made a determined effort to watch where he was putting his paws, but it was difficult. Light dazzled him, and he was distracted by the flickering of leaves and trees looming up in front of him. The senses of smell and hearing, and his awareness of nearby objects, that were usually so acute, had grown dull, so that he felt as if he was blundering through a fog. I never as clumsy as this, he thought crossly as he tripped over a branch. You'll scare all the prey away if you go on like that, Fish Leap pointed out. Are you sure you okay? He added. Do you want to go back to your den? I fine, J-Paw repeated through gritted teeth. But Fish Leap was right. Stumbling around like a blind badger would scare off all the prey. J-Paw closed his eyes, and instantly felt more comfortable. His other senses grew sharp again, telling him which way to go. Scents and sounds swirled around him, calling up a far clearer picture of his surroundings than he could gain from his eyes. J-Wing? Don River sounded puzzled and concerned. Have you gone to sleep on your paws? Startled, J-Paw veered away from the sound of her voice. His eyes flicked open just in time to see the rough bark of a tree in front of his nose. There was no chance to stop before he crashed right into it. Wow! Fish Leap exclaimed, his voice trembling with amusement. You caught a tree. J-Paw was relieved when Don River and Fish Leap set off alone, each of them sniffing for prey, and left him to recover. Grooming bits of bark out of his coat, he wondered what he was going to do. If he was a Sharpclaw, these cats would expect him to know how to hunt. But back in his own clan, he had never been trained for that. He had never caught his own prey. I'll just have to try. How hard can it be? He began prowling through the trees with his eyes closed so that he could pick out the scents more clearly, and soon detected a trace of mouse. Pausing to listen, he heard the scuffling of tiny paws, and leaped in the direction of the sound. His paws thumped down on grass. There was no sign of his mouse. Bad luck. Fish Leap meowed cheerfully behind him. J-Paw opened his eyes and turned to see that the other cat was dragging a squirrel between his front paws. Don River stood behind him, a mouse clamped in her jaws. Haven you caught anything yet? Fish Leap teased. I thought sharp claws were better than that. I was looking for the horsetail that Running Horse mentioned, J-Paw mewed, improvising wildly. He says it good for sore pads. Don River nodded. It must be hard for you to hunt when your pads aren't healed yet. All the same, you better catch something, Fish Leap told him, unless you want to go hungry. J-Paw was and surprised. He had already guessed that these cats had to hunt for themselves, even before they were Sharpclaws. They didn't have patrols, and he hadn't seen any sign of a fresh kill pile. Should we catch something for the elders? He suggested. Fish Leap shrugged. If we find something extra. J-Paw felt a pang of homesickness for ThunderClan, where every cat was fed, even those who didn't have the time or skill to hunt for themselves. I going to try down by the stream, Don River declared. I could just eat a yummy vole. So could I, J-Paw thought, watching the tortoiseshell get out of sight, but I don't think I going to get one. What am I going to eat if I can tell them that I don't hunt? I'll see you later, Fish Leap meowed. Good hunting. He bounded off in the direction of the Shadow Clan border. No, J-Paw reminded himself where the Shadow Clan border will be. Keeping his eyes open in an attempt to get used to seeing, he headed toward the stone hollow. Fear drew icy claws down his spine. What if the hollow is in there? Before many heartbeats had passed, the harsh tang of a thunderpath crept into J-Paw nostrils. He paused, bewildered. There's no thunderpath across our territory. He pressed himself closer to the ground, creeping forward and taking advantage of what little cover there was. Eventually he came out beside the thunderpath, its hard black surface snaking through the trees. Pricking his ears, he listened for the sound of monsters, but nothing disturbed the gentle rustling of the breeze among the branches. Glancing up and down, Japua spotted the walls of a two-legged nest among the trees. More cautiously than ever he crept toward it, alert for the scent and sound of two-legs or dogs. But everything was silent. The door of the nest was tight shut, and the shiny stuff in the windows was broken and scattered. Japua blinked in sudden understanding. This is the two-legged nest where the sick cats are staying. There weren't any holes in the walls, and the roof was still in one piece, but the size and shape were the same. So the thunder path is the old two-leg path. Japua bounded back to it. He had and recognized it with its black surface intact instead of broken up and covered with tiny creeping plants. Now I know where I am. He trotted along beside the thunder path, still wary of monsters, though none of the smelly, roaring creatures appeared. Just as he knew it would, it led him to the entrance to the hollow. Japua stopped and looked around. Walls of stone stretched up around him, low near the entrance and rising to a height of many fox lengths opposite him. There was a trace of two-leg scent, but it was faint and stale. His gaze traveled around the hollow as he tried to imagine where the dens would be. It was hard to picture them because there was no undergrowth yet, no brambles, bracken, or hazel to soften the harsh lines of the walls. Only a few stems of willowherb had pushed their way through the earth, their feathery tops stirred by the breeze. Japua thought he recognized the high ledge with the cave behind it where Firestar had his den, but there was no sign of the tumbled rocks that made a path up to it. J-Wing. Japua jumped, startled, and whirled around to see the white she-cat, Half Moon, staring at him with scared green eyes. "What are you doing here?" she gasped. "The badgers will get you. Quick!" She bounded away through the trees and up the side of the hollow, heading for the entrance to the underground tunnels. Japua followed her, closing his eyes so that he could match her speed. So this is where the badgers lived, he thought, noticing strong badger scent for the first time. His mind had been so distracted by the changes to the two-leg path and the stone hollow that he had missed it on the way there. The hollow must be out of bounds to the cats because it belonged to their enemies, not rival cats, but badgers. Maybe these were the ancestors of the badgers that came back to the forest, moons and moons later, and attacked ThunderClan, killing Cinderpelt. Did those badgers know that this had been their home once? Japua was relieved when the badger sense faded and Half Moon finally slowed and flopped down on the cool grass. He wondered how she knew that they were safe here, when there were no border markings to separate their territory from the badgers. "I never thought so before," he began carefully, "but and it weird how the badgers never chase us here, when there's nothing to stop them." Half Moon shrugged. "I guess there's enough prey in the thicker part of the forest, so they don't need to come out this far." She glanced sideways at Japua, clearly wanting to say something but not sure if she should. "I followed your scent," she admitted. "I thought you might be in trouble and I got this for you." She vanished under a bush and reappeared a heartbeat later with a blackbird in her jaws, which she dropped in front of Japua. "I thought you might find it hard to hunt when your paws are sore." Japua nodded, glad of the excuse but still feeling a bit guilty as he crouched in front of the blackbird. "Thanks. Do you want to share it with me?" "I already ate, but I'll have a mouthful, thanks." Half Moon settled down on the opposite side of the prey. While he ate, Japua realized that he would need to learn how to hunt if he was going to stay here for any length of time. But that could be tricky, when he was supposed to be a sharp claw already. "Will Feral Bracken give me any duties?" he asked Half Moon. The white she-cat had taken one bite of the blackbird, then began to clean her face and whiskers with her paws. "You might have to hunt for the elders if no cat has any spare," she mewed. "Don't you remember how hard it rained last moon? How Whispering Breeze had to catch prey for all of us because she's the only cat who does and mind getting her fur wet." "Oh, sure," Japua mumbled. "I could and believe it when she caught fish." Half Moon purred. "I never tasted fish before." "Prey and running well, is it?" Japua thought that was a safe comment to make. Half Moon shook her head. "Maybe Stone Song and wrong when he says we should think about leaving." Sadness clouded her eyes. "I remember you said the same." "Right," Japua mewed, relieved to know which side of the argument J-Wing had taken. "There must be somewhere with more prey, and no two-legs and badgers to bother us." "You really think there's a place like that for us?" Japua nodded slowly. "After all, the clans found a new home for themselves when the two-legs destroyed the old forest. Except that the clans came here." See chapter. By the time Japua was full, There was still quite a lot of the blackbird left. "Do you want any more?" he asked Half Moon. The white she-cat shook her head. "We could take it to Owl Feather," she suggested. "Her kids are hungry, and growing fast." "Good idea." J-Paw wanted to see as much of these cats and where they lived before he went back to ThunderClan. If he went back, he and Half Moon picked up the remains of the blackbird and headed farther up the hill toward the tunnel entrance. It seemed to be a popular daytime gathering place, like the clearing in the center of a camp. Several cats were scattered around it, dozing or sharing tongues. J-Paw waved his tail at Dovewing and Fish Leap as he passed, hoping he looked as if he knew where he was going. He dropped back to follow Half Moon as she climbed farther up the slope until they broke clear of the trees. On the ridge, she dropped her chunk of blackbird and stood gazing out across the moorland. She pointed her muzzle at a faint purple line in the far distance. "Stone Song thinks we should go that way," she mewed. As he put down his fresh kill, J-Paw felt the hair on his pelt start to rise and his paws tremble. Those were the mountains. Could these cats possibly be the ancestors of the tribe? Glancing sideways at Half Moon, he saw that she was compactly built, with strong haunches that looked as if they would be good for climbing trees. She didn't have the wiry build of a tribe cat. "What do you think it would be like to travel so far?" Half Moon asked. "Hard." J-Paw tried to choose his words carefully. "The land that way could be very, very different from the land here." "How?" "Sharp hills of stone that stretch up into the sky," J-Paw replied, his mind filled with memories of the journey he had taken to the mountains. "Huge birds, bigger than badgers, that have to be dragged out of the sky by many cats at once. Tumbling water, filling the air with spray even when there aren't any clouds." "You sound as if you've been there already," a new voice meowed. J-Paw stiffened and turned his head to see the hefty gray figure of Stone Song standing behind them. His piercing blue eyes were fixed on J-Paw. I had a dream," J-Paw stammered. Stone Song's ears flicked up, his interest intensifying. "Really? Did you dream anything else?" "No." J-Paw could have told him a lot more, but he didn't want to get any more tangled up in the gap between what he knew and what these cats thought he should know. "But you think cats could live there?" Stone Song persisted. "It wouldn't be easy," J-Paw warned, thinking of the harsh life of the tribe. "But maybe." Stone Song began to pace to and fro along the ridge, the tip of his tail twitching. When he began to speak, J-Paw could hardly hear him above the roar of the monsters on Wind Clan territory, which had just begun to move their piles of earth again. He could even feel them in his paws, thrumming through the ground. "We can stay here," Stone Song growled. "Listen to those monsters. What if they come here and tear up this place, too?" J-Paw wanted to say, "They won," but he remembered in time that he wasn't supposed to know that. "It wrong," Stone Song continued, his blue eyes clouded. "Cats are being lost and prey is disappearing. There must be a better place to live." He stopped pacing and sat down facing the purple line of the distant mountains, the wind flattening his pelt against his sides. "Maybe that place is in the stone hills you speak of. When I was kid, my mother said the wind cried over the stones like a bird call, giving me my name. Perhaps this means I must find a place where the wind sings over stones, and that will be our home." Sorrow crept into his voice. "My son is never coming back. I cannot wait in this place anymore." Half Moon glanced toward him, compassion in her eyes. Then she looked at J-Paw with her head tipped on one side. "Did you really dream of the stone hills?" she meowed. "You seem to see them so clearly." J-Paw shuffled his paws. "There must be lots of different places out there." Half Moon's shining green gaze was still fixed on him. "You would go, to find a new home for us, with plenty of food and no troll eggs?" "Well," J-Paw began. "If you went, I come with you," Half Moon mewed. "You know that." J-Paw felt overwhelmed by the strength of her gaze. He wasn't used to looking another cat right in the eyes. The emotion flowing from her pelt threatened to sweep him away. He had never felt it before, not like this, but he knew exactly what it was. "She loves me at least. She loves the cat she thinks I am." For some reason a picture flickered into his mind of Lion Blaze and Heatherpaw. Was this how they had felt? He had never understood before how much they had lost when Lion Blaze decided they couldn't see each other anymore. "Do I love Half Moon?" he wondered. "No, but maybe I could love her. I like the way she makes me feel." Half Moon took a pace toward J-Paw, who found himself taking a step back. "We can do this. I a medicine cat." He wanted to wail aloud. "I don't belong here. You think I some other cat?" To his relief, whatever Half Moon wanted to say was interrupted by a big black Tom who leaped up to the top of the ridge and halted beside Stone Song. "What going on?" he demanded. Stone Song turned toward him, blinking as if he had to drag himself back from some distant place. "Oh, it you, Dark Whiskers." J-Wing has had a dream about stone hills and falling water, where there are huge birds to be plucked from the sky, and where two legs cannot go. "It sounds like a place where we could live safely, with prey and shelter and nothing to harm us." Dark Whiskers' ears flicked up. "Do you believe him?" Stone Song nodded. "Then we must go," Dark Whiskers exclaimed, rising to his paws. Stone Song turned to J-Paw. "If we leave, will you guide us to this place? Will your dreams show you the way?" J-Paw was bewildered by how quickly everything was happening. How long had they been planning to move? Surely they could and leave just like that. What about Furled Bracken? A decision like this was for their leader to make. Before he could reply, a small, dusty brown she-cat appeared on the bridge, patting in Dark Whiskers' paw steps. "You aren't talking about leaving again, are you?" she spat. "But this is our home. Why can't you understand that?" Stone Song and Dark Whiskers exchanged a glance. "Shy Fawn, it is our home if we can live here," Stone Song mewed quietly. Shy Fawn tail lashed once. "You seem to have forgotten it. Not your decision to make. You know what has to happen, the casting of stones." "See, stones again." Stone Song mewed. "We are linked always to stones. Why shouldn't we live among them, and feed from the sky?" Shy Fawn glared at him. "I came to tell you Furled Bracken wants to have a meeting." "Then we can cast the stones now," Dark Whiskers announced. With an annoyed hiss, Shy Fawn headed down the slope toward the trees. Stone Song and Dark Whiskers followed. J-Paw and Half Moon picked up their pieces of blackbird and brought up the rear. J-Paw could feel his companion nervousness and surprised when she paused halfway down the slope and dropped her prey. "It really going to happen?" she exclaimed. "We going to cast the stones to decide whether to leave our home?" Confusion eddied through J-Paw. It sounded as if the cats used omens from stones to make their decisions. There was a moonful of questions he wanted to ask, but he knew enough by now to keep his jaws shut and his ears open. "Is this happening because of me? How can I influence what happened all those seasons ago?" He could and even think straight because of the feelings that were crackling between him and Half Moon like lightning and green leaf. As they continued on down the slope, Dovewing and Fish Leap came running out to meet them, their eyes alight and their tails waving. "Is there going to be a meeting?" Dovewing asked excitedly. "Will there be a casting of stones?" J-Paw nodded. "About leaving?" His sister gasped, her neck fur beginning to rise. "We'll never leave," Fish Leap declared. "This is our home." "What about the pool of stars and the tunnels where we become Sharp Claws? How can we lose all that?" Dovewing excitement faded, but her voice was determined as she replied, "If it a choice between water and caves, and saving our own lives, then we have to go." Fish Leap led the way down the hill to a glade where the undergrowth grew more thickly than anywhere else J-Paw had seen. He spotted a row of dens under a fallen tree and behind dense ferns. Several other cats were already there. Half Moon beckoned him with a flick of her tail and led him behind a clump of spiny thistles to where a dark gap yawned at the foot of an oak tree. From inside J-Paw could hear tiny sounds of mewling. Half Moon poked her head inside the hollow tree. "Hi, Owlfeather, we brought you some prey." As J-Paw stepped forward to drop his piece of blackbird inside the hollow, he saw a skinny she-cat with pale speckled brown fur, suckling 3 squirming kits. "She looks just like Castropa," he thought. "Thanks," Owlfeather purred. "The kits are ready to try fresh kill." "Hey!" she nudged her kits gently. "Come have some of this blackbird. It really good." While the kits tasted blackbird for the first time, Half Moon told Owlfeather about the meeting. "Not before time," Owlfeather mewed. "You mean you go?" Half Moon gasped. "With the kits?" "Of course." Owlfeather spoke as if her decision had been made for moons. "But what about Jagged Lightning?" Half Moon blurted out, then looked as if she wished she hadn't asked that. "My kits will come with me," Owlfeather replied in a tone that warned no cat should argue with her. Half Moon gave her an embarrassed nod, and she and J-Paw backed away from the hollow tree into the glade. By now more cats had arrived. J-Paw spotted 2 whose graying muzzles and scant fur showed their age. One of them was a dark brown tom with long legs and knobbly joints. J-Paw guessed he was running horse, who knew so much about herbs. He wondered whether Rising Moon had asked the elder about the horsetail yet. J-Paw had meant to look for some in the forest, but he had been distracted by finding the twilight path and the stone hollow. The other elder was a pale ginger she-cat with green eyes. J-Paw could see she had once been beautiful, but she was frail now, every rib showing through her pelt. Opposite J-Paw, Rising Moon padded into the clearing, nudging along Broken Shadow, who looked so dazed with grief that she didn't know where she was. A large gray and white Tom flanked her on the other side. He looked enough like Half Moon that J-Paw guessed he must be her father, chasing clouds. Furled Bracken was sitting in the center of the glade, waiting for the rest of the cats to appear. J-Paw thought he looked patient and respectful, not at all like a clan leader who had just summoned his cats to a meeting. Furled Bracken hadn't even called to announce it. The news had spread from cat to cat, and they all seemed to be strolling in whenever they felt like it. At last Stone Song stepped forward from where he had been standing at the side of the clearing beside Dark Whiskers. "We wish to cast the stones," he mewed. "About leaving?" Furled Bracken asked. Stone Song nodded yes. With a resigned look, Furled Bracken rose to his paws. "I wish it hadn't come to this," he sighed, "but I know there is only one way to decide. Before we cast the stones, I want to remind you all that this has been our home for as long as any cat can remember." "Any living cat," J-Paw corrected him. "But where have all the dead cats gone?" "Are they here now, watching us without being able to speak?" "Yes," Furled Bracken went on with a sad glance around the clearing. "Prey is scarcer this Greenleaf than it has ever been before, and yes, the Twilights are coming closer. But are we really going to turn and flee like mice? We have found a way to survive alongside the badgers, and they have caused us far more trouble in the past than Twilights. We should stay together and accept that we have to share the lake." J-Paw was almost convinced by the deep emotion behind Furled Bracken's speech. Several other cats were nodding in agreement, including Rising Moon and the frail old she-cat. Half Moon nudged him. "Look, Jagged Lightning wants to stay." She flicked her ears toward a long-legged black and white Tom, whose amber eyes were glowing with approval of Furled Bracken's plea. "I'll feather one like that." A soft murmur of anticipation ran around the glade as Stone Song stepped forward. "What you say is true, Furled Bracken," he began, dipping his head respectfully, "but it leaves out too much." "What about the cats we have lost?" Falcon Swoop died under the paws of a two-leg monster. J-Paw spotted Dovewing with head and tail drooping miserably at the mention of their mother death. Quickly he bent his own head. "Then her mate Falling Rain left us, and no cat knows where he gone. And a moon ago his voice shook. Fallen Leaves went into the tunnels and never came out." Broken Shadow let out a soft wail at the mention of their son, and Stone Song glanced at her for a heartbeat, his eyes full of love and pain. "The trial in the caves and supposed to take Sharp Claws away from us," he went on. "It's supposed to be the making of them, the sign that they fully grown and the equal of any other cat. And that not all. Prey is disappearing, scared off by Twilights or taken by foxes and badgers. Even the ground is being torn up by Twilights, with endless noise and quaking. This is and our home now. It a place that does and want us anymore." More nods and murmurs of agreement followed Stone Song's speech. A black and white cat called out, "But where can we go?" J-Paw's heart sank when he saw Stone Song turn toward him. He could guess what was coming next. "J-Wing has had a dream," the tabby Tom announced. "He saw a place where we can live, stone hills teeming with prey and shelter, and free from any enemies." J-Paw bit back a protest. He hadn't made the mountain sound as wonderful as that. But Stone Song had a point. The clans had made the great journey when Twilights made the forest impossible to live in, and cats had settled in the mountains, long ago. If these cats were the ancestors of the tribe, then perhaps it was J-Paw's responsibility to encourage them to go there. "It sounds a lot better than here," Dark Whiskers commented. Rising Moon nodded. "I don't want to lose my kits down those dreadful tunnels." "And we be far away from Twilight monsters," Whispering Breeze added. "We would and lose any more cats like my sister was lost." J-Paw saw that Dovewing and Fishleap were gazing at him expectantly. Their glances scorched his fur. They were waiting for him to lead them. Then he realized that all the cats were looking at him in the same way. For a heartbeat his head spun. "I can do this. I want to go home to ThunderClan." When his head cleared, J-Paw saw that the cats had formed into a ragged line, leading up to furrowed bracken. Their gaze was fixed on the ground in front of the line. Japwa padded forward to see what they were looking at. At furrowed bracken paws was a circular patch of bare ground, about the size of a tree stump. Beside it was a pile of small, round pebbles that looked as if they came from the lake shore. Furrowed bracken stretched out his claws and drew a line in the earth across the bare patch, dividing it into two halves. Then he pushed one of the stones into the center of one half. "This side wishes to stay," he announced. He stepped back to let the next cat choose. Stone Song padded up. He pushed his stone into the opposite half of the bare patch. "This side wishes to leave." Japwa stared at the circle of ground in astonishment. These cats were casting the stones themselves. There were no omens, no sharing tongues with StarClan, no obeying the word of the leader. Furrowed bracken was allowing the cats to make their own decision. "What sort of way is this to run a clan?" he murmured under his breath. "And what going to happen when all the stones are cast?" The elder running horse stepped up and placed a stone in the stay half of the circle. "My bones are too old to climb stone hills," he grunted. "Come on, Cloudy son, you know what to do." The frail she-cat padded up beside him. "The sun warms me here, and that's all I want now," she murmured, pushing a stone to rest beside running horse. She touched her nose to his ear. "We all stay together." Stone Song and Dark Whiskers led Broken Shadow up to the circle. Distractedly, as if she hardly knew what she was doing, she set a stone in the leave half, and Dark Whiskers added his own with it. Jagged Lightning padded up, hesitating for a moment while he glanced at Owl Feather. But Owl Feather was absorbed in watching her kits, who were wrestling at her paws. Jagged Lightning voted to stay, and turned away. Japwa realized that Owl Feather had been aware of her mate all the time. As soon as Jagged Lightning had moved off from the circle, she cast her own stone, to leave, without looking at him once. His belly churning, Japwa stepped up to make his own choice, but Furrowed Bracken held him back with a flick of the tail. "As the newest Sharpclaw, you cast the final stone," he mewed. Japwa belly turned when he saw that two straight lines of stones were forming in the half circles. They looked equal. What would happen if there was no clear decision? Rising Moon was the next cat to step up. She paused for a moment, then took a deep breath and pushed her stone into the stay half. "I reared kits here before," she murmured, "and I'll rear them again." Her mate Chasing Clouds gave her a long, sorrowful look, but cast his stone to leave. Whispering Breeze followed him. The line for leaving was growing longer, but then Fish Leap, Dawn River, and Shy Fawn all went up together and set their stones to stay. Doubling padded up slowly, glanced at her friend's stones, then at Japwa, and finally voted to leave. Only Half Moon and Japwa were left. Half Moon stepped forward, gazing straight at Japwa as she pushed her stone into the leave half of the circle. The lines were equal. "Now what do I do?" Japwa wondered, aware that every cat was staring at him. "How can it be fair that I have to make the decision? I don't even belong here." His paws trembled as he walked up to the edge of the bare patch and stretched out a paw to draw a stone toward him. It felt sun-warmed under his still sore pad. "They have to go to the mountains," he whispered. "They will become the tribe of rushing water." Closing his eyes, he pushed his stone to the end of the line that voted to leave. "See Hapter." A gasp like the wind in the trees rose from the cats around Japwa. "No, no." Broken Shadow wailed. "Fallen Leaves, I didn't mean it. I want to stay with you." Another wail of distress rose from some other cat. Japwa felt a claw of guilt tear briefly at his heart, but he did his best to ignore it. "I know that this is the right decision for them." He padded away from the circle, aware of the glowing look in Half Moon eyes. "We going to travel together?" she whispered. Furrowed Bracken stepped forward. "The stones have been cast," he announced. "I can no longer be your leader." "Stone Song, it is only fair that you lead us into the mountains." His gaze traveled around the assembled cats. "If any cat thinks Stone Song should not be our leader, speak now." "They choose their leaders?" Japwa wondered, astonished. "Leaders can retire, and become ordinary Sharpclaws again?" Silence followed Furrowed Bracken words, except for the muffled wails of Broken Shadow. Rising Moon was beside her, comforting her by licking her ear. "Everything will be all right," she encouraged the grief-stricken she-cat. "Fallen Leaves will know you gone." "You wrong," Japwa thought. "Fallen Leaves will live in the tunnels for moons and moons and moons." In agony that he was abandoned, Stone Song dipped his head to Furrowed Bracken. "I will do my best to lead our cats to safety," he promised. Then he glanced around at the others, meeting the expectation in their eyes. "We shall rest until dusk," he ordered. "We will leave while the two-leg monsters are sleeping." Cats looked at each other, a flurry of confusion arising even among those who had wanted to leave so soon. Chasing Clouds asked. "We have waited long enough," Stone Song replied with a grief-filled glance at Broken Shadow. "There is nothing more to keep us here. J-Wing has told us of the stone hills that are ready for us. They will be our home." Chasing Clouds straightened up. "Then let hunt," he suggested. "We'll make sure that every cat is full-fed before we set out." Several cats bounded out of the glade as soon as he had finished speaking, looking relieved to have something to do. Chasing Clouds followed them, pausing beside Rising Moon to touch her ear with his nose. "We will raise strong, healthy kits in the mountains," he promised her. Rising Moon hesitated for a heartbeat, then twined her tail with his. "I know. I'll look for some useful herbs," she added. "Running Horse will help me." Memories flooded over J-Paw of the preparations he and his clanmates had made before their own journey into the mountains. He wondered if there was any more advice he ought to give these cats, like watching out for the dogs in the barn that had nearly torn Hollow-Leaf and Lion Blaze to pieces. Mouse brain, he told himself. The barn probably isn't even built yet. Standing alone in the midst of the flurry of activity, J-Paw could and shake off the feeling that there was something missing, something essential for the cats to find their new home and establish themselves securely in the mountains. He just could and think what it was. "I'd better try to catch some prey," he decided. "I'll need strength for the journey. At least I'll be able to see when I leap over the gaps in the mountains." Before he reached the edge of the glade, he was intercepted by Stone Song. "J-Wing, I need to talk to you." Puzzled, J-Paw followed him into the shadow of the trees that fringed the glade. The dark gray tabby stood over him, an earnest expression in his blue eyes. "I need your help, J-Wing," he explained. "We never had a cat like you before, who sees things in their dreams. Have you done it before? Do you think it will happen again?" J-Paw didn't know what to answer. Certainly he could and tell the truth. In the end, he nodded awkwardly. Relief crept into the new leader's eyes. "This is unknown for all of us. I know your dreams may be wrong, but I am willing to trust you and wherever your dreams came from." Understanding blazed down on J-Paw like a burst of sunlight. Now he understood what these cats needed more than anything else. They needed StarClan, and a medicine cat to help them listen to the cats that had walked here before. "You were our ancestors," he blurted out. "The dreams are sent by our ancestors." Stone Shadow looked startled. "You mean cats who have died?" J-Paw nodded. "They will guide us, if we prepared to listen. They'll speak to us in dreams, and send us signs that certain cats will understand." Stone Song's eyes widened and his neck fur began to rise. "Do you mean they speak to you?" "Yes, but they'll speak to other cats, too, if they're willing to hear what they have to say." Stone Song tipped his head on one side. "We have always wondered whether our lost cats can still see us and hear us. I know Broken Shadow wishes for that more than anything." He hesitated, then added, "You sure it not just dreams of your mother?" "I know it isn't." The new leader's blue eyes seemed more piercing than ever. "If we find the stone hills, I will know you are right." Turning to leave, he glanced back over one shoulder. "Thank you, J-Wing." When he had gone, J-Paw flopped to the ground, his head spinning. "Have I just made myself the first ever medicine cat?" He didn't even know if these cats had the same sort of ancestors, in some kind of star clan or tribe of endless hunting. "Have I just set myself an impossible task?" The sound of approaching paw steps roused him from his thoughts. Looking up, he saw Half Moon appearing from behind the nearest tree, a vole dangling from her jaws. She set it down in front of him. "Here," she mewed. "I know your paws are still too sore to hunt." When J-Paw hesitated, she pushed it closer with one paw. "Go ahead. I had mine." "Thanks." J-Paw tore hungrily into the vole. "You a great hunter, Half Moon," he mumbled around a huge mouthful. "It looks as if we a long journey ahead," Half Moon went on. "Do you really believe there are stone hills where we can make our home?" Her green eyes were wide, shimmering in the half-light under the trees. J-Paw swallowed. "Yes, I promise, they are there." Half Moon gave him a long look, overwhelming him once more with the intensity in her gaze. "I believe you," she murmured. J-Paw shared the last of the vole with her and settled down to doze beside her, their tails curled around each other. Breathing in her sweet scent, he began to feel a little less homesick, a little more as if this was where when he belonged. A paw prodded him in the side. Blinking, he looked up into the face of Whispering Breeze. "It's time, she mewed. Half Moon was already on her paws. Jaipua followed her through the clearing and out onto the hillside. The sun had set, leaving only a few streaks of scarlet in the sky. Jaipua looked up to see if any of the warriors of Star Clan had appeared, before he remembered that his warrior ancestors would be born for many seasons. So are they just stars? He wondered, gazing up at the glittering points of light. Cats were padding anxiously among the trees as if their paws itched to leave, while their hearts still drew them back to their familiar home. Jaipua watched owl feather kids tumbling around her paws. Are we really going all the way to the top of the hill? One of them asked, his eyes huge as moons. That right, owl feather replied, and even farther than that. The tiny kid bounced with delight. Wow! Running Horse and Cloudy Sun were standing together under a tree. Running Horse brushed his tail along his denmate's side. The stones are cast, so we have to go, he mewed. We'll get there, Cloudy Sun replied bravely. We'll help each other. Admiring the elder's courage, Jaipua hoped she was right. He was already planning the route to make it as easy as possible, hoping that now that he could see he could remember the way to the cave behind the waterfall. Are we ready? Stone Song padded up, casting a glance at all the cats. A murmur of agreement rose around him. Jaipua noticed that Jagged Lightning and Shy Fawn were both looking unhappy, but they didn't protest. Now that the decision had been made, every cat would stand by it. This was their code of honor, their version of the warrior code. Stone Song flicked his ears at Jaipua. Ready, J-Wing? Jaipua nodded. Am I really doing this? Am I about to lead the tribe of Rushing Water to their new home? Stone Song set off up the hill, his cats following him in straggling groups. Jaipua took his place near the back. When they reached the top of the bridge, the purple line of mountains had vanished in the gathering darkness. The land stretched flat and black in front of them as far as the horizon. As they padded along the bridge, Half Moon hurried up, brushing against Jaipua's side. Look, one of Owl Feather Kit's has fallen over, she mewed. I must go help her. She bounded on, then halted briefly and glanced over her shoulder. Don't look back, she whispered. It will only make it harder. Jaipua watched her pale shape moving away from him in the dusk. Something swelled inside his chest as he realized how much courage she had, how much all the cats had to set out on a journey like this on the strength of a dream. He just hoped he was right, for their sakes. His paws slowed beneath him and he stopped to gaze down the hill at the black expanse of the lake, glittering here and there under the first stars to appear in the dark blue sky. As he watched, the moon slid out from behind a cloud, shedding its silver light over the water. The lake seemed so familiar, and yet it was not his home. Goodbye, he whispered, wondering if he was saying goodbye to Thunder Clan as well. The rest of the cats had passed him, heading into what would become Wine Clan territory. As Jaipua set out to catch up to them, he heard a cat calling his name. Jaipua. His Thunder Clan name. He spun around. Rock. The sightless cat stood close to a boulder on the hillside, his furless skin glowing in the moonlight. You do not belong with these cats, he rasped. You have done what you came here to do. It is time for you to go back to your clan. The day before, Jaipua would have been relieved. Now his first reaction was panic. But what about Stone Song? He stammered. I promised him. And Half Moon. Your time here is over, Rock insisted. Jaipua knew he had to obey. His destiny lay here, by the lake, not in the mountains. Thanks to him, the tribe of Rushing Water would find their new home, and the tribe of Endless Hunting would be found. Padding over to Rock, he cast one last glance at the plodding line of cats, straining his eyes to pick out Half Moon glimmering pelt. She'll be so hurt that I left without saying goodbye. But she was not his future. Thunder Clan was, where he was a medicine cat. He turned back to Rock. Will the real J-Wing come back now? Rock shook his head. No. He disappeared at the start of their journey to the mountains. The cats were vanishing one by one into the darkness. None of them had noticed that Jaipua was gone. Jaipua stood rigid for a moment, then gave his pelt a shake. Okay, let go, he muttered. Rock led the way behind the boulder, where the narrow entrance to a tunnel opened up. The old cat squeezed his way inside and beckoned with his tail for Jaipua to follow. The tunnel was utterly dark. Jaipua guided himself by the sound of rock paw steps as they padded through the silent blackness. Cool air told him where other tunnels branched off, but Rock led him straight down into the hill. Jaipua pricked his ears, alert for any sound of fallen leaves, but there was no sign of the lost cat. How long before he realized that the cats above ground had gone? Would he know at once how many moons he would have to wait in the empty darkness, until cats returned to the lake. J-Paw shuddered, hoping fallen leaves would have no idea of what lay ahead. At last the tunnel began to slope upward again. The sound of Rockpaw steps faded, but now J-Paw could smell moss and leaves again, the damp scents of the forest. Soon he found himself stepping into open air with the familiar sense of ThunderClan swirling around him. He was blind again, but he knew exactly where he was. Slowly he picked his way down the paths that led to the stone hollow. Had he found the answers he was looking for? Had he really been one of the cats that lived here once? And had those cats left to form the tribe of Rushing Water? Was that where the prophecy came from? At the last moment, when he could already taste the scent of the stone hollow, he veered away and headed for the lake. A soft breeze had sprung up. The broken twittering of birds overhead told him that dawn was approaching. Reaching the lake shore, J-Paw padded across the soft grass and found the stick hidden under tree roots on the bank. He pulled it out and ran his paws over the scratch marks, as he had done so often before. This time the scratches spoke to him clearly. Names and images of the sharp claws filled his mind, and he could remember many of them from meeting them face to face. Jagged lightning, cloudy sun, shy fawn, owl feather. They walked beside him with the moonpool because he was one of them, the one cat who had returned to where they had lived long ago. Is that what makes me more powerful than StarClan? J-Paw wondered if Lion Blaze and Hollowleaf must have been part of the ancient clan, too, even though he hadn't met them in the past. He drew his paws down the stick again and a vision flashed into his mind, 3 cats standing together on the ridge, with the rising moon behind them and their shadows stretching out, vast and black, across the silver lake. 3 cats, kin of Firestar kin, with the power of the stars in their paws. And now J-Paw could understand how they belonged together, even after the lapse of so many seasons. "We have come back," he murmured. "The 3 have come home." See Hapter. Lion Blaze woke to the sound of coughing. For a moment he burrowed deeper into the moss, trying to remember the last time he had a good night's sleep. His dreams were filled with Tiger Star, taunting him about his power, sneering at him for being revolted by the sight of Heatherpaw's blood-soaked body. And when he was asleep, the warrior's den was filled with choking, spluttering cats battling green cough. Then he stiffened. The sick cats had all gone to the two-leg nest with Firestar. There shouldn't be any coughing now. Raising his head, Lion Blaze saw Spiderlig in his nest a couple of tail lengths away, his body shaken by another fit of coughing. "Oh, no!" Firestar idea has and worked. "Spiderlig," he mewed, "you better get along to Leafpool. She'll give you something for the cough, and then you can join the others in the two-leg nest." "Don't tell me what to do," the older warrior snapped. "I just got a bit of moss in my throat, that all." Even in the dim light of the warrior's den, Lion Blaze could see that Spiderlig's eyes were glazed with fever. "I don't think so." At the same moment Brambleclaw raised his head from his nest nearer the center of the den. "Spiderlig, you ill. You know how fast the sickness spreads. Go and see Leafpool now." "Lion Blaze, go with him." "Sure." Lion Blaze hauled himself out of his nest and gave his pelt a quick grooming. Spiderlig rose to his paws with an exaggerated sigh that ended in another bout of coughing. He pushed his way into the clearing, and Lion Blaze followed, patting a few paw steps behind him as they headed for the medicine cat's den. The chill of dawn still lay over the camp, and shadows crowded thickly around the sides of the hollow. A moisture-laden breeze held the promise of rain later. Before they reached the den, Daisy came bounding over from the nursery. "Spiderlig, what the matter?" she fretted. "Are you ill?" "I'm fine. I just wish more coughing," interrupted Spiderlig. "I just wish every cat would stop fussing," he finished when he could speak again. Daisy's eyes grew wide with dismay. "You are ill." "Don't worry, Daisy." Lion Blaze brushed his muzzle against the cream-colored she-cat's shoulder. "I'm taking him to Leafpool now." He and Spiderlig headed off again, leaving Daisy to watch them after them, her eyes filled with anxiety. Inside the den, Leafpool and J-Paw were already awake. "This is the last of the tansy," Leafpool was mewing. "You better see if you can find more, and take it straight to the two-leg nest. Remember to put it on the flat stone outside the entrance." "Okay." J-Paw turned to go, then halted as he realized that Spiderlig and Lion Blaze were there. "What now?" he asked. Spiderlig answered with another fit of coughing. "No." For a heartbeat Lion Blaze saw fear flicker in Leafpool's eyes. Then she was the quietly efficient medicine cat again. "Spiderlig, eat this tansy. It'll soothe your throat. J-Paw, bring some more back here as well." J-Paw gave her a brief nod, whisked past the bramble screen, and vanished. While Spiderlig was chewing up the tansy, grumbling under his breath, Daisy poked her head into the den. "Can I come in?" she asked Leafpool, her words muffled by the plump vole she was carrying. Leafpool looked uncertain. The fewer cats around Spiderlig the better. Then she nodded. "Of course, Daisy." "What is it?" Daisy dropped the vole at Spiderlig's paws. "I brought you this. I thought you could do with a good meal before you go to the twirl-egg nest." "Well, you needn't have bothered," Spiderlig mewed ungraciously. "I'm not hungry." Daisy took a step back, her neck fur bristling. "I chose it specially." Spiderlig didn't reply, just swiped his tongue round his jaws for the last of the tansy juices. "Our kits are worried about you, too," Daisy went on. Her voice grew sharper. "It's a wonder they remember you, because you never come to visit them." Spiderlig shrugged. "It's not that I'm not interested. I just know that you'll do a great job of raising them without me." "Why?" Daisy challenged him. "Because I raised kits on my own before." "But that wasn't my choice, Spiderlig, as you know very well." Lionblaze exchanged an embarrassed glance with Leafpool. He wished he could leave the den, but the two quarreling cats were blocking the entrance. Leafpool was listening with a strange look in her eyes at Lionblaze. "Could interpret. Every kid is different," Daisy went on. "And every kid deserves to know its father. You missing out, Spiderlig, and if you not careful it will be too late, and your own kids won't know who you are." Not waiting for a reply, she spun around and stalked out of the den. "She cats!" Spiderlig exclaimed. He turned to leave, but Leafpool slipped past him and blocked his way out. "Kits are a precious gift, Spiderlig," she mewed quietly. "You should take every chance you can to be a good father. It's even better than being a mentor." "How would you know?" Spiderlig demanded. Leafpool just gazed at him, her amber eyes clear and calm. "Sorry," Spiderlig muttered after a heartbeat. I never planned to have kids with Daisy. I feel useless and clumsy around them. And I feel every cat is judging me because I'm not closer to Daisy." "It didn't work out, that all." "That's not the point," Leafpool replied. "Your kids still have a mother and a father, even if you and Daisy aren't mates anymore. You punishing the kids by not being a better father. They won't judge you because they don't know any different. But in the end, they the only things that matter." "I don't know what to do," Spiderlig protested. Another outbreak of coughing cut off what he was about to say. "Then learn." Leafpool amber eyes blazed. "You seen Brambleclaw and Greystripe and Dustpelt around their kits. I can believe you don't see how important this is. You should cherish your kits with every breath you take." As she spoke, Lionblaze felt a surge of warmth toward Brambleclaw. He was a great father, always ready to listen or to help if his kits had a problem. He spent a lot of time with the 3 kits, because Squirrelflight went back to being a warrior so quickly. Lionblaze trusted him completely. He could imagine a better father. If Spiderlig not careful, he thought, he and the kits are going to end up like Crowfeather and Brezipult. They don't even like each other. Lionblaze. Leafpool had obviously realized that he was there, listening to every word she and Spiderlig were saying. "You can go now. Thanks for helping." Lionblaze dipped his head, and slipped past Spiderlig into the clearing. As he left, he heard Leafpool meow. "Before you go to the twirl-egg nest, you will eat that vole. You need to keep your strength up if you going to get better." As he left Leafpool den, Lionblaze spotted Brambleclaw choosing a squirrel from the fresh kill pile. Squirrelflight patted up, and her mate dropped the fresh kill at her paws. "This is for you," he mewed. "I know how much you love young squirrel." "So do you," Squirrelflight purred, touching her nose to his ear. "Let's share it." Brambleclaw hesitated. "Okay, but you have as much as you want. The whole clan wants you to get strong again." The two cats settled down side by side to share the squirrel. A surge of warmth spread through Lionblaze as he watched them. "Thanks StarClan, our parents are so close." "Hey, Lionblaze." Brambleclaw lifted his head from the squirrel. "Now that you dealt with Spiderlig, what about a hunting patrol? Ashfur is waiting for you. The mice aren't going to line up and come running into camp, you know." "Sure." Lionblaze waved his tail and bounded across the clearing toward Ashfur. Yes, he loved his father, even if he was a bossy old furball. Lionblaze padded along the old twirl-egg path with a squirrel and 2 mice dangling from his jaws. It was his turn to take fresh kill to the tree trunk outside the twirl-egg nest. A thin drizzle was falling, misting on his pelt and turning the path to mud. 2 sunrises before, when Spiderlig had started coughing, the hopes of every cat in the clan had plummeted, afraid that Firestar plan would come to nothing after all. But since then no other cat had fallen ill. Lion Blaze had begun to wonder if they had started to win the battle after all. He didn't know much about the sick cats in the Twi'lek nest except that all of them, even Millie, were still alive. Everything was quiet as the walls of the Twi'lek nest appeared through the trees. Lion Blaze brushed through the wet grass to leave his prey in the hollow trunk. The trunk was and empty as he had expected. A few pieces of fresh kill, turning soggy from the rain, still lay at the bottom. The scent of cats around the tree stump was stale and faint. Icy water, far colder than the rain, seemed to trickle down Lion Blaze's spine. Why aren't the sick cats eating? Are they all too weak to fetch the prey? With one paw he scraped the old prey, rapidly turning to crow food out of the tree trunk, and replaced it with a fresh, pushing his catch farther back into the hollow to keep it dry. Then he hesitated, looking around. He was meant to continue hunting, but he could leave until he found out why the cats in the Twi'lek nest hadn't collected all their fresh kill. Slowly he padded toward the entrance to the den. Leafpool and Firestar had both forbidden the hunters to go any closer than the tree trunk, but Lion Blaze told himself that this was an emergency, and both would want him to break the rules. As he approached, an eerie wailing rose from the Twi'lek nest, the cry of a cat in deep distress. Lion Blaze stopped dead. "What happening?" he called out, hating the way his voice shook. "Courage," he told himself fiercely. For a heartbeat there was no response. Then Lion Blaze leaped back as Cloudtail Face loomed in front of him in the entrance, his white fur startling in the gloom. "Firestar is dying," the warrior rasped. Lion Blaze clenched his teeth on a wail of despair. Forgetting to be wary of the sickness, he brushed past Cloudtail and entered the nest. Firestar was lying in a den on the far side. Most of the sick cats were sitting around him in a ragged circle. Brightheart and Hunter were bending over him, holding scraps of soaked moss to his lips. Lion Blaze pushed through the line of cats and looked down at his clan leader. Firestar breath was coming in hoarse gasps, his sides heaving with the effort of sucking in air. A stench of something more than sickness hung in the air. As Lion Blaze gazed at him, horrified, Brightheart looked up. "Firestar is losing a life," she mewed gently. Taking a step back, Lion Blaze stood alongside the other sick cats and watched in silence as their leader struggled to breathe. Gradually the heaving of Firestar's lungs slowed down. His breathing grew shallower, then stopped. His eyes closed and he lay still. Lion Blaze saw the faintest outline of a flame-colored cat rise from Firestar's body and pad away, to be lost in the shadows in one corner of the den. Is that what it'd like to lose a life? He wondered. How many does Firestar have left? What if that was his last one? It seemed as if he stood beside his leader body for countless moons, or perhaps it was no more than a heartbeat. Then he saw Firestar's sides give a convulsive heave. Bright green eyes blinked open, struggling to focus. "Firestar." Brightheart's tone was soft as she bent over him again. "You back with us?" Lion Blaze felt his mouth drop open. Firestar really had died and come back. Cloudtail padded up with a fresh bundle of soaked moss, which he gave to his mate. Brightheart held the moss to Firestar's lips. "Drink this," she murmured, "and then get some rest. Go and fetch him some fresh kill," Cloudtail ordered Lion Blaze. "He needs to keep his strength up." Lion Blaze ran outside again, and came back with one of the freshly killed mice. By the time he returned, Firestar was sitting up, a confused look in his eyes that gradually died away. "Thanks," he murmured as Lion Blaze dropped the mouse beside him. "But you shouldn't be in here. You could catch the sickness." Lion Blaze's pelt stood on end. Firestar had come back, but he needed to leave the nest right away. If he stayed, how long would it be before the dreadful sickness killed him again? Firestar took a bite of the mouse, glancing around while he chewed and swallowed it. "It okay?" he mewed, meeting the worried gazes of his clanmates. "Everything fine now?" "No, it not," Brightheart mewed sharply. "You still weak, even if you haven't got green cough anymore. What if you lose another life? You should go back to the camp and let Leafpool look after you." Firestar shook his head. "There's nothing that Leafpool can do for me there that she can do while I'm here. I'll stay with you all." A murmur of respect rose from the cats around him. Rosakit padded forward to the edge of Firestar's nest. "Are you going to keep dying and coming back again?" she asked curiously. "I hope not," Firestar replied. while Hunifern shooed Rosacat back into the nursery area. "I knew you insist on staying," Brightheart murmured, touching her nose to Firestar's ear. Firestar blinked at her. "I am not the cat with the most to lose," he replied, his green gaze drifting toward the nest where Millie lay. Lionblaze turned to look at the grey she-cat. She looked even thinner and more pitiful than when she had left the camp 3 sunrises before. She was lying sprawled on one side, her sides barely rising and falling with each faint breath. Briarkit nuzzled into her belly, trying to feed and letting out pitiful mewling noises when she could and find any milk. Hunifern bent over her, gently nudging her away with one paw. "Come on," she comforted the tiny kit. "I'll find you a mouse to eat. They eat very tasty." "Don't want mouse." Briarkit's voice was hoarse. "I want milk." Her voice rose to a feeble wail. "I want my mother." Lionblaze turned away, unable to watch. Around him, the sick cats were stumbling back to their own nests, heads and tails drooping in defeat. How long before they yelled dead like Firestar? And none of them have 9 lives. Guilt swamped him. He knew that he had the power to help his clanmates, the power to do anything, he reminded himself, but he had refused to use it. "I going," he told Cloudtail roughly, desperate to get out of the nest and as far from the sickness as possible. "I'll tell Brambleclaw about Firestar losing a life, and I'll be back soon with more fresh kill." "It not fresh kill we need," Cloudtail pointed out. "A catment. And the will of StarClan that we survive," Brightheart added. Their words echoed in Lionblaze's ears as he ran back to the hollow, hardly feeling the stone path under his paws. StarClan did want the sick cats to survive. Otherwise they would and have sent Japwa the dream where he found the catment. Even if it was and StarClan who sent him the dream, Lionblaze argued with himself, the 3 of us have been given our powers for a reason. Perhaps this is it. Perhaps this is the start of the prophecy. When he pushed through the tunnel into the camp, he could and see Brambleclaw. Checking the warrior's den, he found it empty, but as he emerged he spotted the clan deputy coming out of the tunnel with his jaws full of fresh kill. Sandstorm and Barinos followed him. Lionblaze met them by the fresh kill pile where they dropped their prey. "Their news," he mewed abruptly. "Firestar has lost a life." "No." Sandstorm's green eyes widened. She spun around as if she was going to dash out of the camp, but Brambleclaw laid his tail gently over her shoulders. "You can help him," he murmured. Sandstorm sat down, her head bowed. "I know." Her voice was so low Lionblaze could scarcely hear it. "But it hard." "Did you see Firestar die?" Barinos mewed, his eyes wide. "What was it like?" Lionblaze glared at him, and didn't bother to answer. As he padded away, he heard Brambleclaw's voice raised scathingly. "I might expect a question like that from a kit, Barinos, but not from a warrior, especially one that I mentored." Forgetting the annoying cream-colored warrior, Lionblaze brushed past the brambles into the medicine cat's den. To his relief, Leafpool was and there, only Japwa, pouring through a pitiful collection of thin, shriveled herbs. Japwa whipped around. "What do you want?" Lionblaze bowed his head. "I sorry," he mewed. "I will go to Wind Clan. See Hapter." As soon as Lionblaze had caught more prey, he headed back toward the old twill-egg nest. Dropping the fresh kill in the tree trunk, he noticed that the rest of the catch he had brought earlier had disappeared, and some cat had scratched earth over the soggy leavings. Slightly reassured that the sick cats were back to their normal routine, he doubled back and headed deeper into the forest toward the entrance to the tunnel. Fear raised every hair on his pelt, but Lionblaze quickened his pace until he was racing through the trees. He felt sick at the thought of going through the tunnels in the dark. He wanted to do it while there was still some chance of daylight. He halted a few fox lengths away from the tunnel mouth, glancing around warily with his ears pricked and his mouth open to pick up any trace of his clanmates. No cat must know what he was about to do. This was his and Japwa's secret, because the tunnels between the clans represented nothing but invasion and bloodshed. To his relief, the only ThunderClan scent was stale. He guessed that the Dawn Patrol had passed this spot earlier in the day. Flattening himself to the ground until his belly fur brushed the grass, Lionblaze crept through the undergrowth and into the tunnel. A couple of tail lengths down he encountered the thorn barrier he and his clanmates had put there after the battle, to stop Wind Clan coming back that way. By the time he had scrabbled his way through the obstacle he had scratched shoulders and pricked pads, and left tufts of golden fur on the thorns behind him. StarClan, Please don't let any cat come here to check before I get back. Darkness closed around Lion Blaze as he walked along the passage. There was no sound except for his soft paw steps and rapid breathing, but his heart seemed to be thudding loudly enough to be heard in the Wind Clan camp. It was and the Wind Clan warriors he was afraid of, though if he met any of them, he would fight and take the consequences afterward. When Onestar complained to Firestar, the vision of his dream was what scared him, and he seemed to smell the reek of Heatherpaw blood already. At last Lion Blaze realized that the darkness was giving way to a grey light. Ahead of him he could hear the sound of rushing water. Moments later he stepped out into the cave where the river flowed, its surface faintly reflecting the light from the gap in the roof. He glanced up at the ledge where Heatherpaw used to sit when she was Heatherstar, leader of Dark Clan, but it was empty now. Lion Blaze felt a stabbing pain in his heart as if an enemy had sunk teeth into it. He could wish for those days to come back again, when he was lying to his clan and losing so much sleep that he could train properly. He didn't want to remember them, either, not after Heatherpaw had betrayed him. He shook himself vigorously as if he was scattering raindrops from his pelt, then headed for the tunnel that led up into Wind Clan territory. Soon he saw the crack ahead of him, a shaft of daylight breaking through it. Beyond he could see more rock and tough moorland grass. Lion Blaze paused, alert again, this time for the sound or scent of Wind Clan. But all he could hear was the faint whine of the wind as it brushed through the grass, and there was no scent of Wind Clan cats at all. Padding forward, he dared to poke his head out of the tunnel. The place was just as Jadepaw had described it, a tumble of rough, lichen-covered rocks, with wiry moorland grass growing between them. A spring of water welling up between two rocks. Lion Blaze's ears pricked, and he made out the sound of a tiny trickle. Checking once again for scent, he picked up a new trace of Wind Clan, but couldn't hear any cats. Warily he emerged from the tunnel and crept toward the sound, pressing himself flat to the ground and taking advantage of all the cover the rocks offered him. Every hair on his pelt was bristling. He imagined his scent spreading all over Wind Clan territory, drawing every cat toward him, and the faint brush of his paws through the grass sounded as loud as an owl's screech. Lion Blaze felt as if several moons had passed, but it was only a few moments before he crawled around the base of a rock and spotted the stream that Jadepaw had told him about. It welled up from a crack into a tiny pool. Huge clumps of catnip grew around it. He felt a pang of envy that another clan had so much, when Thunder Clan cats were dying for need of it. Padding forward, Lion Blaze buried his nose in one of the clumps, resisting the temptation to roll in the herb and soak his pelt in the clean, sharp scent that he had come. Working quickly, he bit off the stems until he had a massive bundle, as much as he could carry. Gathering the herbs into his jaws, Lion Blaze headed back to the tunnel. The catnip drowned any other scent, but he kept his ears pricked, and his gaze flickered all around him, alert for rival warriors. He saw no cat slipping back through the crack into the tunnel. He relaxed, thankful to be away from the risk of the accusing gaze of Wind Clan cats. Quickening his pace, Lion Blaze bounded along as the tunnel grew wider, to halt abruptly when he burst into the cave. Standing in front of him, her light brown tabby pelt bristling and her blue eyes blazing, was Heatherpaw. Thief! Lion Blaze's jaws dropped open, letting the catnip fall. Heatherpaw! Heathertail! The she-cat snarled. You thought you got away with it, she went on, her voice scathing. But I spotted you, creeping among the rocks. I guessed you would use the tunnels to get back to your own territory. Then why didn't you call for a patrol? Lion Blaze stammered. Heathertail eyes flashed and her lip curled. You not worth it. You may think that you the best fighter in all the clans, but you don't scare me. The red glare of blood surged through Lion Blaze's mind, filling his eyes. Traitor! He yelled, leaping for Heathertail with his paws outstretched. He could feel his claws slicing through her throat, and the blood pouring out, soaking her fur and his own, pooling out on the cave floor. A rasping sound of horror came from his throat. The blood was hot and thick on his fur, the reek of it choking his nose. Then as the red tide ebbed he saw Heathertail watching him, her fur unruffled and her gaze icy. Lion Blaze shuddered. The vision had been so real, and yet he hadn't moved a paw. Heathertail padded past him and paused in the mouth of the tunnel that led up into Wind Clan. Go, and don't come back, she hissed. You can take the catnip, no quarrel with Thunder Clan. I don't want to see cats suffer, whatever you might think. Just be careful you don't end up a bully like your kin, Tiger Star. Flicking her tail disdainfully, she vanished into the tunnel. As he gathered up the scattered stems of catmint, her parting words echoed in Lion Blaze's mind, and his belly churned with fear that they might be true. His dream had nearly come true. He had nearly killed her, and Heathertail had known. The difference between him and Tiger Star was fading, and Lion Blaze was more scared than he had ever been in his life. See Hapter. J-Paw delivered more tansy to the flat rock outside the two-leg nest, then picked up Lion Blaze's scent and followed it to the mouth of the tunnel. Not many heartbeats had passed before he heard scrabbling sounds from inside, where the ThunderClan cats had built a thorn barrier. Lion Blaze's scent grew stronger, mingled with the smell of catmint. You found it! J-Paw exclaimed as his brother emerged into the open. Did any Clan cat spot you? Lion Blaze hesitated. J-Paw was aware of mingled fear and anger coming from him. Would I be here if they had? He demanded. Can you smell any wounds on me? J-Paw shrugged. He didn't have time to figure out why Lion Blaze sounded as if he had ants in his fur. You better fix that barrier, he mewed. We don't want any cat guessing what we did. Lion Blaze retreated into the tunnel without a word, while J-Paw picked up the bundle of catmint and headed for the two-leg nest. Where did you get that? J-Paw stiffened as he heard Leafpool's voice. He hadn't decided what story to tell her, and he hoped for time to treat the cats before she found out. Catmint. There was joy in Leafpool's voice as she padded up to him and buried her nose in the leafy stems. And so fresh and well grown too. It can come from the old two-leg nest. No, J-Paw mumbled around the stems. It came from way up there. He waved his tail vaguely toward the deepest parts of the territory. Thanks Star Clan. Leafpool whispered. They must have shown you where to look. Yes, they did. It was true. J-Paw realized he would never have found the catmint if Bright Spirit hadn't guided him to Wine Clan. This is all there is, he added. No point in looking for any more. This should be more than enough. J-Paw could sense that Leafpool was too relieved to ask more searching questions. Come on, let's give it to the cats right now. As they crossed the scent markers around the two-leg nest, she paused. Tonight is the half moon, she mewed. I think both of us can go to the moonpool this time. J-Paw nodded, his mouth too full of catmint to reply. He wondered if the Star Clan cats would be waiting for him, to thank him for saving Shadow Clan. He was tempted to walk in Little Cloud Dreams, to see what explanation he gave to his clan warrior ancestors for rejecting them in favor of Soul. But most of all, he wanted to walk in the paw prints on the path leading down to the moonpool, and feel part of the ancient cats once more. Though J-Paw couldn't see the moon, he could imagine its silvery light washing over his fur as his paws slipped into the paw-shaped hollows on the spiral path. Did I come here before, when I was J-Wing? Are any of these paw prints mine? He could feel deep satisfaction coming from all his fellow medicine cats, because Little Cloud had joined them again. Mothwing had made the journey with Willowshine this time, too. Well, I suppose cats would start asking questions if she missed every time. He padded forward to the edge of the pool, and heard the other cats take their places around him. But as he was stretching forward to lap a few drops of the icy water, Leafpool mewed. Wait! Surprised, J-Paw sat up, aware of his mentor barely contained excitement. Before we share tongues with StarClan, Leafpool continued, her voice coming from the other side of the pool near the waterfall, I have a task to do. StarClan has shown me that it is time I gave J-Paw his full name. J-Paw couldn't hide his astonishment. Leafpool must be referring to the catmint that he had found. For a heartbeat he felt ashamed that he had used Kestrelpaw and Lion Blaze to get the herbs, and then lied to Leafpool about where he had found them. But ThunderClan will survive, he reminded himself. He didn't care what he had done to achieve that. Warmth spread through him from ears to tail tip as he remembered the joy and relief of the cats when he and Leafpool had delivered the precious herbs. They were already sleeping more restfully, and there was plenty of catmint left to go on treating them. Well, J-Paw? Leafpool's voice was full of amused affection. Badger got your tongue? No, thank you. He stammered. Then come here to me. J-Paw padded around the edge of the pool, setting his paws down carefully on the slippery surface. He didn't want to begin his naming ceremony by falling into the moonpool. As he passed Barkface, the old medicine cat grunted, well done, and Kestrelpaw rested his tail lightly on J-Paw's shoulder. At last J-Paw stood in front of his mentor, startled by the depth of the love and pride that flooded out of her. It was even stronger than the emotion he had felt coming from Half Moon. Did he really mean so much to Leafpool? Leafpool, medicine cat of ThunderClan, she began, call upon my warrior ancestors to look down on this apprentice. He has trained hard to understand the ways of a medicine cat, and with your help he will serve his clan for many moons. Every hair on J-Paw's pelt pricked as he listened. He forgot about the watching cats. It was as if he stood in a high, remote place with no cat but Leafpool, and the endless voice of the falling water. J-Paw, Leafpool continued, do you promise to uphold the ways of a medicine cat, to stand apart from rivalry between clan and clan, and to protect all cats equally, even at the cost of your life? I do. J-Paw spoke the words clearly and confidently. For a moment, he caught a trace of movement behind him, a lingering scent that wasn't quite clan but carried hints of ThunderClan territory. Half Moon. Had she come to watch him become a full medicine cat? J-Paw hoped she understood what this meant, how he could never have belonged to her in the way she had wanted. In the way they might both have wanted, if things had been different. Then by the powers of StarClan I give you your true name as a medicine cat. J-Paw's belly lurched. Don't call me Jai Wing. He could just about cope with the weight of knowledge his dream had brought him, but he didn't want to go through the rest of his life sharing the name of his ancient counterpart. J-Paw, from this moment you will be known as Jather. Leafpool's voice shook with feeling. StarClan honors your skill and your thirst for knowledge. You have saved the lives of many cats. In the midst of his pride and relief, Jather wondered whether his mentor would ever explain exactly what he had done to deserve this ceremony. With so much uneasiness between the clans, he guessed she would prefer to keep quiet about the outbreak of green cough. Otherwise, as he had told Lionblaze, she could simply have asked Barkface for some catmint. He felt Leafpool's muzzle rest on his head, just as clan leaders would do when they made a new warrior. In response, he rasped his tongue over his mentor's shoulder. Jather, Jather. Little Cloud called out. All the other medicine cats joined in, even Willowshine. Chas and got anything to be snooty about now, Jather thought. Now a time for you to share tongues with StarClan as a full medicine cat, Leafpool told him. And may they send you a good dream, Barkface rumbled. Jather felt slightly nervous as he padded back around the pool. Would the cats of StarClan claw his fur for the dubious way he had earned his name? Yellowfang would and be impressed, he was sure. I don't care. I saved the clan when no other cat could. He settled himself on the edge of the pool and stretched forward to lap the water. Around him he could hear the other medicine cats doing the same, then making themselves comfortable to sleep and receive the dreams StarClan would send them. Jather curled up, too, closing his eyes and wrapping his tail over his nose. He woke, blinking in the unaccustomed light, half prepared to find himself on the bleak mountaintop where he encountered Rock. Instead, he found himself in the lush forest clearing where Bright Spirit had come to speak to him. A warm breeze, full of the green scents of growing herbs, caressed his pelt. His anxieties melted away like ice in new leaf. At first Jather thought he was alone, but as the breeze stirred the leaves he saw two cats crouched on a branch at the other side of the clearing. Shining Heart and Braveheart were looking down at him with gleaming eyes. At the same moment the bracken underneath a tree parted, and Bright Spirit stepped into the open. The beautiful silver tabby padded across the clearing until she could touch noses with him. Her sweet scent mingled with the smell of herbs. Jather, she greeted him, her eyes alight with happiness. Now you are a true medicine cat. I owe it to you, Jather admitted. You saved my clan by telling me where to find the catmint. I was glad to help. Bright Spirit green eyes shone with love and joy. Once I thought to set my paws on the way of a medicine cat, but that was not the path StarClan laid down for me. Now I will do all I can to help those in need, whichever clan they belong to or tribe. Jather bowed his head in deep respect. Thank you for traveling so far to help us. Once again Bright Spirit touched her nose to his. I think you have traveled even farther, my friend. Jather shivered. Hesitantly he asked, will I see you again? That is in the paws of the stars, Bright Spirit replied. Her breath warmed his fur. Jather was surrounded by a glittering cloud, as if the silver tabby was about to whirl him up into the sky to be a star alongside her. His paws tingled. Goodbye, Jather, Bright Spirit whispered. Jather's eyes snapped open on darkness. He was curled on the flat stones by the moonpool, with the other medicine cats beginning to wake around him. When he and Leafpool returned to the camp early the next morning, Jaffler could hear his clanmates talking loudly in the middle of the clearing. Brambleclaw's voice rose above the noise. "Settle down, and I'll get everything sorted out, okay?" Leafpool sighed. "Every cat is getting cranky and exhausted from all the hunting and border patrols. I'll go and fetch them some strengthening herbs." She padded toward her den. "Jaffler, can I have a word?" Brambleclaw called out as Jaffler approached the cats, wondering what all the fuss was about. "Sure, ended Jaffler now," Jaffler pointed out proudly. No cat took any notice. Stifling an irritated sigh, he asked, "What the problem?" "Brackenfur says the Dawn Patrol spotted a fox in Wine Clan, not far from the border," Brambleclaw replied. "Did you and Leafpool see anything on your way back?" "I didn't see anything," Jaffler retorted. "I picked up a whiff of fox scent, but I'm pretty sure it didn't come from our territory. If it near the Wine Clan border, it could soon come over here." Daisy's worried voice spoke from nearby. "Our kits could be in danger. And the cats in the twig nest." Jaffler could sense Graystripe anxiety. "What if the fox gets in there?" "Okay, Graystripe and Brackenfur, go and check it out," Brambleclaw ordered. "If you find any signs that the fox crossed the border, then follow the scent and see if you can find its den." "Right, let go." Graystripe sounded relieved to be doing something about the threat. Jaffler intercepted the two warriors before they could leave. "Leafpool has some strengthening herbs for you." "Thanks, Jaffler," Brackenfur meowed. Jaffler heard him and Graystripe bounding over to the medicine cat's den. "Right, hunting patrols," Brambleclaw went on. "Ashfur, can you lead one for the camp? Take Sorreltail and Birchfall with you." "And what about my bedding?" Mousifer interrupted. "It has and been changed for days. Every cat is so busy that none of the regular jobs are being done." Jaffler heard Brambleclaw suppress a sigh. "Okay, Mousifer, the apprentices can get right onto that." Mousifer snorted. "I should think so." "I don't see why we should do that," Foxpaw murmured to his littermate. Jaffler realized that Foxpaw and Icepaw were right beside him. "Mousifer is cranky as a badger with a sore paw," Foxpaw went on. "We never get any thanks." "No, it always, too damp, or here are thorns in there," Icepaw whispered back. Jaffler turned until he was looming over the two apprentices. "You should be making yourself useful by fetching clean bedding for Mousifer," he snapped. "Show a bit of respect for your elders. How would you like to sleep in a dirty nest?" "You not our mentor," Foxpaw protested. "You can tell us what to do." Jaffler bent his head until he was almost touching noses with Foxpaw. "Fetch Mousifer bedding now. Otherwise I'll tell Daisy that you were planning to make Toadcat eat rabbit droppings by telling him they were a new kind of berry." He felt a jolt of shock from Foxpaw. "How did you know that?" "Never mind how I know," Jaffler replied. "Just do it." "Would and really tell Daisy?" Foxpaw blustered. Jaffler bared his teeth. "Try me." Okay, we going. Come on, Icepaw, why are you standing around like that?" Jaffler heard Foxpaw push his sister, and both young cats scurried off toward the barrier. Icepaw's bewildered voice drifted back. "Rabbit droppings? What he talking about?" "Never mind," Foxpaw meowed. "We have to fetch some moss now." Picking up the sharp tang of strengthening herbs, Jaffler realized that Leafpool had reappeared from their den and was distributing the leaves to all the warriors. "Thanks, Leafpool," Brambleclaw mewed. "Have you enough for the cats as well?" "Yes, plenty," Leafpool replied. "I'll send Jaffler to the twig nest with them." "There's something else," she added. "Can you ask the hunting patrols to look out for young prey? That's easier for the cats to eat, and now that we got the catmint they'll start to feel hungry again." "No problem," Brambleclaw replied. "You all heard that, right? Sandstorm, will you lead a patrol for the twig nest? Take Spiderlig, Barinos and Ashfur. Now, we need a border patrol to go over to the Shadow Clan border." "I'll lead it, and you do realize," Barinos broke in, "that you just assign Ashfur to both those hunting patrols?" "Is he supposed to split himself in two?" "Oh, mouse dung!" Brambleclaw exclaimed. "Sorry, Ashfur. You can Ashfur, for Star Clan's sake." Squirrelflight broke in. Jaffler winced at the fury spilling over from her. "Can you speak up, instead of standing there like a tree stump?" "Sorry, but Ashfur sounded startled. Or he catches no prey." Squirrelflight snarled. "Why didn't you say anything? Can you see how much pressure Brambleclaw is under? Does the clan deputy have to sort everything out on his own?" "Hey, Squirrelflight." Brambleclaw sounded embarrassed by his mate's fierce defense. Squirrelflight ignored him. Japhla realized that her anger was fueled by frustration that she still was and fit enough to hunt or patrol, as well as fear for her father and her clanmates. "There more than one cat that would like to be deputy if anything happened to Brambleclaw," she spat. "You all quick enough to blame Brambleclaw for his mistakes, but would any of you like to be in his position now?" "Squirrelflight, be quiet," Brambleclaw interrupted again, more forcefully. "It no big deal." Squirrelflight let out a furious hiss, spun around, and stalked off toward the warrior's den. Japhla felt a glow of pride in her for speaking up. He was proud of his father, too, for taking on all the leadership responsibilities and holding ThunderClan together while Firestar was ill. "Sorry about that, Ashfur," Brambleclaw went on. "You go on leading the camp patrol. Sandstorm, you can have Mousewhisker instead." "Very well." Ashfur's voice was cold. He collected his patrol together and left. "For StarClan's sake, get over it," Japhla thought. Brambleclaw made an honest mistake. Padding with Leafpool back to his den, he could and help wondering whether there was more to the quarrel than he realized. So much fury from Squirrelflight, Brambleclaw so quick to make amends, Ashfur clearly not forgiving him. Had Japhla missed something really obvious between these three cats? He shook his head to clear it. Whatever the problem was, they could deal with it themselves. It had nothing to do with him, that was for sure. See Hapter. Gray-green clouds hung low over the forest and the air felt thick and clammy. Hollyleaf felt prickled with the warning of an approaching storm. As she padded through the forest at the rear of Ashfur hunting patrol, the looming storm cloud seemed to echo the uneasiness inside her. However much she tried to push her worries away, she could and ignored the feeling that something was wrong. 2 nights before, Brambleclaw had chosen her to attend the gathering. Blackstar had been there, but he had said nothing at all about Soul, or his decision to let ShadowClan live by the warrior code once more. Brambleclaw had taken Firestar's place with the 3 clan leaders, telling them briefly that Firestar was sorry he could come, but without explaining why. "What else are we hiding from one another?" Hollyleaf wondered. She was reminded of one secret as the patrol was passing the Twirl Egg Nest. Lionblaze emerged from inside, along with Hunifern and Rosikit. The tiny cream-colored kit bounced through the opening and hurled herself into a drift of dead leaves, squealing with excitement as they crackled around her and batting them up into the air. "Steady, Lionblaze mewed. You don't want to wear yourself out before you get back to camp." Rosikit sat up, a dead leaf clinging to the top of her head. "Fine," she announced. "I want to catch some prey for my mother." Purring, Hunifern nudged her out of the pile of leaves and gave the tiny kid pelt a quick grooming. Lionblaze padded up to assist her. "More cats going home?" Hollyleaf asked. "That right," Lionblaze replied. "They're just Millie and Briarkit left now, and Firestar. He won't leave until every cat is back in camp." "It was great that Japhla found that catmint," Hollyleaf remarked, her eyes narrowing as she watched her brother's reaction. Yeah." Lionblaze looked uncomfortable. His behavior convinced Hollyleaf of what she had suspected already, that there was some secret about the catmint, and both her brothers were involved in it. "Why won't they tell me? We shouldn't have secrets from one another." "Everything will be fine now," Lionblaze went on quickly as if he wanted to avoid any questions. "The catmint here is starting to sprout again, so they're enough for Millie and Briarkit. They getting stronger every day." "That good." "But would Hollyleaf?" Ashfur impatient you'll cut off her question. The Grey Warrior had turned back, and was waiting for her a few tail lengths along the old twilight path. Got to go," she mewed to Lionblaze, certain that she spotted a flicker of relief in his eyes as she spoke. "See you later," he replied, and headed back to camp beside Hunifern, with Rosikit frisking ahead of them. Hollyleaf watched them go, then padded along the path to join Ashfur. "You going to hunt today and not tomorrow?" he asked scathingly as she approached. "Sorry," she muttered. "I just wanted a word with Lionblaze." Not that it did me any good, she thought, as Ashfur snorted and led the way deeper into the forest. After the rest of the patrol, she was still no closer to finding out what Lionblaze and Japhla were hiding from her. The air had grown heavier still by the time the patrol returned to camp. A hot breeze had sprung up, folding back the leaves that still remained on the tree's hollow leaf pelt was fluffed the wrong way, and the sense of the prey she was carrying choked her as if she had a mouthful of crow food. Huge, tepid raindrops began to fall as Ashfur led his patrol through the tunnel. One of them splashed onto Hollow-Leaf nose when she emerged into the camp. She twitched her whiskers irritably to shake it off. Thunder rumbled in the distance. Good, Hollow-Leaf thought as she carried her prey to the fresh kill pile. The air will be fresh again after a storm. She glanced up, only to squeeze her eyes tight shut as a jagged bolt of lightning split the sky. Thunder crashed right overhead, and suddenly rain started to pound down, splattering on the earth floor of the hollow and plastering Hollow-Leaf pelt to her sides within a couple of heartbeats. A wail went up from the warrior's den, and Cloudtail stuck his head out. What happening? Too terrified to run for shelter, Hollow-Leaf flattened herself to the ground. She caught a glimpse of Spiderlig streaking through the rain to the warrior's den with Mouse Whisker hard on his paws. Another bolt of lightning crackled across the sky. Hollow-Leaf stared in shock as a tree on the edge of the hollow burst into flames, red tongues of fire roaring upward. Even the torrents of rain couldn't quench it. Blackened leaves fell into the hollow. With a terrible groaning sound, a blazing branch tore itself free and plummeted down to land with a crash a tail length from Hollow-Leaf. Yowling in fright, she leaped to one side, cannoning into Thornclaw. "The forest is on fire!" he screeched. Yet another claw of lightning tore the sky apart. An ear-splitting crack sounded above the roar of the thunder, and Hollow-Leaf saw a tree begin to topple, its roots ripped out of the earth as flames devoured its branches. Blazing leaves and twigs rained down into the clearing. Panic-stricken caterwauling rose around Hollow-Leaf. She spotted Brambleclaw racing across to the nursery, and Sandstorm splashing water with her paws over a burning branch, trying to stop the flames from reaching the warrior's den. Graystripe yelled, "Millie!" and shot into the tunnel on his way to the Twi'lek nest. The moment his thick gray tail vanished, Firestar appeared at the mouth of the tunnel and raced into the center of the clearing. His flame-colored pelt was darkened by the rain and streaked with mud, but he held his head high and let out a commanding yowl. "Get out! All of you get out! You'll be trapped if you stay in here!" Cats began to emerge from their dens. They splashed across the clearing, weaving or jumping aside to avoid the fiery debris that still rained down around them. "Head for the Twi'lek nest," Firestar ordered. "We can shelter there." Brambleclaw emerged from the nursery, carrying Bumblecute. Daisy followed him with Blossomkit. Rosykit and Toadkit stumbled along beside their mother. Mousefur padded out of the elder's den with her tail over Longtail's shoulder to guide him. Icepaw and Foxpaw, their eyes wild with terror, were shoved toward the barrier of thorns by their mitters. Hollow-Leaf looked around for Lionblaze and Japhethar, but she couldn't see either of them among the fleeing cats. Japhethar would need help to get out, she thought, trying to control her fear. And what about Squirrelflight? Her wound was still hurting, and she hadn't regained her full strength yet. Struggling through the pelting rain, the glare of flame all around her, Hollow-Leaf splashed across to the Medicine Cat's den. She met Leafball by the bramble screen, her jaws full of herbs. Japhethar was just behind her. "Go and help the others." Hollow-Leaf gasped to the Medicine Cat. "I'll bring Japhethar." Leafball gave her a nod of acknowledgement and raced for the tunnel. "I can bring myself, thanks," Japhethar muttered furiously. "Don't be a mouse brain." Hollow-Leaf spat back at him. "There's fire out there. Now stop complaining and grab my tail." Wincing as her brother jaws closed around her tail tip, Hollow-Leaf turned toward the tunnel. Suddenly Lionblaze loomed up out of the rain. "You here?" he panted with relief. "Let go." Together the three cats headed for the tunnel. By now the clearing was empty. It looked as if the rest of the clan, even Firestar, had already left. "Will they make it to the Twi'lek nest?" Hollow-Leaf wondered. "Or will they scatter into the forest? Is ThunderClan going to break up after all?" She and her brothers were halfway across the clearing when lightning clawed across the sky from top to bottom. The barrier across the entrance to the camp crackled and burst into flame. The tunnel vanished in a throat of fire. Hollow-Leaf stopped, frozen in horror. "We trapped." Staring around wildly, she tried to think what to do. The camp was littered with blazing branches, and more were cascading down from the lightning-struck trees around the hollow. The warrior's den was already smoldering. There was no shelter there. "The apprentice's cave," she gasped, even though she knew it was too shallow to give any real protection if the fire spread. "No, over here." Squirrelflight's voice spoke behind her. Hollyleaf whirled around to see her mother waving her tail urgently toward the rock wall. There another way out. Hollyleaf was ashamed of the relief that swept over her, as if she was still a kid who needed her mother to look after her. Leading Japhtha, she followed Squirrelflight around a clump of brambles that grew against the wall of the hollow. Lionblaze brought up the rear. To Hollyleaf's surprise, the rock behind the brambles had crumbled away. Peering up through the rain, she saw straggling bushes and grass growing in cracks, all the way to the top. "It's a secret way out of the camp," she exclaimed, "and we never knew about it." "Thanks StarClan," Squirrelflight retorted dryly. "You were enough trouble as kits and apprentices, without this." Then her voice changed, growing tense again. "Japhtha, you come first. Follow my voice. It's not a difficult climb. We'll come behind and catch you if you fall," Lionblaze assured his brother. "I'm not a kit," Japhtha snapped, though Hollyleaf could see he was shaking with fear. Squirrelflight scrambled up through the bramble thicket and clung there, calling out to Japhtha so he could follow. Japhtha struggled up behind her, swinging out on a tendril of ivy when his hind paws lost their grip. "Mouse dung!" he spat, scrabbling to get his balance again. Squirrelflight went on guiding him upward, her voice calm now, even though she must have been terrified that one of them would fall as they climbed higher. Hollyleaf and Lionblaze followed. Though Squirrelflight had said the climb was easy, Hollyleaf was convinced that the pounding rain was about to wash her off the rock face, or lightning would strike the thorns she clung to. Darkness, the glare of flame, and the crash of thunder surrounded her. She lost sight of her clanmates, and thought she would never reach the top. But at last she heard her mother's voice again. "Well done." Teeth met in her scruff as Squirrelflight dragged her onto the top of the cliff. She lay there panting for a moment, watching her mother helping Lionblaze to scramble up beside her. Japhtha was lying on his side, his eyes closed and his sides heaving. "Come away from the edge," Squirrelflight warned. "The rock is crumbling." She turned, leading the way through the bushes. Hollyleaf nudged Japhtha to his paws. "Just a bit farther and then you can rest." Her brother bared his teeth in a feeble snarl. She could see that he would never admit how hard he had found the climb. "You can lean on my shoulder if you like," Lionblaze offered, coming to stand on Japhtha's other side. "Look, mouse brain!" Japhtha annoyed his broke off as the whole sky was lit up by a crackling bolt of lightning, stabbing down as if it was going to impale all three cats on its claws. Thunder rolled overhead as the bushes burst into flame. Hollyleaf let out a yowl of terror. Greedy scarlet tongues licked toward her and her littermates, blocking their path away from the edge of the cliff. Smoke billowed up as rain fell on the bushes. Hollyleaf choked on it and began to cough, but the downpour was easing off, and the remaining flurries weren't enough to put the fire out. A wave of heat rolled over Hollyleaf. Instinctively she moved back, and felt the rock begin to crumble beneath her paws. Scrambling away, she glanced down, to see the clearing patched with flame and darkness. There was no escape that way, even if they could manage to climb down safely amid the fire and rain. "What happening?" Japhtha was cowering down under the searing heat. "Which way should we go?" "We can go anywhere." "We trapped?" Lionblaze's voice was calm. Flame reflected from his golden pelt and shone in his eyes. "Squirrelflight," he called. "Are you there? Help us." As he spoke, a branch edged with flames crashed down from one of the bushes. Hollyleaf dragged Japhtha out of its path just in time. The littermates huddled together at the very edge of the cliff. "I hear." Squirrelflight's voice was high-pitched with terror. "I'm going to push a branch through to you. You can run along it to escape before it catches fire." "Right. We'll be ready," Lionblaze replied. Hollyleaf felt a jolt of gratitude for her brother's courage. Without him, she was certain she would have panicked, trapped between the fire and the long drop into the camp. But they would stick together, the three of them, protected by the prophecy as they had always been. Hollyleaf could hear the sound of something heavy being dragged through the undergrowth beyond the flames. Her burst of confidence blew away like ash. "She'll never manage it," she muttered to Lionblaze. "What about her wound?" "She's not strong enough." "Squirrelflight will always do what she has to," Lionblaze replied. Small tongues of flame were creeping through the grass now. Rain hissed down on them, leaving the ground blackened and smoking, but there were always more flames, and the acrid scent of burning filled the air. A blazing leaf floated down onto Japhtha's pelt. Lionblaze knocked it off with one paw, adding the reek of scorched fur to the smoke-filled air. Beyond the red and orange flames, Hollyleaf caught a glimpse of Squirrelflight, struggling to drag a branch up to the fire. Already she looked exhausted. Lion Blaze's muscles tensed as if he was going to try leaping over the bush to help her. "No." Hollyleaf choked out. "It too far." Before Lion Blaze could argue, another shape burst through the billowing smoke to stand beside Squirrelflight. His eyes glared. His gray fur was matted together and stuck with bits of burnt leaf and twig. Confused by the smoke and flames, Hollyleaf almost thought she was seeing one of her warrior ancestors, until she recognized Ashfur. Squirrelflight dropped the branch. "Help me push it into the fire," she yelled, grabbing the branch in strong jaws. Ashfur thrust it past the wall of flame and into the ever-narrowing patch of ground where Hollyleaf and her brothers huddled. But Hollyleaf didn't feel any sense of relief. There was a look in Ashfur's eyes that she didn't understand, the look of a cat who had just spotted an unexpected juicy bit of prey. The branch made a bridge through the flames, but Ashfur stood at the other end of it, blocking the way to safety. Lion Blaze nudged Japhethar to his paws. Hollyleaf took a step toward the branch, then paused. She felt a cold weight in her belly when she looked into Ashfur's glittering blue eyes. "Ashfur, get out of the way." Squirrelflight's voice was puzzled. "Let them get out. Brambleclaw isn't here to look after them now," Ashfur sneered. Hollyleaf felt her fur beginning to rise. What did Ashfur mean? Lion Blaze's golden pelt was bristling, too. "What have you done with my father?" he howled through the flame. Ashfur looked at him pityingly. His eyes were twin points of fire amid the burning forest. "Why would I waste my time with Brambleclaw?" The main branch was too solid to catch fire easily, but the leaves on it had shriveled and the twigs were beginning to smoke. Hollyleaf realized that they didn't have much time before their bridge to safety would be ablaze. Squirrelflight staggered up to Ashfur. Hollyleaf had never seen her mother so angry. Her fur bristled with fury. She looked like a warrior of Tiger Clan. Yet it was obvious that the climb to the top of the cliff, followed by her struggle with the branch, had weakened her, and she was exhausted. "Your quarrel with Brambleclaw has to stop," she hissed. "Too many moons have passed. You have to accept that I'm Brambleclaw mate, not yours. You can keep trying to punish Brambleclaw for something that was always meant to be." Ashfur's ears flicked up in surprise. "I have no quarrel with Brambleclaw." Hollyleaf exchanged a shocked glance with Lion Blaze. "That's not how it looks to me," he muttered. "I couldn't care less about Brambleclaw," Ashfur continued. "It's not his fault he fell for a faithless she-cat." "Faithless?" A growl began to build in Hollyleaf's throat, but then she stopped and watched the cats on the other side of the blazing branches. Something ominous was taking place in front of her, and even with flame roaring around them she felt a sudden chill. She shrank closer to Lion Blaze and Japhethar, whose head was up, his sightless eyes intent, as if he could see the confrontation between his mother and Ashfur. "I know you think I never forgiven Brambleclaw for stealing you from me, but you wrong, and so is every cat that thinks so. My quarrel is with you, Squirrelflight." Ashfur's voice shook with rage. "It always has been." Horrified, Hollyleaf took a step back and felt her hind paws begin to slip on the edge of the cliff. Her head spun as lightning stabbed out and thunder drowned all other sounds, even the roaring fire. For a heartbeat she dangled over empty air, and she let out a strangled yowl. Then she felt firm teeth meet in her scruff. Blinking against the smoke, she realized that Lion Blaze was hauling her back to safety. But there was no safety, only the hungry flames, and Ashfur blocking the end of the branch with fury in his eyes. Fiery sparks floated down on all three young cats, scorching their fur, and flames licked the underside of the branch. Fear flooded afresh through Hollyleaf when she saw that it was already beginning to smolder. "Ashfur has to let us get out." But Hollyleaf couldn't find any words to plead with him. What was happening here didn't have anything to do with them, even if they died because of it. All this was moons ago. Squirrelflight sounded puzzled. "Ashfur, I had no idea you were still upset." "Upset?" Ashfur echoed. "I'm not upset. You have no idea how much pain I'm in. It's like being cut open every day, bleeding onto the stones. I can understand how any of you failed to see the blood." His eyes clouded and his voice took on a wild, distant tone, as if he could see the blood spilling out of him now, sizzling on the burning ground. Terror burst through Hollyleaf and she pressed closer to her brothers. This cat was more dangerous than the storm or the fire, or the fall lurking perilously close to her hind paws. Desperately she tried to step onto the end of the branch. At once Ashfur rounded on her, fully conscious again, his teeth bared in a snarl. "Stay there." turning to face Squirrelflight but keeping one paw on the branch. He hissed, "I can believe you didn't know how much you hurt me. You are the blind one, not Jafar. Who do you think sent Firestar the message to go down to the lake, where the fox trap was? I wanted him to die, to take your father away so you know the real meaning of pain." Hollyleaf's shocked gaze met Lionblaze. "He tried to kill Firestar?" she gasped. "He mad?" Determination glittered in Lionblaze's eyes, and he bunched his muscles for a giant leap. "I going to fight him." "No." Hollyleaf fastened her teeth in a shoulder fur. "You can." Her words were muffled now. "He'll just push you into the fire." "Brambleclaw saved Firestar then," Ashfur went on to Squirrelflight. "But he not here now." "He not here but your kits are." Squirrelflight's eyes blazed. For a heartbeat Hollyleaf thought she was going to pounce on the Grey Warrior, but she knew that exhausted and in pain, her mother would have no chance. Squirrelflight seemed to realize it, too. She drew herself up, head high. She was trembling, but her voice was clear and brave enough. "Ashfur, your quarrel is with me. These young cats have done nothing to hurt you. Do what you like with me, but let them out of the fire." "You don't understand." Ashfur looked at her as if he was seeing her for the first time. His voice was puzzled and petulant. "This is the only way to make you feel the same pain that you caused me. You tore my heart out when you chose Brambleclaw over me. Anything I did to you would never hurt as much. But your kits." He looked through the flames at Hollyleaf and her brothers, his eyes narrowing to dark blue slits. "If you watch them die, then you'll know the pain I felt." The flames crackled threateningly closer. Hollyleaf felt as if the heat was about to sear her pelt into ashes. She edged backward, only to feel the edge of the hollow give way under her hind paws. The three of them were pressed tightly together, so close that if one of them lost their balance, all three would be dragged off the cliff. Hollyleaf could control the trembling that shook her whole body as her glance flickered between the cliff and the fire. Jafar was crouched close to the ground, looking tinier than ever with his pelt slicked flat by the rain. Lionblaze's claws were unsheathed, glinting as the lightning flashed out again, but the tension in his haunches didn't come from preparing to leap at Ashfur. It came from the effort of keeping himself on the top of the cliff. Squirrelflight raised her head, her gaze locked on Ashfur's crazed eyes. "Kill them, then," she mewed. "You won't hurt me that way." Ashfur opened his jaws to reply, but said nothing. Hollyleaf and her brother stared at their mother. What was Squirrelflight saying? Squirrelflight took a step away from them, and glanced carelessly over her shoulder. Her green eyes were fiercer than Hollyleaf had ever seen them, with an expression she could read. "If you really want to hurt me, you'll have to find a better way than that," Squirrelflight snarled. "They are not my kits." See Hapter. The noise of the storm and the fire faded and the only sound Jafar could hear was the blood roaring in his ears. He shook his head, straining to hear what Squirrelflight and Ashfur said next, cursing the blindness that hid their expressions from him. "You lying." Ashfur's voice was choked with disbelief. "No, I not." Squirrelflight spoke softly, but her intensity pierced through the crackle of the flames. "Did you see me give birth? Did I nurse them? Stay in the nursery until they were apprenticed? No." "But Ashfur began, then fell silent. Jafar could almost hear the pause of memory racing through his mind. "I fooled all of you, even Brambleclaw," Squirrelflight went on scornfully. "They are not mine." "And no cat in the clan knows?" Ashfur's disbelief was changing to uncertainty. "No. They all as blind as you are to the truth." Jafar sensed a shift in Ashfur's thoughts, reaching out toward power once more. "What do you think will happen when I tell them?" he challenged. "Will your clanmates let you stay in ThunderClan, knowing you have lied to them, to Firestar, to your sister, to Brambleclaw? You'll tell them?" Squirrelflight's voice was sharp with pain. "Do you really think I won? I can still make you lose what you love most. Brambleclaw will want nothing to do with you. You were a fool to think I would keep your secret. But you have always been a fool, Squirrelflight. I'll let these cats, whomever they belong, to live. But your suffering has only just begun." There was a rustling in the undergrowth, and Ashfur's scent faded as he stalked away. "Jafar, hear the branch." Lionblaze's voice was tense. Jafar felt his brother's teeth sink into his scruff and lift him bodily until his paws felt the rough bark of the branch underneath them. Lionblaze kept hold of him until he had got his balance straight ahead. He ordered, "Hurry!" Jafar forced his paws to move, trusting Lion Blaze as he stumbled forward with the heat and roaring of the fire on either side. He let out a hiss as pain stabbed one of his pads, as if he had trodden on a burning twig. Then the worst of the heat died away behind him, and he half fell, half leaped off the branch. The ground beneath his paws was hot, but not burning. He was safe. Heartbeats later he heard Hollow-Leaf and Lion Blaze leap down beside him. Thunder rumbled above them, but now it was farther off, as if the storm was moving away. Mercifully rain began to fall again, hissing onto the flames. The wind was dying down. There would be no more danger from falling trees. Japhtha heard yowls from down in the hollow, as if the cats were returning to the camp, and had spotted the cats on the top of the cliff. But he and his littermates ignored them. Squirrel flight? Hollow-Leaf's voice quivered. Japhtha could sense her disbelief warring with fear. That not true, is it? We are your kits, aren't we? There was a long pause, but Japhtha already knew the answer. His mind was filled with squirrel flight, desperate sorrow and regret and overwhelming love, the love of a mother for her kits. That much had been a lie among what she had told Ashfur. Squirrel flight did love them, but she was not their mother. "I'm so sorry," Squirrel flight whispered. "I should have told you the truth a long time ago." "What do you mean?" Lion Blaze demanded. Japhtha reeled from the blast of his brother growing outrage. "We thought it was for the best," Squirrel flight pleaded. "I promise you, it was the hardest thing we ever done." "We? Who we?" Lion Blaze snapped. Squirrel flight didn't reply, and her mind was such a chaos of love and regret that Japhtha could picked the answer out of it. "Does Brambleclaw know?" Hollow-Leaf whimpered. Japhtha heard her claws tearing at the ground. "He has never lied to you," Squirrel flight meowed. He does and no. You let him believe that we were his?" Hollow-Leaf's voice rose to a shrill squeak. "So you lied to him as well. But if you not our mother and father, who is?" Japhtha reached out to Squirrel flight mind again, searching for memories, but all he could sense was a blur of snow, a long journey, brambles clawing at her pelt, and the guilt of her terrible secret already weighing her down. He was aware of another cat with her, but so shadowy that he couldn't make out who it was. "I can tell you." Squirrel flight murmur was barely loud enough to hear. "You can, but you won." Pain and anger filled Lion Blaze's voice. Japhtha sensed the same feelings in Hollow-Leaf, too, but something inside him stayed icily calm, as if he had always known this would happen. If they were the three, with the power of the stars in their paws, then it made sense that there would be something extraordinary about where they came from. This was just one more truth to be discovered, something done long ago that had cast a shadow over all the moons since. "I'm sorry." Squirrel flight's voice had grown stronger. "I know it won't help, but I couldn't have loved you more if you had really been mine. I'm so proud of all three of you. Go away and leave us alone." "Hollow-Leafiest, you have no right to be proud of us, no right to feel anything toward us. You let us believe you were our mother, and you not." "Please," Squirrel flight begged. Lion Blaze's voice was hard. "Just go." Misery rolled off Squirrel flight like a choking cloud, almost carrying Japhtha off his paws. He heard her turn and go blundering through the undergrowth as if she didn't care whether she burned her pads on still smoldering leaves. Left behind at the edge of the charred bushes, none of the three spoke. Japhtha was numb with shock, and could sense that his littermates felt the same. They had almost died, and they had confronted Ashfur in his destructive madness, but most devastating of all was the secret that Squirrel flight had revealed. "If they not our mother and father, then who are our real parents?" Hollow-Leaf quavered at last. "We can worry about that later." Cold anger still vibrated in Lion Blaze's voice. "First we have to decide what we'll do when Ashfur tells the clan." "Do you really think he will?" Hollow-Leaf asked. "Do you think he won?" Lion Blaze countered. "He doesn't care what he does so long as he can hurt Squirrel flight, and that will hurt her more than anything." Japhtha was strangely detached from his littermates' anxious questions. The secret was out, and no cat could stop the consequences. All he felt was a mild curiosity to see what would happen next. "We mustn't say anything to our clanmates," Hollow-Leaf mewed worriedly. "What if they punish us, too? They might think we knew all along." "We'll have to go on just as usual. Maybe Ashfur won't say anything after all. And hedgehogs might fly," Lion Blaze retorted. "But I agree we shouldn't tell any cat. Not until we find out the truth. If the clan learns what happened, we need to be able to defend ourselves so they know we had nothing to do with this." "Okay, Japhtha." Japheth nodded. Okay. Then let's get back to the camp, Hollyleaf mewed. There'll be a lot to do there. The stone hollow smelled charred and bitter when Japheth scrambled over the remains of the thorn barrier. He started at the sound of his father. No, Brambleclaw voice. Are you all right? We fine, thanks, Lionblaze replied tightly. Then can you help Brackenfur patch up the nursery? You too, Hollyleaf. You'll need to bring more brambles from the forest. And Japheth, I think Leaf will want you. Spiderleg paws are burned and Longtail had a nasty bang on the head from a falling branch. And there may be others I don't know about. Okay, fine, Japheth mewed. As he heard Brambleclaw bounding away, he turned to his littermates. Don't forget, we say nothing. But as he padded across to the medicine cat's den, limping a little from his scorched pad, Japheth was aware of Ashfur standing at the edge of the clearing. He knew that the Grey Warrior eyes were fixed on him as clearly as if he could see the burning blue gaze. Midnight said knowledge isn't always power, he recalled. But sometimes it is. And Ashfur has the power to destroy us all. See Hapter. On the morning after the storm, Lionblaze was chosen for the dawn patrol with Brackenfur, Sorreltail, and Cinderheart. Strengthening daylight shone down through the trees as they padded away from the stone hollow. There was scarcely a breeze to disturb the leaves that still remained on the trees. Lionblaze could almost pretend that he had dreamed the storm, if it was, and for the litter of twigs and branches on the forest floor, and the blackened husks of the trees struck by lightning. His pelt itched all the time he was away from the stone hollow, as he wondered what he would find when he returned. What accusations and gasps of shock would greet him. But the camp was peaceful, with Brambleclaw directing the repairs to the dens. Thornclaw and Mousewhisker were busy patching the last gaps in the brambles around the nursery. Foxpaw and Icepaw were carrying in huge bundles of fresh bedding. Cloudtail and Brightheart worked together, dragging burnt branches away from the warrior's den, while Whitening, Birchfall, and Barinos cleared debris from the floor of the clearing. Lionblaze overheard Barinos grumbling that this wasn't a job for a warrior. Nothing changed. He thought he could spot Ashfur among the cats in the clearing, but obviously the Grey Warrior hadn't revealed the secret yet. Lionblaze tried to believe that the storm of the discovery had passed away like the rain and thunder, leaving calm behind. But he knew in his heart that the damage from Squirrelflight revelation would last for moons and moons. We need to talk about this, Hollyleaf muttered in his ear while they helped Dustpelt drag thorn branches into place to make a new barrier at the entrance to the camp. Meet me in the forest. I'll fetch Japheth. She bounded across to the medicine cat's den and emerged a moment later with Japheth following her. Lionblaze watched them go out at the edge of the barrier where the dirt place tunnel used to be. He waited for a few moments, then padded over to Dustpelt. I think I'll go hunt, he mewed. The fresh kill pile needs restocking. There are hunting patrols out already, Dustpelt grumbled. Is fetching branches a bit boring for you? Oh, go on then, he added, flicking his tail at Lionblaze. But you better bring back something worth eating. Lionblaze headed out at a fast trot. Before the senior warrior could change his mind, he picked up his littermate scent trail, and followed them into the forest. Pausing at the edge of a clearing, he looked around, tasting the air. An urgent hiss sounded from under the trees. Lionblaze, over here. Lionblaze spotted Hollyleaf peering out from a clump of bracken. What took you so long? She demanded. I thought it best to wait a bit, Lionblaze explained as he padded over to her and slid in among the bracken stalks. I didn't want any cats suspecting we were meeting in secret. Behind the bracken, the ground fell away into a shallow scoop where Japheth was sitting. He raised his head as Lionblaze scrambled down to join him. Okay, he mewed. Now we all here, we have to decide what we going to do. There's only one thing we can do. Hollyleaf claws worked furiously in the soft earth. We have to find out who our real parents are. Squirrelflight won't tell us, but we need to know. No, I don't agree, Lionblaze argued. What? But you said. Lionblaze raised his tail to silence her. I want to know who our mother and father are, just as much as you do. But that's not the most important thing right now. Our biggest problem is what to do about Ashfur. I hate Ashfur. Hollyleaf lashed her tail. She was working herself up into another storm of fear and frustration. Lionblaze laid his tail across her shoulders. He madder than a fox in a fit, but that's not the point. Suddenly he remembered the fight he had once had with Ashfur when the Grey Warrior was his mentor. Ashfur's blue eyes had blazed with battle fury. Was he trying to kill me then? To hurt Squirrelflight? Somehow we have to come up with a plan to keep him quiet. Squirrelflight will be in big trouble if this gets out. Hollyleaf flicked her ears dismissively. That's Squirrelflight problem, not ours. It a problem for all of us. Lion Blaze could and help a pang of sympathy for Squirrelflight. True, she had lied to them, but she had always done her best for them, as if she really was their mother. As long as Ashfur knows our secret, he has power over all of us. Every hair on his pelt tingled as he tried to imagine what that might mean. You don't get it, do you? Hollyleaf snapped. Her gaze burned with green fire. Don't you realize we might not be clan cats? Lion Blaze opened his jaws to reply, but said nothing, too taken aback by what Hollyleaf was implying. We might have been born outside the clan, outside the warrior code. She sounded as if she could and think of anything worse. What if Squirrelflight took pity on a passing loner or a Katipit? But we the three, Lion Blaze stammered. The prophecy is about us. We have the power to be greater than the stars. How can we not be clan cats? I think you both forgetting something, Jafler broke in, speaking for the first time. His voice was cool and detached. The prophecy told Firestar that here will be three, kin of your kin. If Squirrelflight is and our mother, then we not Firestar kin, are we? Lion Blaze and Hollyleaf stared at their brother. The small tabby was sitting calmly with his tail wrapped around his paws. Well, are we? He repeated. Cloudtail Firestar kin. Lion Blaze began confusedly, but Hollyleaf shrieked drowned his words. I knew it. There's nothing special about us. You just really good at fighting, and as for Jafler, well, he a medicine cat, of course he going to have dreams. Lion Blaze felt the blood chill and slow in his veins. Could it be true? But what about the way I feel in battle? I know I can never be hurt. I know I could take on a whole clan of enemies single pod. He could and even consider the thought that he might not be part of the prophecy. Because if I not, then I owe my fighting skills to Tiger Star. And he was right all along about my stupid dreams. Then another thought invaded his mind, even more worrying than the first. If Brambleclaw is and my father, then I no kin to Tiger Star. What will he do to me if he ever finds out? Days slipped by. The repairs to the camp were finished and at last Millie and Briark had returned from the two-leg nest, with Grey Stripe pacing proudly alongside them. Briark had bounced ahead. Lion Blaze could hardly believe she was the same kid who had been carried out of the camp, so limp that she looked as if she were dead. Millie was still thin and shaky on her paws, but her tail twined lovingly with Grey Stripe and her eyes shone with returning health. Daisy welcomed her back into the nursery while the other kids leaped on Briark and wrestled with her joyfully. Wind swept the forest, carrying the bite of approaching leaf bear. The last of the leaves spiraled down from the trees. Prey became harder to catch, but the clan was back to full strength again, able to keep the fresh kill pile well stocked. Squirrelflight returned to light warrior duties, and even the warriors who had been injured in the storm left the medicine cat's den. Lion Blaze noticed that Whitewing was growing plump, and Birchfall went around with a proud expression on his face. So there would be more kits for ThunderClan. Outwardly, everything was going well, but Lion Blaze no longer enjoyed patrolling with his clanmates. Ash for knowledge hung over him like a storm cloud. While Hollyleaf still fretted over who their true parents were, Lion Blaze worried constantly about how they could persuade Ashfur not to reveal the secret. Often he caught Ashfur looking at him, a dark promise in his blue eyes. What was the Grey Warrior waiting for? Lion Blaze could and believed that he had thought better of his threat to tell every cat what Squirrelflight had done. On a morning of sun and brisk wind, Lion Blaze pushed his way out of the warrior's den to see Ashfur and Firestar together by the fresh kill pile. His belly lurched. Trying to look nonchalant, he padded over and chose a mouse for himself. Even though he didn't think he could choke down a single mouthful, he settled down to eat it with his back to his clan leader and his ears pricked. They're gathering in a few sunrises, Ashfur meowed. Is it okay if I go? Firestar sounded faintly surprised. I don't usually choose warriors until the same day, but if you want to. Thanks, Firestar. Lion Blaze dared to glance around, to see the Grey Warrior padding off toward the thorn tunnel. The scant mouthful of mouse felt heavy in his belly and every hair on his pelt tingled. I know what Ashfur is going to do. He'll announce Squirrelflight's secret to every cat at the gathering. Hollyleaf was slipping out of the warrior's den. Lion Blaze padded over to her usual place. He hissed, I'll fetch Jafler. When he peered around the brambles that hung in front of the medicine cat's den, Jaffler was on his paws, arching his back in a long stretch. Leafpool was still curled up asleep in her nest. Lion Blaze? Jaffler looked up. What the matter? We got to talk, Lion Blaze told him. He led the way to the gap behind the warrior's den, where Hollyleaf was waiting, her green eyes full of fear. What happened? She demanded as soon as Lion Blaze appeared. I just overheard Ashfur asking Firestar if he can go to the next gathering. Hollyleaf claws flexed in and out and her neck fur began to bristle. No, he can. She wailed. Be quiet, Jaffler snapped. Do you want every cat to hear us? We got to stop him somehow. Hollyleaf lowered her voice, but it was still full of desperation. Otherwise he'll tell all 4 clans about us. Lion Blaze nodded. Squirrelflight will be shamed in front of every cat and they might drive us away from the lake. Firestar Wouldn led them. Hollyleaf sounded shocked. Firestar might not have a choice, Jaffler pointed out. You know how the other clans are always blaming Firestar for taking in loners. Some of our clanmates agree. They think it weakens ThunderClan. Firestar might have to send us away for the good of his clan. Firestar Clan, not theirs. His brother calm assessment of the risk chilled Lion Blaze from ears to tail tip. He couldn't trust anything anymore. He had tried to be the best warrior in the clan, and now all that was threatened because of what Ashfur knew. Maybe we should tell Squirrelflight, he suggested at last. Why? Hollyleaf spat, her claws leaving deep scars in the earth. What can she do? I don't want to talk to that lying cat ever again. But it sounds as if she's the only cat who might have a chance of influencing Ashfur, Jaffler pointed out. You talk to her, then. We'll all talk to her. Lion Blaze was trying to stay calm. Show some sense, Hollyleaf. We have to do anything we can to stop Ashfur. Without waiting for a sister agreement he wriggled out of the narrow gap behind the den and scanned the clearing. His littermates followed. Hollyleaf green eyes still sparkling with anger. Lion Blaze couldn't see Squirrelflight anywhere in the clearing. Thrusting his head through the branches of the warrior's den, he spotted her dozing in her mossy nest. Squirrelflight, he hissed. The ginger she-cat had snapped up, hope flooding into her eyes. Lion Blaze felt a pang of sympathy. This was the first time any of the 3 had spoken to her since the storm. She must be hoping they were ready to forgive her. Can I have a word with you? Lion Blaze whispered, aware of the other sleeping cats inside the den. Yes. Squirrelflight leaped up eagerly and shook scraps of moss from her pelt. Of course you can. As she emerged from the den, the hope in her eyes changed to weariness when she saw all 3 cats waiting for her. What the matter? She asked. I just heard Ashfur asking Firestar for permission to go to the next gathering, Lion Blaze replied. He didn't need to tell Squirrelflight what that meant. Her eyes stretched wide with dismay. No, she whispered. What are you going to do about it? Hollyleaf challenged her. Or are you fine with it? I don't suppose you care if Firestar drove us all out of the clan. The tip of Squirrelflight's tail twitched and anger flashed in her eyes, but she spoke calmly. Firestar won't do that. Not to you. How do you know, if we not clan cats? Jaffler asked. You Squirrelflight broke off and began again. I promised that you wouldn't be punished. The lie was mine, and mine alone. Our real mother lead, too, Hollyleaf pointed out, a snarl creeping into her voice. Whoever she was. Lion Blaze looked expectantly at Squirrelflight, but her expression was closed and her jaws tight shut. Clearly she was and going to share all her secrets. I'll talk to Ashfur, she mewed. I'll make him understand that this one just hurt me. It will damage the whole clan. He's still a loyal warrior. He won't do anything to weaken ThunderClan. She dipped her head. I'm sorry, she murmured. No cat answered her. After a couple of heartbeats Squirrelflight turned away and slipped back into the den. She might trust Ashfur not to harm the clan, Jaffler mewed. But I don't. We have to do something. He turned and padded back toward the medicine cat's den. Lion Blaze watched him go. It was easy enough to say, he thought, but harder to carry out. What could any cat do to silence Ashfur? That night, blood flowed through Lion Blaze's dreams. His whole body quivered with power. He twisted and leaped against an unseen enemy until his claws were snagged with gray fur, and the reek of the sticky scarlet rivers clung to his pelt and filled the air around him. He woke in the warrior's den with pale light filtering through the branches. Most of the nests were already empty. Scrambling up, Lion Blaze felt his legs as stiff and his paws as heavy as if he had really spent the night battling his enemy. His jaws gaped in a yawn and he stretched out his forepaws, flexing his claws and working the muscles in his shoulders. Feeling more awake, Lion Blaze pushed his way into the clearing. He tensed when he saw Ashfur a couple of tail lengths away, beckoning to Cloudtail and Brightheart, who were sharing tongues by the fresh kill pile. "Come on," he called. "Hunting patrol." Lion Blaze padded over to him. "Mind if I join you?" For a moment Ashfur looked startled. Then his eyes narrowed. "Sure." Cloudtail and Brightheart joined them, and the patrol headed out into the forest. Lion Blaze brought up the rear. He knew that Ashfur must be suspicious. None of the three had spoken to him since the storm, but he was afraid of Ashfur, and somehow he had to confront him where no other cats could overhear them. Lion Blaze had no idea how to separate Ashfur from Cloudtail and Brightheart, but he had no need to worry. As they padded along the old twilight path toward the abandoned nest, Cloudtail stopped and sniffed the air. "I think I'm going to try in the twilight garden," he announced. "No cat has been there for a while." Ashfur shrugged. "I think you're wasting your time, but go ahead if you want to. We'll catch up to you." Cloudtail and Brightheart bounded off up the path. Ashfur watched them out of sight, then turned to Lion Blaze. "Well, what do you want?" "I don't imagine you asked to come on this patrol for the pleasure of my company." "No," Lion Blaze replied steadily. He was finding it hard to separate his respect for Ashfur, as his clanmate and his former mentor, from his feelings about the raving cat who had threatened them on the night of the storm and now was threatening them again with his knowledge of Squirrelflight lie. "I heard you ask Firestar to go to the next gathering. I know what you going to do there." Ashfur whiskers twitched. "So? I asking you not to." "Not for our sake," Lion Blaze added, "but for the sake of ThunderClan. You hold its fate in your paws." Ashfur heaved a deep sigh. "Spare me the appeal to my clan loyalty," he sneered. "I already had Squirrelflight mewling to me about that. I told her, and I telling you now there nothing that any cat can do to stop me." Lion Blaze felt his neck fur begin to rise. He slid his claws out of their sheaths. "I can beat you in a fight if I have to." Instantly Ashfur claws appeared, and his eyes narrowed, glittering with hostility. "You can try." Then he relaxed, drawing in his claws again. "The noble Lion Blaze? Attacking a fellow warrior? No, you would never risk your place in ThunderClan by doing that." With a snort of contempt, he began to walk away, then glanced back over one shoulder. "You bound by the warrior code, just like all of us." "And the warrior code lets you destroy our clan?" Lion Blaze challenged him as he stalked away. Ashfur ignored him. Lion Blaze watched him until he disappeared into the undergrowth. There was no way he was going to let this cat take away everything ThunderClan had fought for, everything he had fought for. "Maybe I'm not as bound by the warrior code as you think," he murmured. "See Hapter." Jay Feather curled up in his nest in the medicine cat's den and waited for sleep to take him. Lion Blaze had told him how he had confronted Ashfur in the forest, and how the Grey Warrior had refused his pleas and Squirrelflight. If that didn't do any good, Jaffa thought, it time to try another way. Yawning, he burrowed deeper into the soft moss. He pictured himself rushing past the bramble screen, out into the camp, and padding across the clearing to the warrior's den. Sliding through the branches, he picked his way carefully among the sleeping forms until he stood beside the mound of grey fur that was Ashfur. In his mind, Jafar scraped at the moss until he had made a place for himself, then curled up beside Ashfur and matched his breathing to the sleeping warrior. Soon he felt a stiff breeze blowing across his fur, and woke to find himself in the forest, not far from the Shadow Clan border. There was no sign of Ashfur, but the forest seemed subtly different. And just that he could see. There was something else. The scent of Shadow Clan made his fur bristle as if he was anticipating a fight. He slid his claws out so he would be ready. He was more aware than usual of the scent of prey. When flattened the grass, driving dead leaves ahead of it, Jafar pounced on one of them, enjoying the crackling sound beneath his paws. In the waking world he couldn't blowing leaves to play with them. "But you not a kit anymore," he muttered. In the same heartbeat he heard the sound of a cat pushing his way through the undergrowth. Fronds of bracken parted in front of Jafar, and Ashfur pushed his way into the open. He halted, startled. "What are you doing here?" Jafar shrugged. "I could ask you the same thing." He padded forward until he was close enough to flick a scrap of bracken off Ashfur's shoulder with the tip of his tail. Ashfur's neck furrows. You can see. Sure, you dreaming, Ashfur. Don't you know that? The Grey Warrior took a pace back. His blue eyes looked troubled. Why would I dream about you? Because I want to talk to you where no cat can interrupt us. Where you have to listen to me. Ashfur let out a snort. I don't have to listen to any cat, let alone a scrawny excuse for a medicine cat. Besides, I already know what you going to say. You going to beg me not to say anything at the next gathering. Well, you can save your breath. I'll say what I want. That lying she-cat will be driven out of Thunder Clan for good, and no other clan will want her, either. Japheth narrowed his eyes. You'll regret it, Ashfur. The warrior loomed over him, anger smoldering in his gaze. Are you threatening me? I could break your neck with one swipe. Try, Japheth invited him. This is a dream, remember? Ashfur looked briefly disconcerted. Then he lashed his tail. Yes, it's a dream. I imagining all of this. I still don't have to listen to you. Take warning, Ashfur. Japheth drew himself up and locked his gaze with his clanmate. I a medicine cat, and I speak with the voice of Star Clan. If you go ahead with what you plan to do, you will regret it. Ashfur backed away again until his haunches brushed against the bracken. My conscience is clear, and Star Clan knows that, he blustered. It's Squirrelflight who lied. She does and deserved the loyalty of any cat. Whipping around, he plunged back into the undergrowth. Japheth stood looking after him until the waving fronds of fern were still once more. Ashfur had heard his warning, but would it make any difference to him when he woke? Japheth spent the next morning sorting herbs with Leafpool. His mentor seemed oddly distracted, as if her mind was on something else. We need more water mint, she murmured. We used up so much when the cats were hurt after the storm. No, this is water mint. Japheth shoved a bunch of it under her nose. We plenty of it. It yarrow we out of. Oh yes, sorry. Fed up of trying to work with her if she could and tell yarrow from water mint, Japheth headed out of the den. I'll go fetch more, he tossed back over his shoulder. At the entrance to the tunnel he heard the rustle of cats coming in, and stood back to wait for them. Cloudtail was the first to emerge into the clearing, followed by Ashfur. What do you want? To Japheth's satisfaction, the Grey Warrior sounded thoroughly spooked. Feelings of anger and uncertainty crackled through his fur. I waiting to go out, Japheth replied calmly. A snort came from Ashfur, followed by white-wing voice. Ashfur, you blocking the entrance. There was a hiss of annoyance from Ashfur and he bounded away. Returning with the yarrow, Japheth picked up Ashfur's scent near the fresh kill pile. Instead of going straight to the medicine cat's den, he headed toward the Grey Warrior. His sense of satisfaction returned as he heard Ashfur get to his paws and pad away, thrusting through the branches into the warrior's den. I got him worried, Japheth realized, veering off to his own den. But will it be enough to keep him quiet? See Hapter. It was the afternoon before the gathering. Hollyleaf felt as if her whole world was crumbling around her. She had thought that once they got rid of Soul, life in the clans would return to normal, but instead the terrible threat of Ashfur hung over them like a tree about to fall. He going to ruin everything. Her paws itching with restlessness, Hollyleaf slipped out of the camp and wandered into the forest. She felt completely powerless, now that she knew she was and one of the three. Her belief in the prophecy had made her feel that she could do anything, but Ashfur had torn that belief away from her. A cat with the power of the stars in her paws would have been able to stop one cat from speaking words that would tear his clan apart. But plain Hollyleaf, no longer Firestar kin, could do nothing. A hot flood of fury swept through Hollyleaf and she paused, digging her claws into the sodden ground. More than anything, she wanted to be one of the three. She wanted to be special, to have a destiny beyond that of any other cat. I deserve to. Her need tore at her belly like sharp pangs of hunger. I worked harder than any cat to be a great leader, and leave my paw print on all the clans. I can let Ashfur destroy all my plans. Choking down her rage, Hollyleaf padded on. Since the storm, more rain had fallen, and she had to pick her way across boggy ground and leap over tiny new streams that scoured through the sodden earth. Bracken fronds released showers of raindrops onto her head and shoulders as she brushed by. Her fur became splashed and muddy, but she carried on, scarcely aware of where she was. The strong scent of a Thunder Clan cat brought her to a halt. She jumped as Ashfur appeared around the trunk of a gnarled oak tree. Don't creep up on me like that. she snapped. "I'm not creeping," Ashfur retorted. "If you must know, I been checking out the fox trail near the Wine Clan border. That fox Brackenfur scented is still around." Hollyleaf didn't reply. She and Ashford faced each other. Ashford's blue eyes were wide and wary. "What do you want?" he demanded. "How do you know I want anything?" Hollyleaf replied. For a moment Ashford looked disconcerted. "Aren't you going to try to make me change my mind, like Squirrelflight and your littermates?" "No." Hollyleaf felt a stab of satisfaction at the startled look in the Grey Warrior eyes. "I know there's nothing I can do. It's your decision to betray your own clan." "Betray?" Ashford's neck fur bristled and his claws slid out. "I betray no cat, Squirrelflight the traitor, because she lied. And it not betray when you weakened Thunder Clan in front of the other clans, so soon after the great battle?" Hollyleaf spat in disgust. Ashford stretched his neck toward her, his lips drawn back in a snarl. "If you trying to scare me, it not working." Hollyleaf stood her ground. "And you don't scare me, either," she declared. "Nothing scares me more than the thought that you not afraid of what will happen after you spoken out." Ashford's eyes narrowed. "I'll purr over what will happen after I revealed the truth," he promised. Without waiting for a reply, he spun around and headed off through the forest. The sun was sinking behind a ragged band of cloud as Firestar called his cats together to go to the gathering. Shadows crept into the clearing, and the first warriors of Star Clan were beginning to emerge into a sky stained with scarlet. "Where Ashfur?" Firestar asked, looking around. Hollyleaf exchanged a glance with Lionblaze. The other cats chosen for the gathering, Brambleclaw, Dustpelt, Ferncloud, Greystripe, Cloudtail, and Cinderheart, were already clustered around their leader, while Leafpool and Japhethir were padding across the clearing to join them. But there was no sign of the Grey Warrior. Firestar's tail twitched with annoyance. "He specifically asked to come tonight, and now he not here. I asked Squirrelflight to come, too, and she not here either." "We'll be late if we wait for them," Dustpelt pointed out. Tension churned in Hollyleaf's belly. She didn't want to think about Ashfur, much less stand around waiting for him. If he didn't turn up at the gathering, so much the better for every cat. As for Squirrelflight, Hollyleaf didn't care if she never saw her again. "Maybe Ashfur went on ahead," Greystripe suggested. "Well, if he did, he should have told one of us," Firestar replied. "Let go." He led the way through the barrier of thorns. Hollyleaf brought up the rear with Lionblaze and Japhethir. She knew that both her brothers would be desperate to know where Ashfur was. She could almost see their anxiety crackling off their fur like lightning. But none of them spoke his name. The cats had barely left the tunnel when Squirrelflight came bounding breathlessly up to them. Her pelt was clumped and soaking, and splashed with mud. "Sorry," she panted. "I didn't mean to keep you waiting." Brambleclaw gave her ear a quick lick. "What have you been doing?" "Looking for herbs for Leafpool, near the Shadow Clan border," Squirrelflight explained. "The bank of the stream was muddy, and I slipped in Mousebrain," Brambleclaw murmured affectionately. "You should be more careful." "Are you okay?" "You don't have to come to the gathering if you rather rest." "I fine," Squirrelflight insisted. "And I'm not going to miss this gathering. I haven't been to one in moons." "Come on, we wasting time," Firestar called from the front of the group. He set off toward the lake. The forest floor was still sodden from the recent rain, and the cats had to scramble through muddy hollows or over branches that fell in the storm. Hollyleaf barely noticed the mud or the small streams her paws splashed through. She felt as though she was looking down a long tunnel into a future dark with fear and betrayal. She asked herself how far a cat should go to preserve the warrior code. And what happens if the code was broken no matter what you did? The Thunder Clan cats emerged from the trees and padded down to the edge of the lake, turning toward the Wine Clan border. A full moon already floated high in the sky, turning the surface of the water to silver. Looking up, Hollyleaf saw that clouds were drifting close to it, though none of them touched the shining silver disk yet. She swallowed. Were the spirits of their ancestors about to show their anger? Firestar waved his tail. "Let hurry. The other clans will be waiting for us." Clear of the forest, he set a brisk pace, until his warriors were bounding along the edge of the lake. Hollyleaf, still near the back of the group with Lionblaze and Japhethir, saw Firestar halt suddenly on the bank of the stream that marked the border with Wine Clan. Greystripe, hard on his paws, let out a startled yowl. Terrible foreboding filled Hollyleaf from ears to tail tip. She put on a spurt until she was racing along, her belly fur brushing the pebbles and her tail streaming out behind her. Lion Blaze kept pace with her. Reaching the bank, she pushed through the cats who were clustered there, staring down into the stream. Wedged behind a rock just below her paws, the lifeless body of a cat floated in the swollen water, his fur dark and sodden. His tail streamed out into the current, waving as if he were still alive. Dustpelt was the first to speak. "Eat Ashfur. Sea Hapter." Lion Blaze dug his claws into the bank of the stream, only just managing to suppress a wail of dismay. Yet he couldn't feel any sense of grief for his dead clanmate. Ashfur had been about to reveal something that would have destroyed them all. Now those terrible words would never be spoken. Exchanging a glance with Hollyleaf, he could see that his sister felt the same. He hoped no other cat would ever know how relieved they felt at Ashfur's death. "Get him out," Firestar ordered. Dustpelt slid into the stream, with water washing around his belly fur. He gripped Ashfur's shoulder in his teeth and started tugging. "Be careful," Ferncloud mewed anxiously. Graystripe leaped into the water on Ashfur's other side, and together the two warriors freed him from the rock and hauled his body up the bank. Leafpool crouched beside him, one paw on his chest as she gave him a rapid sniff. Jafar stood beside her, his whiskers quivering. Leafpool looked up. "He dead." "How did he die?" Cinderheart asked, her blue eyes wide. "Did he fall in and drown?" "I fell into the stream by Shadow Clan," Squirrelflight reminded them. Lion Blaze wondered if she too shared his relief. "It easily done, when the water running as high as this." Cloudtail let out a snort. "Ashfur was a strong warrior. He would and drowned like a kit. If we want to know how he died, we should be looking at Wind Clan." Firestar bent his head to sniff Ashfur's sodden body. "There no Wind Clan scent." "The water would wash it off," Cloudtail pointed out. "We'll talk about this later." Firestar glanced around swiftly. "Dustpelt, Graystripe, can you take Ashfur's body back to camp? The rest of us must go on, or the other clans will know something is wrong." "I'll go, too," Lion Blaze volunteered. "Ashfur was my mentor." Firestar nodded. "Good. You others, follow me." As Firestar and the rest of his warriors half-waded, half-swam across the stream, Lion Blaze and his clanmates picked up Ashfur's body. It hung between them, a dead weight, as they struggled back through the forest to the hollow. Thornclaw was on guard at the entrance to the camp. "What?" His fur rose as they dragged Ashfur up to the tunnel. "What happened?" Dustpelt explained, while Lion Blaze and Graystripe carried the dead warrior into the middle of the clearing. The moonlight shone silver on his drenched gray fur. Lion Blaze thought he looked strangely small in death. It was hard to imagine the power he had held in his paws, the power to drag down his clan and bring shame on Squirrelflight and the kits who had believed they were hers. Lion Blaze flinched at the sound of a distraught wail behind him. Whitewing had emerged from the warrior's den, followed by Birchfall. "Did the fox get him?" she cried. Lion Blaze shook his head. "We found him in the stream on the Wind Clan border. It looks as if he drowned." Whitewing shuddered. "That dreadful." Birchfall pressed his muzzle against hers. "You must and upset yourself," he murmured. "Think of the kits." Whitewing nodded. Slowly she padded up to Ashfur's body and settled down beside it, her nose pushed into the cold, wet fur. Birchfall crouched protectively at her side, to keep vigil along with her. "He was a good mentor," he mewed sorrowfully. "I'll miss him." By now other warriors were coming out of their den, forming a ragged circle around Ashfur and questioning one another in hushed, shocked voices. "Wind Clan will be at the bottom of this, mark my words," Mousefur mewed as she padded up with Longtail. "On the night of the gathering, too." Hunifern's voice shook. "Star Clan will be angry." "Firestar does and think any cat is to blame," Graystripe told them. "Ashfur was just very unlucky." Mousefur snorted with disbelief as she bent her stiff joints to crouch beside Ashfur's body. Lion Blaze lifted his head to gaze up at the moon as it floated above the treetops. The clouds had cleared away. Perhaps Firestar was right, and there was no need for Star Clan to show their anger. Sighing, he crouched down in his turn and pushed his nose into his former mentor fur. There was nothing to scent there but mud and water. Closing his eyes, he hoped that none of his clanmates could sense that instead of grieving, his mind was numb with relief. Lion Blaze stayed beside Ashfur until the sky began to grow pale with the first tints of dawn. Other cats came and went around him, mewing in hushed voices. At last Lion Blaze heard the sound of movement in the thorn tunnel as Firestar and the rest of the clan began to return from the gathering. He stretched his cramped muscles and looked around to see Hollow bounding toward him. Her eyes shone with a fierce light. "Would and believe what happened at the gathering?" she hissed. Firestar didn't say a single thing about Ashfur. Lion Blaze pelt prickled with surprise. He didn't? Not a thing. One or two cats gave Hollow a curious glance as she passed. Lion Blaze touched her mouth with his tail to warn her to be quiet, and drew her a pace or two away from Ashfur body. He just passed on trivial bits of news about prey. Hollow went on in a furious whisper, and he thanked our warrior ancestors for watching over us. And that was all. Well, maybe he didn't want ThunderClan to sound weak, Lion Blaze suggested. We not weak because one cat dies. Hollow spat. Lion Blaze could and work out why she was so angry. Every clan leader reports stuff like that. It's part of what gatherings are for. And none of the other cats noticed that something was wrong? Hollow shook her head. Obviously Squirrelflight isn't the only cat who good at lying. I don't think it as bad as you making out. Firestar must have had his reasons. And clouds didn't cover the moon, so StarClan can have been angry with him. Hollow only reply was a disgusted snort. Lion Blaze pressed his muzzle against hers. Come on, let's sit vigil with Ashfur for a bit. His sister eyes stretched wide. Sit vigil for that Mangaridan excuse for a cat? I can believe you want to do that. Ashfur would have destroyed the whole clan if he lived for one more night. Without waiting for a reply, she whirled around and stalked toward the warrior's den. Lion Blaze watched her go, hoping she would sleep off whatever was troubling her so much, then padded back to Ashfur body and settled down beside it. See Hapter. Jay Feather followed Leafpool back into the camp. A dawn breeze whispered across the clearing, and he could hear the beginnings of birdsong in the trees above the hollow. A hush lay over the camp. Jay Feather could detect mingled feelings of grief and bewilderment as the cats tried to adjust to the fact that Ashfur was dead. He followed Leafpool as she padded into the center of the clearing where Ashfur body lay. Jay Feather picked up the chill, watery scent that still clung to his fur, and the scents of Lion Blaze, Birchfall, Whitewing, and Thornclaw, who still kept vigil beside him. He feels so cold and wet, Leafpool murmured, crouching beside Ashfur. This isn't how we should send him to his warrior ancestors. Jay Feather heard the rasp of her tongue as she began to lick the dead warrior fur. Feelings of sorrow surged out of her in waves, almost like a mother grieving for her kit. She was in love with Ashfur. Was she? Jay Feather wondered. She a medicine cat. Gradually the cats around Ashfur body began to withdraw and creep back to their den. Lion Blaze was the last to go, touching Jay Feather's shoulder briefly with his tail before he left. Not knowing what else to do, Jay Feather settled down opposite Leafpool and began to help her lick the dead warrior fur. Sleep began to drift over him as he lapped with long, rhythmic strokes. A gasp from Leafpool jolted him awake. Horror swirled around her like a stream in flood. What the matter? He mewed. For a heartbeat he heard her tongue working busily. Then she hissed, "Come look at this." Jay Feather bit back the sarcastic reply that he could and look at anything. He worked his way around Ashfur body until he was crouching next to his mentor. All Leafpool muscles were stiff and her neck fur was standing on end. Jay Feather sniffed, picking up the scent of blood and raw flesh. Investigating with one paw, he felt the edges of a gash in Ashfur's throat. The kind of mark he would expect to see on a cleanly killed piece of prey. The kind of mark a cat didn't get from falling into a stream and drowning, but was made deliberately with a slash of claws. He didn't drown, Leafpool whispered hoarsely. He was murdered. Jay Feather mind whirled. If it and for Leafpool care over the dead warrior body, no cat would ever have known how he had died. What would happen now? I going to tell Firestar. Leafpool mewed. Jay Feather heard her racing across the clearing toward the tumbled rocks. A few moments later 2 sets of paw steps returned and Firestar crouched beside him to examine the body. Who would do this? Firestar sounded completely bewildered. Wind Clan? Leafpool suggested, her voice sharp with suspicion. We found him on the Wind Clan border. You know very well there was no Wind Clan scent on him, Firestar reminded her. Jay Feather could feel strong sensations of doubt coming from his clan leader. I know the water could have washed it away, but his voice grew softer, as if he was arguing with himself. Why would Wind Clan kill just one warrior? Were they trying to warn us? But we not a threat to Wind Clan. and Ashfur was clanborn, Jaethar put in. Wine Clan has no reason to quarrel with him personally. True, Firestar murmured. Jaethar could hear his claws scoring the earth. But if it was and Wine Clan, then a ThunderClan cat must have killed Ashfur. No. Lethal horrified whisper cut through Jaethar like an eagle talon. No ThunderClan cat would do such a thing. It must have been Wine Clan. To Jaethar it sounded as if she was trying to convince herself as much as Firestar. What should we do? She asked tensely. The clan leader hesitated. This is no reason not to give honor to his body, he decided at last. We'll let the elders go ahead and bury him. Then I'll speak to the clan. I'll fetch Mousefur and Longtail. Lethal meowed. Jaethar waited while the elders appeared from their den and the rest of the clan gathered around to say farewell to Ashfur. Lethal must have licked his fur back over the gash in his neck, because none of them seemed to notice it. When Mousefur and Longtail had left the clearing with the grey warrior body dragging between them, Brambleclaw padded up to Firestar. I'll take the dawn patrol along the Wine Clan border, he announced. There might be some traces there to tell us what happened. Good idea, Firestar replied. But don't go just yet. There's something I need to say to the whole clan. Jaethar picked up the deputy puzzlement, then jumped when Lionblaze muttered into his ear, "What going on?" Part of Jaethar wanted to tell Lionblaze exactly what he had found, but he could and find the words. The discovery was too huge, with too many consequences that he could and begin to imagine. "You'll know soon enough," he replied. He stood beside his brother, his claws working in the earth, while he waited for the elders to return. Hollyleaf came to join them, anxiety boiling out of her like bees buzzing out of a tree. "Something terrible is going to happen," she whispered. "I can feel it." Eventually Mousefur and Longtail pushed their way through the thorns, back into the clearing. Firestar climbed up to the high ledge. Jaethar heard his voice raised to carry to every corner of the camp. "Let all cats old enough to catch their own prey gather here beneath the high ledge for a clan meeting." Most of the clan were already out in the open, though Jaethar heard movement by the nursery as Daisy and Millie emerged with their kits. Foxpaw and Icepaw scampered into the middle of the clearing, excited rather than worried by the unexpected summons. Jaethar caught the scent of Squirrelflight standing not far away. "We discovered more about Ashfur death," Firestar began as soon as all the cats were assembled. "It was an accident. There was a gash in his throat, and that means he was deliberately killed." Yells of dismay rose up from every part of the clearing. Jaethar belly turned when he heard the terrible truth put into words. He could feel Hollyleaf and Lionblaze stiffen, and picked up their sense of horror. Fear and distress swept over him from Squirrelflight. "Did a fox do it?" Dustpelt demanded, raising his voice to be heard over the clamor. "There was no fox scent." This noise died down as Firestar spoke again. "And a fox would have eaten him." "Did he fall into the stream and cut his throat on a rock or a branch?" Squirrelflight asked. Jaethar could tell how desperately she wanted that to be true. "I doubt it," Firestar told her. There was regret in his voice as if he, too, would have been comforted by that explanation. "It was a clean wound, like a hunting warrior would make on their prey." "You saying that a cat killed him?" Cloudtail voice rang out disbelievingly. "Wine Clan." Thornclaw yelled. "They must have found him by the border and killed him. We should attack them now." Caterwauls of agreement followed his words. It was several moments before Firestar could make himself heard again. "We must act too quickly," he warned his clan. "There was no Wine Clan scent on Ashfur body. In fact, there's no evidence at all that he was killed by a cat from another clan." Frozen silence filled the clearing. When Brackenfur broke it, his voice was shaking. "Are you saying that one of us killed Ashfur?" Jaethar heart thudded as he waited for Firestar reply. His littermates tensed beside him, and he could hear Squirrelflight trying not to gulp for air as if she were being smothered. "Do any of you know a reason why anyone in ThunderClan might want Ashfur dead?" Firestar asked. Beside him, Lionblaze and Hollyleaf quivered under the weight of what they knew. A little farther away, Squirrelflight held her breath altogether. Jaethar knew they were all thinking of the scene on top of the cliff when Squirrelflight's terrible secret had been shared in Storm and Fire. That, and that alone, had to be the reason for Ashfur murder. Now, for their own sakes and the sake of their clan, they must all conspire to keep the truth hidden forever.